Oh, what a way to start off the 2021 NFL draft. I have a feeling a lot of people in Green Bay are probably doing that tonight.
Drinking heavily, but they do that every night.
But that is something to be talked about later. Welcome in, everybody, to the official BudHoles NFL 2021 draft coverage, powered by the Blue Collar Media Group and the official BudHole. We got a sick banner up in the background, and we are ready to rock and roll. Gage's Rage and the great Brandino, how's it going?
It's going great. Oh, and we have a late entry.
Not to mention the fourth member of the podcast.
He's here bringing the beer. Star Lamar in the house, the 69 Jared Allen jersey, ready to go for the NFL draft. Let's go.
We have a full slate of guests, a lot of Blue Collar Media Group members. And to start things off, we will welcome in the first one, the man behind the scenes, none other than the Steel Curtain, PEH, Paul. Paul, welcome to the stream.
Hell yeah, boys. Let's do this tonight. How's it going in the BudHole?
Good. It's fantastic. We got all set up. We've been drinking some beers. We're ready to fucking rock and roll, man.
Hell yeah.
We're ready to go.
Hell yeah.
We already got some fans here drinking. Alex is having a couple beers with us because it's a good life choice. Alex, that is 100% correct.
Cheers to you, Alex.
For us, Paul, NFL draft day is just like Christmas. What does it do for you?
Oh, I mean, it's that feeling of getting that new toy that you wanted. You see your deficiencies all the time. You watch your team all the time, and this is the chance to correct it. So I look forward to it every year, especially when you got a GM like mine who's got a fairly good track record. I mean, we don't have too many busts on his record except for maybe Jarvis Jones. I mean, that's about the biggest one on his.
Yeah, outside of that, the Steelers are awesome at drafting. Usually draft night, as a fan of the Steelers, is a good night, a good time. With that being said, who are some guys you have your eyes on tonight, assuming the Steelers trade up, stay put, trade back?
I imagine they'll stay put. We keep seeing Najee Harris, all over the internet. But I feel like I'm looking for an offensive lineman that falls down the board. I'm seeing Darashaw fall in a pretty good ways in some of these recent mocks. I wouldn't mind him in black and gold. If we miss out on the lineman run, then I wouldn't mind a corner. Caleb Farley could be a good target to end up in Pittsburgh. We're real thin at cornerback. Nelson's, went out of town. No one still signed him, but we could definitely use some depth there.
There's also another spot you're lacking that we've been hearing some rumors. We've been calling it for a while at 24. You guys have Benny Snell there, but you could use an upgrade. How do you feel about Najee Harris? Because a lot of people have Harris going 24 to the Steelers.
Najee is a great player. I think he'll have a great career. I just don't know if he's a fit right now for what the Steelers are. Ben cannot get under center. He can't make the stretch handoff. I don't know if they can possibly work maybe like a pistol out with him. But he still has to be able to make that handoff. And we saw last year, he just can't do it. At this point, if you're going to draft somebody that maybe would fit the need and help right now, I would rather them trade back and go for somebody like Trey Sermon or Travis Etienne, where they're used to running out of that gun. They're used to running sideways. And I don't think they're that much of a drop off from Najee.
I know we had Matt Waldman on our podcast a couple weeks ago, and he does some very, very in-depth analysis of running backs, quarterbacks, wide receivers, and tight ends. It's the Matt Waldman, the RSP report. And on he has Trey Sermon rated higher than Najee Harris just based off of his skills. He didn't quite get the hype that Harris does, but you could get Sermon in, let's say, the late second or even a third-round pick, which I think would be better for you guys if you could get a Jalen Mayfield. If Darashaw falls to you, that would be glorious. Or maybe even a tackle in the second round if you went with Farley in the first.
Yep. Yeah. We got a center need too. So it wouldn't surprise me if Landon Dickerson's name came up either. The Steelers like their centers. Haven't had that many even in my lifetime. So they like to find them high in the draft and they like to keep them. So that name wouldn't surprise me either.
Changing gears here a little bit. What do you make of the Aaron Rodgers news? Because it's kind of shocking the NFL right now.
Honestly, in my head, he planned this for an entire year. He said, "You fucked me over. It made me look like an idiot last draft, and now guess what? I'm dropping this bomb and making you guys look like fucking idiots today." That's how I feel. That because he's just that kind of person. He's that cold and calculating to wait that long, knowing he's going to pull this move.
And do you think this is strictly a move by him to ensure that Green Bay does what he wants them to do in the first round?
I think he's genuinely unhappy being there. I don't think that, I think he was a guy last year that played with a chip on his shoulder to prove everybody wrong. And now I think he wants out and he wants to go west. I think he wants to go back home. I don't know if the 49ers are the spot, but I could see some place like Vegas maybe with John Gruden. That might be fun. But I don't know. I just genuinely think he's unhappy.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you. And it was pretty apparent because when he gets asked questions about his future, he says things like it's a beautiful mystery, and he tweets very cryptic things. We as Vikings fans know what cryptic tweets get you. They end you up in Buffalo or maybe San Francisco.
Right.
So, yeah, I think we're all kind of on the same page with Aaron Rodgers here, but it's definitely something to monitor as the night goes on.
And
you think that affects Green Bay trading up or anything like that, or where the quarterbacks go?
I think it puts a lot of pressure on Green Bay for sure.
I think Jordan Love is probably the next Aaron Rodgers. They got him already. The Green Bay has never had a bad quarterback ever.
That's not true. In your lifetime, they haven't really. They've had plenty of bad years.
Yeah.
They have had 3 Hall of Famers: Bart Starr, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers in the future. Yeah. So, I mean, they've had a really good run, but as Vikings fans, get him out of here. If he's unhappy, we don't want him there. I mean, come on. San Francisco, bring him home. It's where he belonged in the first place anyways.
Well, now the cat's out of the bag. I mean, number 3's off the table, right? Yeah. I mean, they've already played the hand now. Like, they should have jumped on that earlier. I mean, I would have liked to see the whole deal. I mean, there had to be some starters involved as well with that.
Yeah, I think they mentioned players and future picks along with 3. And to me, if you're going to make that trade, you want to get it done today. You want to build for the future now. Put what you can around Jordan Love, or draft Justin Fields or Trey Lance, at 3. Maybe Zach Wilson if something crazy happens and it gets flip-flopped there. But you want to start your future now. And if they trade him tomorrow, they're building for the future, but who knows what that draft pick next year is going to bring. It could be a middle tier one. Could be towards the end of the draft. Who really knows, especially when you're trading with the 49ers. If they get Aaron Rodgers, you're not going to get a hot pick.
Yeah, you're definitely picking in the late 20s for sure. I mean, with that defense.
Does he have a no trade clause? Do you guys know?
I don't think he does.
So that could come knocking if they wanted to.
Really quick, Paul, before we let you go, what do you think of the BudHole setup for tonight's draft coverage?
Oh, I love it, boys. You guys have been putting in a hellish amount of work, and we're just so happy that you guys just took the ball and ran with this, and we're going to make this a huge success. We're going to give away a lot of stuff tonight. Make sure you guys are tuning in. The guys are going to be giving away stuff all night, all tomorrow night, and we're just going to take care of you guys. That's what we like to do. This is our favorite time of the year, and we're going to celebrate it.
Let's go. And we will be checking back in with you later, Paul, so do not go anywhere.
Yes, sir. Have a good one, boys.
You too. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
What's up, guys?
Really quick before we bring in our next Star
nice
Lamar. I love it. I love the cooler.
Thanks.
Just coming prepared.
I don't have to get up every 30 seconds then.
That is a good move. Did you come with a catheter or a piss jug?
No, but that won't be until like round or pick 3 when that actually kicks in.
Yeah, we should establish the piss corner right now.
No, the war room is right around the corner. Okay, you can go in there to take a piss.
No piss corners. This is a nice tight butthole. We don't want to mess it up.
We don't want to piss my wife off. All right.
More so than we already may have.
Yeah.
Really quick here. Let's pull in our next guest. None other than the man himself, the general. Steve, how is it going, my man?
Whoa. I'm already here now. Wow. What's going on, guys? And I do have to say, Lamar, dude, the cooler, fucking great touch. But not bringing a catheter, that's an amateur mistake.
I have something about sticking shit in my penis that it just weirds me out. Steve.
That's true. That's true,
Yeah.
But you got to have a pee bag or something, man. We're going to need you all night. I mean,
underneath the table right here. If you see me just kneel down.
You can always clean
We
carpet.
didn't need to spoil that for the viewers. What you're gonna be doing?
Brandon has dogs. He'll never know.
Yeah, waterproof.
What's up, fellas? How we doing? It's fucking draft night. Finally,
night.
Do you think I can stop hearing about Jimmy Garoppolo of the Patriots after tonight, or like?
No. Yeah, well, you're going to hear about him because he's going back to you. I think 15 and a future first, and you might be in the talks with getting Jimmy G back.
Yeah, right.
See what happens.
Oh my god, dude! It's blowing me away how much people have like changed Jimmy Garoppolo's value. Like since they want him to come back to New England, like he was traded for a second round pick, and then I saw someone the other day like, what if they just give San Fran a second and Stephon Gilmore?
Yeah,
okay, that would be a fucking ridiculous overpay.
So one thing we've been throwing around because we've heard, obviously, Julio Jones is kind of on the trade block. They're fielding calls, and the Patriots were one of them that are reported to have called him. So how would you feel about 15, Stephon Gilmore, and a future second for 4 and Julio Jones?
Oh, let's fucking go. I wouldn't normally say yes to trade to Stephon Gilmore because I love Gilmore. I think he's the best cornerback in the NFL. But yeah, you get Julio Jones. Sure. I mean, the only thing is, I think I'd like to restructure Julio's contract because he doesn't stay healthy for enough for what he gets paid. He does. He is battle torn. He's getting up there in age. That's the only thing is like we need to get younger at receiver, younger and fresher at receiver.
There's depth in this class too. So if you were to maintain your second, I know you guys don't have a third. And little fun fact for you: do you know how many teams have lost a first round pick, like voided by the NFL for violating rules?
One.
You know how many times they've done it? Twice.
Oh,
They're the only team to do it, and they've done it twice. I was looking it up last night, and I think you guys have like 7 draft picks forfeited, and most of them have come in the last 10 years.
Yeah,
Dude,
but
Roger Goodell just loves taking away the Patriots draft picks.
the Super Bowls are worth it. If you ask me.
Yeah, the
And give me 6 Super Bowls.
the 6 Super Bowls was pretty good. Yeah,
The one
like I mean,
back in like 1980.
Spygate was the act of filming a Jets preseason game 50 feet away from the designated filming area, with a memo that was sent out that offseason that he couldn't do it. And Deflategate, the Colts balls were also underinflated, so I really don't know what the big deal is.
Steve,
Sounds like a true Patriots fan right there.
Dude, I'm wearing a Belichick my balls shirt.
you are locked in, my man.
And I know as soon as you get Jimmy G back, you're going to be right on that train of how he's a future Hall of Fame quarterback. And
This is the real.
the down years in San Francisco.
All right, see, now if Garoppolo is to get cut and come back to New England on cheap money, like much less than he is, then I'm happy with that. I think they have looked into Garoppolo. I don't think Garoppolo is their plan A, plan B, maybe not even plan C. I think they're locked in on trying to get a quarterback. I think they're going to try to get one of their guys tonight, and if they can't, and Jimmy Garoppolo gets cut, then hey, why not? But I mean, this guy's not worth $25 million a year, and we don't even have that kind of cap space left because we signed most of the free agents.
I had a couple quarterback-related questions for you, Steve. What do you think the chances are that one of these top 5 quarterbacks falls to the Patriots if they do not trade up?
Now, Mac Jones in your top 5?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Mac, one of them could probably fall to 15 because, look, it's going to go quarterback the first 3. Right? 1, 2, 3. And then at Atlanta, I don't think they're taking a quarterback.
I don't either.
And then Cincinnati's not taking a quarterback. A few of those teams there, right there, aren't taking a quarterback. There's a shitload of talent in this draft. Like, there's going to be a lot of good players that are like still sitting there. I mean, a guy like Penei Sewell, how many drafts do you think that guy would actually fall to the 5th pick?
Not very often.
Yeah, it's
No.
a weird year
For
with
sure.
the top end quarterbacks out there right now. Obviously, you don't trade-
Devonta Smith, the Heisman winner, they're saying might not even be the first wide receiver taken off the board.
I would bet money that he's not.
I heard the Dolphins like Jalen Waddle over Jamar Chase right now too. A wide receiver might not even be the first pass catcher taken off the board either.
And that's wild.
Exactly. And
And into the top
that
5.
tight end that comes in, Kyle Pitts, I mean, this guy's a fucking freak.
Well, he's a hybrid wide receiver tight end.
I will see how he
Yeah.
does.
So realistically, it sounds like you guys are going to be trading up. Trade up to get your quarterback. That's been a lot of the talk, right?
They are, yeah. It sounds like that if the move is there, they're going to make the move. They are calling. I'm not going to pretend I have sources. I'm not one of those idiots. But
Not
Mike
Waddle,
Reese,
Carson Wentz.
Mike Reese, and Jeff Howe. Yeah, you guys have sources. Mike Reese and Jeff Howe from Boston. They're the guys who they're locked in. They actually know what they're talking about. And they've said the Patriots have inquired about every quarterback in the draft pretty much. They've inquired. They've called Carolina at least about moving up. They've even called Atlanta about moving up.
So I'd say the options would be Atlanta. I think Miami's probably going to stay. They don't want to drop down to 15.
Yeah, and they ain't gonna. Then if they know what Belichick's trading up for, Miami's not about to
Trade with,
make
yeah.
a trade and be like, yeah, we'll give Bill his next franchise quarterback. That's good. That's fine. It's totally fine.
It's his boy Brian. Who knows?
We tried making trades within the TDN, the draft network, where we've been doing all of our mock drafts when we've been doing them live, and we couldn't offer enough picks to trade within the division. I think we tried the football team with the Eagles maybe, and we couldn't offer enough. We offered every single pick they had in the next 2 years, and they wouldn't take it. So not that it's that unrealistic, but I don't see Miami. So you could trade up with Detroit at 7, the Panthers.
Yeah, I was going to say Detroit, and then there's Carolina at 8, and maybe Denver at 9.
So realistically, which spot would you see yourselves trading up to get them? Whoever is there.
I would say Carolina. She's the most realistic because I think Carolina wants to get some later draft capital because of what they gave up for Donald. I think they want to recoup a little bit.
They didn't even have to give up that much. I think a second this year and
Second next year.
second next year and
Second next. Yeah,
Six.
so we can give them a second next year, the 15. I don't know.
So say
I think Carolina might ask for. I don't know. For some reason, I have a feeling Carolina's not going to like hardball the Patriots.
Let's ask you
as
this.
much.
Give us the one guy before you sign off, before we say goodbye to you here for now. Give us the one guy that you want the Patriots to end the first round of this draft with.
Oh, I want Fields, baby.
You want
Let's
Justin
go.
Fields?
Yeah, I want Justin. I mean, I love Trevor Lawrence, but I just don't see that one happening.
Right.
I mean, he did have the gas mask picture
That is true.
released today.
That's true. Yeah, he could fall to 15 now.
Hey, he's not making it past 14.
Also, what do you think of the BudHole setup, Steve? Before we let you
I
go,
fucking love it. I love it.
this is
looks
money
great.
well spent by the Blue Collar Media Group.
We'll take more.
Jesus Christ.
We need a drone.
I don't know if a drone is in the budget yet, but you know, let's see how the numbers are after the show, and then maybe we can talk.
Sounds good.
All right.
All righty, Steve. We'll talk to you later, brother.
Remember
see
to
you
spread
soon.
BudHole.
Later, boys. Yep.
Spread the butthole everywhere.
Really quick before we say welcome to our next guest. The Aaron Rodgers news came out 2:15 today. So it was planted 5 hours before the draft. Imagine Green Bay's front office when that news hit. Do you think
if this is their first time hearing about that, then that's when I wouldn't take it as serious. If this is a serious issue, they've known about this, and he's just finally bringing it to the public, but it's been in-house. If he didn't go in-house with it, that's when they're saying he just wants money, throw some money at him.
Imagine 5 hours before and having to reach all those owners. Half of them don't even have internet. How are you going to get to them? come to a consensus on what you're going to do with Aaron Rodgers.
There's no doubt that every team saw that and called right away to the Packers GM. You know, everyone's interested in Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. So, really quick here, we have from Brandon Shanahan on Facebook. He says, seen an article saying the Saints are trying to trade up to get into the top 10 for a cornerback. Did you guys hear anything about that? I did see a report on PFT. Before we get too far into this, let's welcome in our next guest, Just Luke, who is going to help us break this down.
We didn't get too far into it.
Yo. What's up, BudHole?
What is going on, Luke?
Oh, it's a hockey night in Pittsburgh. You know, I got the hockey game in the back, waiting for the draft. I got my Smith-Schuster jersey on. I got my two pups here just snoozing away. Have a nice cold beer in my hand. I'm ready to talk some football.
There you go. Best kind of Thursday night right there.
Absolutely.
And you guys got a former Minnesota Wild on your team. How's he doing for you?
Jason Zucker. He's probably my top five. It's probably goes him, Jake Ensel. I mean, of course you got to have Sid and Gino. But I love Teddy Bluger, and I love what Jeff Carter's doing for him right now, getting traded from LA to Pittsburgh. And Mrs. Carter is a smoke show. So thanks for coming to Pittsburgh, Mrs. Carter.
Star, do you know anything about this? I know you're kind of the unofficial wives and girlfriends connoisseur.
Jason Zucker's wife, Carly.
You're talking about somebody else, I think.
Oh.
No, Jeff Carter. Jeff Carter's wife.
Oh, let me just do a quick little internet search here.
Yes.
I like to know on athletes' wives.
While Star does that, what are you looking forward to tonight from the NFL draft?
You know, I'm just waiting for all the Steelers talk and just watch the internet blow up when they don't pick Najee Harris, because it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
They need offensive line help desperately. Uh-oh, somebody's attacking the house.
Even your dog doesn't like that take. Najee Harris, 24. That sounds pretty damn good to me.
My take on it is he's either going to get drafted before 24 or not in the first round at all.
Well, we talked about the Arizona Cardinals. We talked about, I think, the Miami Dolphins, a great fit. And, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. The draft night, I mean, it all started with Aaron Rodgers today. So, I mean, we have no idea where this is going. Zero.
And surprisingly, we haven't heard too many bombshells outside of Aaron Rodgers. Normally, you get a couple of them draft day leading up to the draft of big moves, big changes, players, issues that happen, the gas mask of Tunsil, and he starts to fall. We haven't seen really anything like that today besides Aaron Rodgers. So,
yeah. No, I think my biggest thing is if you are the Cincinnati Bengals, you take Penei Sewell. All you got to do is look at Joe Burrow's knee and be like, I think we need an offensive tackle. We can't have our franchise quarterback getting pummeled like he did last year, especially in the AFC North, where it's just edge rusher after edge rusher after edge rusher after edge rusher. I mean, you have to take an offensive tackle. I know Jamar Chase is like right there. I think the Falcons will take him if they're going to try to trade Julio Jones and then try to get Jamar Chase on a 5-year early contract. I mean, it'd be a smart idea for them. But they also, Matt Ryan's not getting any younger either. So I don't really know what the Falcons are going to do it for.
Kyle Pitts has been slated there quite a bit. That's what I've been seeing lately.
And as far as pass catchers goes, he's kind of the most similar to Julio in this draft.
Yeah. I mean, that's right. And, you know, that's what the NFL has become now. It's getting those rookies on those first 4-year deals and then the option of 5 to try to get them on cheap deals to try to win a Super Bowl. So, I mean, the Atlanta Falcons aren't a wide receiver away from a Super Bowl, but it's a good start.
Yeah, you got to kind of feel for Hayden Hurst. He was a first-round pick a couple of years ago. They draft Mark Andrews. He gets traded, thinks he's going to be the tight end 1 in Atlanta. Now all of a sudden there's the Pitts talk. He kind of feels like the Josh Rosen of tight ends.
Yeah, pretty much. He's going to be riding the pine if Kyle Pitts gets the call. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, or he'll be on the trade block the next day. I mean, I think that Kyle Pitts is Jimmy Graham 2.0. I mean, I'm not going to say he's way better than Jimmy Graham, but because Jimmy Graham had Drew Brees to start. But, I mean, Matt Ryan's no scrub, so having Matt Ryan at a quarterback as a rookie probably is not a bad idea either.
It's kind of interesting, actually, that you bring up Jimmy Graham, because that when we had draft expert Matt Waldman on our podcast, Kyle Pitts was the guy that he compared him to, Jimmy Graham, because He said Pitts is a little bit stronger, a little bit more willing blocker, but their athleticism in the passing game is what sets these guys apart and what makes them top tight end prospects.
Right. Well, Jimmy Graham started this whole trend of athletic tight ends. At least in my
Gates doesn't exist, I guess.
He does, but in the league right now, it all started really with Tony Gonzalez. If you really want to go with the tight end situation, and then Rob Gronkowski's right there. You can name so many, but Kyle Pitts is just an absolute freak, and the willingness to block is what gets me, because Rob Gronkowski is one prolific catcher of the football and touchdown scorer, but the man can block too. And being able to block, especially in Atlanta where they love to run the ball, why not? Why not try to take Kyle Pitts there?
Definitely. What are some stories from the NFL draft that you're most looking forward to watching unfold tonight?
I want to see where Devontae Smith goes. I've heard a lot of shit talking from him this week. I don't think I've heard of a Heisman winner getting shit talked as much as Devontae Smith this week. Between his weight, is he NFL ready? Is he too raw? I would really like to see where he goes. Because right now I've been looking, I'm an avid FanDuel person. And right now, Devontae Smith over under 11.5 picks. If he goes over, it's plus 104. So, I don't think he gets, he'll get picked in the first 15 picks. But right now in my last mock draft, I have him going to Detroit Lions at 7. So, they got to get Jared Goff some weapons up there in Detroit. He won't succeed without any weapons. So, you might as well try to give him a very Slenderman looking Calvin Johnson. How about that?
Yeah.
11.5 that's a nice line.
Not the same.
I want to push the over, but I don't know if he'd make it past the Giants at 11 if he falls that far. They need another pass catcher to help Kenny Golladay, kind of relieve a little pressure on him. Daniel Jones needs another guy. Haven't been able to get the ball.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And Daniel Jones is fighting for a job, and same as Dave Gettleman. They need to win this year. They need to start racking up these W's. And as far as Kenny Golladay goes, he is a great wide receiver, but he doesn't stay healthy. So I don't know what his value is going to be to that team.
True. There has been Heisman winners in the past. The newest member of the Jacksonville Jaguars, hopefully, Tim Tebow, got shat on.
Tim Tebow is going to be their tight end for Urban Meyer.
That'd be so
I really
awesome.
hope he comes back to the league.
I'm surprised you didn't show up in a Tebow Jaguars jersey tonight, Star.
They said it was going to be like 30-minute shipping. Fuck Amazon, dude.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Fresh off the print.
Absolutely. Though they have that printing press in the back real quick. They'll print off Tebow one. Why not?
Well, I will get it when it comes out. Goes right next to my Eagles one.
Love it. All right. All righty, Luke. We will be checking in with you later. Thanks for joining, and we'll loop back here at some point during the draft and break this thing down with you.
Absolutely, guys. Drink one for me. Let's go.
Cheers.
Really quick before we bring in the next guest here, I'm going to stop saying this eventually, but right now it's new to me to be pulling in people, because usually we do a long form podcast with somebody. So it's an intro off the top and then boom, an hour with this person breaking down sports. This is fun.
It is.
We're now 30 minutes in. We're 30 minutes until the draft. The great Brandino.
The first pick's not until 7:15.
What do we
That's
got? 45 minutes until it really matters?
That's true. Let's give a list of some giveaways really quick here, because if you didn't start out watching the live coverage, you didn't see the intro video, which spelled it all out. What are we giving away to the listeners here, Brandino?
So we're live night 1, night 2. Tonight, when the draft kicks off, we're going to be giving away a $25 gift card courtesy of Blue Collar Media Group. So to enter that one, we're going to have a live word. It's going to be BudHole. We're going to announce it again closer to draft kickoff. So you'll do BudHole in the comments. We're going to put every name together within the first 2 picks. And then we are going to select the winner randomly. We'll pull it up online so everybody will see it. Pick 10. We're going to have another code word that we'll announce after the winner of the first pick. We're giving away a $50 gift card.
Ooh.
Nice.
And everything besides the BudHole swag is presented by Blue Collar Media Group. So go check them out, bluecollarmg.com,
Great
or
guys.
on all socials, Blue Collar MG. At pick 20, we're giving away a jersey, current player of your choice. And then at pick 30, we're going to be giving away 2 game tickets to a regular season game of your choice.
Stay up late.
All right. If you guys won the jersey, who are you picking? Current NFL player.
Patty P, number 7.
Patty P7, Fresh Vikings.
I'll probably get it regardless. I can't
Aaron
win.
Rodgers, San Francisco.
No, you won't. I still won't root for him if he went to San Francisco.
As long as he's not with the Packers, I'm okay with it. No, I think I would probably go with, I might go with Justin Jefferson.
J. Jeff.
Yeah. I don't really like it in Vikings jerseys because then the players leave and I feel like it's partially my fault. So I don't know if I would do that one, but
I got a nice
I
little
like Jefferson.
fat purple section of my closet.
All Vikings.
Former.
Hey,
Huh?
you know,
Former Vikings.
I
right?
have Harrison Smith. He's my only current one I still have.
speaking of Jefferson, he actually just had his gritty dance come out in Fortnite just last night. So you can get gritty.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's Jefferson's locker too. It's his favorite skin to wear. Yeah. Fortnite related. Jefferson.
Also, with the BCMG, you have time before the draft to enter for the mock draft. If you haven't filled it up all the way up to it, that's for a $25 gift card, correct?
Yep. Which it's you pick every player from, in the first round who you think they're going to go. It doesn't account for any trades that happen afterwards. So it's filled out as is. Obviously,
Does the position still count though? If you have him going 7 and he gets drafted 7 just by a different team, is it still a point?
Sure. We'll call it that. So
Sounds
you get a
good.
point for each correct answer. You get a bonus point for each correct answer in a row. So let's say it goes Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson. You're going to get a point for Trevor Lawrence, a point for Zach Wilson, and a bonus point for getting 2 in a row. That winner will be announced at the beginning of day 2. So that kicks off tomorrow's giveaway. We do have a listener question here. Do you have to be present to win? What do you guys think?
Present
Make a
to win.
present to
Yeah,
win?
definitely. If you're
Present
not
to
present,
win.
you can't win.
Yeah, if you don't
Really
claim
quick
the
here, let's
prize-
welcome in Joe to the podcast. I should say to the live coverage while we go through this. Joe, how's it going?
Hey guys, not too bad. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you bet, man. To answer the listener's question though, as far as be present, why would you not be present?
Is that girl dumb or something?
God, Megan.
Don't be dumb,
Also,
Megan.
you,
the hell, Megan.
boom, roasted.
Even Joe knows.
Yeah, like Joe
Come on.
barely even knows. He doesn't even know Megan, and he knows.
Joe, do you think Megan fell in the sewer when she was younger?
Okay. Well, I mean, there was definitely something going on there when she was younger. I'm not going to say it was the sewer. It could have been stairs involved. I'm not sure exactly. She definitely fell
I
somewhere
heard
at
her
some
older
point.
brother dropped her when she was a little kid, so that might have something to do with it. I'm not going to take all the blame for that one, but possibly.
Oh, okay.
Also, for the giveaways, for the last one, you have to have all 3 code words correct. to
Write
win
them
the
down,
giveaway.
text yourself, remember the code words.
Yep.
It's like Nintendo passwords.
We're giving
Just write
away
them all down.
2
Blue
game
Diamond,
tickets. There's
Purple
got to be a
Gem.
little commitment. This is going to be a lot of fun to win the game tickets.
And Joe, you are doing something special as well tonight for NFL draft coverage. Kind of break down what you're doing over at bluecollarmg.com.
Yeah, so basically, this is kind of the first draft where I'm not just a fan watching. I'm kind of working the draft a little bit. I'm gonna go through every pick from the first round. I'm gonna give each pick a grade, and obviously, we don't know entirely, what the actual grades of these picks are until years down the line when, obviously, we know how the players perform. But we all like to speculate. That's what we've been doing for the last few months. So I figure why not a little bit more speculation here at the end of the first round. So I'll be going through every pick and just kind of giving it a grade, giving my opinion on it, kind of like talking about how good of value guys got and where they were selected. And I'm excited. I'm really excited to be working the draft this year.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a totally different feel. It's a little bit more exciting.
For
You're not just sitting as a fan, so you're actually doing a little bit more work here. But it's what we love to do. We love the NFL draft. So sitting here and talking about it and writing articles after the draft is over and analyzing and doing all that. That's why we're here. It's why we're doing it.
100%.
Yeah. So if you are if you're planning to watch the draft somewhere else than BudHole's live coverage, which would just be an absolute stupid decision, but you're more of a written form type of person, head on over to www.bluecollarmg.com. Get Joe's coverage of the draft with grades. as this thing goes along. It should be a fun night for you covering it, Joe. And we appreciate having you coming on as well to join us to plug it.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on.
And who's your team?
I'm a Dolphins fan, so I got 2 picks to worry about tonight.
Double the trouble there. Who do you think you're taking at 6, assuming that you stay there?
Well, I want Kyle Pitts. I think, I don't know. The closer we get to the draft, I think he's going to be a member of the Atlanta Falcons. But I just think he's amazing. He's a generational talent. I want Kyle Pitts there at 6. But if I had to guess who they're going to take, I mean, I think it'll probably be Devontae Smith. I know Jalen Waddle's getting a ton of hype right now as far as that number 6 pick goes. But I don't know. We saw a lot of hype around the Dolphins with Justin Herbert last year. That turned out to be all smoke. So I don't believe anything when it comes to the Dolphins. I think they do a good job in that front office of keeping things under wraps. We had essentially no idea they were going to take Tua last year. It seemed like it was Justin Herbert. So I just feel like, I don't know, I have a feeling Devontae Smith is the kind of guy that they'd want there, and he can team up with Tua again, and they can hopefully work their magic one more time here in Miami like they did at Alabama. And then with the 18th pick, I have them taking Kwity Paye in my most recent mock draft. I would be okay with that. I think they definitely need a pass rusher. I think it's a little bit too early for running back for me. But yeah, if I had to guess, I would probably say Devontae Smith at 6, and then maybe an edge rusher like Kwity Paye there at 18.
That would be a solid draft.
Hindsight is 2020. Are you disappointed that they didn't go with Herbert?
I'm going to say that I still believe in Tua. I was last year. I have never been so nervous for a draft. I really wanted Tua. I thought Justin Herbert was going to be a bust, so I was obviously way off the mark with that. But obviously, hindsight is 2020. It would have definitely been probably a smarter move to go with Justin Herbert, but I still believe in Tua. I think he can be, with the right surrounding talent, I think he can be a solid quarterback.
Yep.
And I mean, the writing's not all on the wall yet. Like you said earlier, these picks, you don't really know how they pan out until a couple years down the road. So Tua came off his injury last year. They didn't know if he was going to start week 1. Mm-hmm. He came in, he was able to start early, kind of flipping off with Ryan Fitzpatrick there, which can mess with a quarterback's confidence. And maybe that injury was lagging a little bit and he wasn't able to throw the ball as deep down the field. That's why he's getting all that bad rep for throwing intermediate passes. And, not that the wide receivers are terrible there, but, he definitely needed a boost. So Parker can't do everything. Adding Will Fuller is going to help. Gesicki's a solid player. So adding another weapon for him is going to be huge for his year 2 development.
100%. I don't think people really understand the lack of talent that Tua had on that offense last year. Like, genuinely, I mean, that guy had nothing. He had Lynn Bowden as like his number 2 receiver at some points during last season. So, I mean, it's definitely I expect him to improve quite a bit this season. I'm not going to say he's going to be a top 10 quarterback, but I definitely expect improvement. And I hope they surround him with talent in this draft.
If this season does not go the Dolphins' way, do they look at a quarterback next draft with all those draft picks they have?
That's a tough question. I would say it depends. It depends on how Tua performs. I guess if they are completely out of the playoffs and he did not perform well, and if they have a high pick, I don't see why not. I mean, the NFL, the way it's moving right now, it's a quick moving league. Like, you don't have time anymore to develop quarterbacks. Teams don't really take the time to develop quarterbacks anymore. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked if, I don't know, the Deshaun Watson situation is obviously still very messy, but I wouldn't be surprised if that kind of comes back to the forefront if he struggles this season. I don't know exactly what's going to happen there, but maybe he has this year off, maybe he's suspended this year, and then it comes back to the forefront next season.
Awesome.
That situation has quieted down a ton.
Yeah, it's kind of eerily quiet.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
Maybe some breaking news here before the draft.
Yeah,
that's I was listening to PFT, and there was Mike Florio was saying that he wouldn't be shocked if all of a sudden they settled all these cases and Deshaun Watson was traded within the next few days. And I don't know how much you can believe that, but that would definitely probably be the biggest story this weekend.
From a legal mind like him, if he says something like that, though, it definitely perks your ears up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure, because he knows all about that as as a former lawyer. But I try not to get too deep into all the legal issues as far as Deshaun Watson goes. But I mean, the football aspect of it is very fascinating.
For sure. Well, once again, Joe, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody, if you are trying to take in the draft coverage in written form, head on over to www.bluecollarmg.com and follow along as Joe grades every single pick tonight over there. Joe, thank you again.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Take it easy.
Call him the professor.
And we will roll right into our next guest.
Great in all the picks.
Sam from the Source Podcast.
Gotcha.
Sam, what is going on?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely, dude. Thanks for joining us. How's it going tonight?
I mean, I can't complain. This is probably my favorite or one of my favorite nights of the year. I'm been preparing for it for a couple months now, so now it's time to enjoy the show, talk about it as we go, and see what the surprises these front offices have for us.
Isn't it awesome, the NFL draft, how big it is compared to every other sport?
I think it's really amazing, and I also think it's incredible to be on social media on a day like today because I think I was talking to my co-host Job. We were talking about how rumors just kind of fly around like mosquitoes on draft day. You kind of and you just don't know which one's going to bite, which one's just going to be pestered, pesky, or just kind of fly away. But there's always everything's flying back and forth. You don't know what's real and what's fake. I think it's really fascinating.
A lot of smoke and mirrors happen in the week leading up, and especially the day of. So I mean, this whole Packers thing could be more of a ploy for Aaron Rodgers to, try and get them to draft the way he wants them to draft, or it could be 100% legit and he doesn't want to play there anymore. So like you said, you really don't know.
Absolutely. And you have a lot of teams that like to play the smokescreen game. I think one team today that's playing it heavily is the San Francisco 49ers. We've been seeing since the end of the college football season that they've been kind of teetering back and forth between who they're interested in. Right after the season, it was all about Justin Fields, especially when they moved up. All of a sudden, as soon as they get there, now they're kind of throwing, do we like Mac Jones? Do we like Trey Lance? Even though at Mac Jones's pro day, they did not look particularly impressed. I'm not necessarily sold, and I think what they do with that third pick is going to be very interesting because I see guys like Justin Fields are at crazy odds to be the third pick now, and I don't necessarily know if it's that crazy of an assumption that Kyle Shanahan would go with like a running quarterback who can work in that zone run scheme very well. And the last time the San Francisco 49ers had a zone run scheme with a dual threat quarterback, Shanahan was not at the helm, but they made a Super Bowl. So I think there's a little bit more to that than people are giving them. And I think Shanahan and Lynch are very smart when it comes to throwing around these smoke screens. They know exactly what they're doing. So I would not put it past them whatsoever.
Do you think they have the most pressure on them because this pick is essentially worth 3 first-round picks already?
Yeah, I think whenever you make a move like that, it's definitely going to be questioned, especially right after the pick is made, especially if it's someone like Mac Jones or Trey Lance, who may have fallen down a little bit further than 3, and they'd be questioned as to why they moved up so high and spent so much value. But at the end of the day, you look at these kinds of trades in hindsight, and it's whether or not a team is getting their guy. If they have someone in this draft that they want to go get, and they feel like the first 2 picks are automatic, which most people are thinking it's Lawrence and Wilson, then they want to go get their guy at the next available pick. And I respect that. I think there's a lot of pressure there, but if they know what they want, which I think they do, because I don't think you make that move without knowing exactly what you're doing it for. If they made that move, I think that they know exactly what they want to do with it. So I think it may be looked at as an overpay from a media perspective, but when you're looking at it from the perspective of GM, it's more of, did they go and get the top guy on their board? And if whoever they're looking at is the top guy on their board, then it doesn't matter where you get him.
And the issue with trading up, for one, you're not going to trade up this much to go with anything other than a quarterback. So they're going with either Mac Jones, Trey Lance, or Justin Fields, unless Zach Wilson falls.
Absolutely.
Now, you don't have that much pressure. I mean, you have pressure on you when you're picking number 1 or number 2, but when you have those picks, it's not like you're trading the house to get up and get a guy. So this has like a Trubisky feel to it. They traded a ton to move up, and they traded with the 49ers, so they know the back end haul of how that works. And they passed on Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson. Now, obviously, you don't know what their careers are going to be like at that stage of the game, but afterwards, when you know, and now Trubisky's on his second team already, they didn't pick up his contract. He's on the Bills, while Mahomes has won a Super Bowl and Watson has looked like one of the best quarterbacks in the league. It looks really bad. So if they don't hit on this in 3 years, it's going to be way worse than the Jets missing on Zach Wilson or Trevor Lawrence not panning out the way they thought he was going to.
Absolutely. And I mean, even if you look at, I don't know if you see the banner back there, but I'm a Giants fan myself. You look at Daniel Jones getting picked at 6. Everyone looks at that as an overpay. Even though they didn't trade up for the pick, it was kind of a pick that people didn't think made sense at the time. And this is his 3rd season. So now we're looking at kind of the prove it year for Daniel Jones. And if he doesn't succeed, then we're going to look at that pick and say, you know, did they really just take a bust of a quarterback at the 6th pick? Now, I'm not saying he is whatsoever, but I'm saying if it pans out that way, drafting quarterbacks that don't pan out in the top 10 is always going to be looked at in hindsight poorly. It's just the way it is. I mean, what you have to do is trust your scouting department, trust your research and what you've done. And I mean, in the case of Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, I mean, yes, they made the wrong choice in hindsight, but I don't necessarily disagree with the idea of it. The only problem I have with their move, and I think it's different from this one, is that they moved from 3 to 2, which just kind of didn't make sense because I don't think anyone thought the 49ers were taking a quarterback at that spot at the time, and they were all looking at defensive linemen. They got Solomon Thomas, who ended up busting, but I mean, he was their guy at 2 and he was their guy at 3 as well, and they knew he would be there. So that didn't really make sense to me. This one makes a little more sense moving up from 12 to 3 if it's Fields. If it's Lance or Wilson, if it's Lance or Jones, I have serious questions about why they went up so high.
I completely agree. Jones is, in my opinion, Jones is a lot like the guy that they have right now.
Garoppolo?
Yeah. I see Jones's median being Jimmy Garoppolo. He could end up being a little better, which in my opinion would mean health, or he could end up being a little bit worse, which would be not quite as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think he's worth what they gave up to be the difference between him and Garoppolo.
I don't think we're going to know what Mac Jones is until Mac Jones plays for an NFL team.
Right.
Well, the goal of the draft.
This is the NFL draft. Let's speculate a little bit, Star.
I'm looking back at the 2019 draft when Daniel Jones went, and where you guys took him for what you needed. There really wasn't that. I mean, it's not like you reached and missed on a guy. Dwayne Haskins hasn't proved to be the guy. Drew Lock was the next quarterback gone. Ryan Finley, Will Grier,
Gardner Minshew
should have been the
Minshew mania.
Daniel Jones, by all accounts, is the second best quarterback in that draft, at least to this stage of the game. And it was Kyler Murray who went 101. So it's not like you missed on him, but.
Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to discredit whatsoever. I'm just saying that there were a lot of questions that he has to kind of have answered in the next couple of years before people start questioning the evaluation of the pick. But yeah, he definitely has a step over a bunch of the other guys in the draft class. And Dwayne Haskins kind of I never thought Dwayne Haskins was going to pan out. I wrote a scouting report on him to compare him to Daniel Jones a couple years back. And there were just a couple issues that I thought needed to be fixed before he became a real NFL quarterback. And they just never seemed like they popped up. So I don't know. I feel like it's a lot about where you go coaching wise. I think that's another reason why I like Fields at 3 so much, is because I think he could really work well with Shanahan. But a guy like Jones is, as you were saying, is the median. He kind of keeps the system the way it is with maybe a healthier quarterback. But maybe a guy like Fields can elevate that system to the next level. And I feel like when you're drafting this high and you move up that many spots and you give up what you gave up, you're asking for a guy who can elevate that system. So I really don't think it's Jones, contrary to all the belief. And I'm sure I can go on freezing cold takes if that does happen. I'm fully prepared for it. I've put it all out in writing. But I just don't necessarily think that he's the guy to take them to that next level.
Let me run this by you really quick. Trey Lance has upside as much as Trevor Lawrence does, but he's also the riskiest first-round quarterback. What do you think of that?
I think saying someone has as much upside as Trevor Lawrence isn't really necessarily fair comparatively, because Trevor Lawrence kind of has had the same upside since he got into college. It's very interesting to look at Trevor Lawrence in college, because the one thing that people can say about him is that he didn't necessarily get that much better as the years went on. He came in as a very polished prospect, but he improved very slightly over the last 2 years, I would say. So for me, I know it's a little bit questionable to compare someone to the potential of Trevor Lawrence, but I don't think we necessarily know what the potential of Trevor Lawrence can be. And for the case of Trey Lance, I definitely think that he has a lot of potential, but I mean, the risk factor is incredibly high, as you were talking about. He's got a lot of the raw talent, but the fact that he's only started 23 games in total, 17. Maybe 17 games 17. In college, and I mean, he played at North Dakota State, which I know Carson Wentz came out of North Dakota State, and everyone's. I know they have been getting better, and they are a decent program when it comes to the conference that they're in. They don't necessarily play the best competition, so to have a guy who isn't necessarily as, I'd say, polished, it depends on where you go. I think seeing him in my mock draft, I put him. I had the Patriots move up for him because I think that he could play behind Cam Newton and kind of work with that power run scheme that they're working with, which also kind of plays into both his athleticism, but also he can throw the ball way better than Cam Newton can, so he could work those wide receivers downfield. And he can get that kind of extra year to learn from someone who's actually a very strong leader from all accounts in the locker room, despite what media personnel like to say. Cam Newton has been looked at very favorably in that New England locker room. So I think that would be a good fit, especially because Cam Newton's just back on that 1-year deal. But Trey Lance definitely has that potential if he can be polished by the right coach. And that's why I think the Patriots would be such a good fit, because Bill Belichick can help mold him.
One thing on Trey Lance, and then we got to pull on another guest here.
No, we don't. He's not in the lobby.
Oh, he's not in the lobby. So we'll keep rolling with it. We went to NDSU. 3 of us went to NDSU. And so we're obviously, or I think I am probably the biggest Bison fan of them all, because I went there the longest. But they are a winning program. And I know they play lesser competition, but they are a pro-style system. So he's got to make pro reads. He's not looking at the first guy. He's not a one-read system. So
absolutely,
way from short to deep, and if he goes deep, he normally reads that right away. And I think they've won 6 of the last 7 championships. I do agree. I think him sitting behind a decent quarterback with a good offensive coordinator, head coach, would be beneficial for his career. So I think Atlanta would be a good fit. Arthur Smith did great things with Ryan Hill. He kind of has a similar style to him, a big arm. He's mobile enough. So I think that system would be great, but it sounds like they're not looking to go quarterback right now.
And that was Homer take from Brandon.
It definitely was. I love Trey Lance.
And I will say about North Dakota State, I watched the film on Trey Lance, and I will say that he goes through his progressions at one of the better rates than any other quarterback in this draft. He is someone who can get through the play by looking through his options and deciphering what's going on in less than 2.5 seconds. The issues for me come in kind of pre-snap, and that's just an experience thing, I think, when it comes to coming up to the line and making the right calls, reading the defense from the line, not in during the play. I think he could improve on that, and I think he could improve a little bit on his footwork when he gets pressured. Those are my only real concerns. But I think that his ability to go through his progressions and his arm strength, I don't think either of those are or should be slept on by general managers in this draft, and I don't think they are. I think that's why he's moving up on so many boards.
And 1 year of experience is definitely a knock on him right now. I mean, he had a really good year. No interceptions. I think he had 40 touchdowns, 4,000 yards in total.
17-0.
Yeah, but 17 games is just – it's not a lot to analyze on a guy and how they're going to do in the NFL.
Especially for someone who wasn't highly recruited out of high school. He doesn't have the backing that other quarterbacks do.
And when you look at how we look at quarterbacks these days, a lot of it is shock value and what we see on SportsCenter and what are the highlights that are on Twitter. But, I mean, when you watch Trey Lance, I feel like he has as much raw talent as you can ask for someone who's played only 23 games. I mean, or 17 games. I mean, he plays like he has a lot more experience than he does. And it's kind of like when we saw Joe Burrow walk up to the line for the first time for the Bengals this season, when he walked up and he just looked like a veteran. He looked like he knew how to run the offense. And there were definitely a couple hitches, but he walked up and he looked like he was making the right reads on the line immediately. And Trey Lance has that kind of feel of the guy who can make an impact, but he needs to sit behind someone who has that kind of skill, who walks up to the line and can see and read the defense as well as a lot of other guys in this draft can, because I think that's one of the only real issues, and that comes with the experience.
Yeah. Trey Lance is an interesting prospect just based on the fact that he's only played 17 games in college. He came from a pro-style offense. He's a very intriguing prospect to talk about in this draft because, like most prospects, last year was weird, but for him it was especially weird playing for an FCS school. So there's a lot of unknown with a lot of these guys. So I think as NFL GMs and scouts go through their process, obviously scouts are done with theirs already. They're going to decide, okay, if we have a guy that we really like, I think this draft specifically, you really have a situation where they're going to move to get the guy that they really like.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. And I think this is a prime. Yeah, I think that's definitely good analysis. This year is definitely a prime year for that, especially with the lack of kind of, I guess, get-together events like the Combine. You get a lot more from interviews and a lot more from individual workouts. And I think that helps the individual. I think that helps the general manager and the rest of the scouting staff really kind of get to know the player on a personal level. So I think this draft is going to be a lot more based on like the feel they have on a player and not necessarily based on some of the statistical data, because for guys like Trey Lance, we don't have enough. And when we're talking about a world that's like run by stats these days, 17 games is just not a large enough sample size. So you have to kind of go off of something else if you're talking about investing your future in somebody. So I think Trey Lance is one of those prospects who got kind of messed up by that. I think there are a couple other guys who have the same problem, which is why on a lot of big boards, including mine, most of the guys that I have going in the first round are from Power 5 schools.
Oh, I'm good. Gage, I'm good.
Yeah.
So like it gets to the point where you're wondering exactly if we had the Combine and we had kind of tape and more data on these guys from smaller schools and FCS schools, would that still be the case, despite the fact that some of these guys are first-round talent?
I think there's just a stigma with guys not from those schools that they don't belong there. So that's why they get pushed to the side when it comes down to draft rankings and stuff like that. As a Giants fan, I have a question for you. Is Daniel Jones the fastest man in the NFL?
The only person that can catch Daniel Jones is Daniel Jones. So, I mean, you answer that question yourself. You got, outran everybody except MetLife's turf. Apparently, according to a lot of people who got injured, MetLife's turf is absolutely fatal. So he was fell victim to that. But yeah, I mean, I can't think of anyone who moves faster than that man. He moves so fast it looks slow. Let's put it that way.
It is pretty wild to watch him run and see how fast he's actually going. Very intriguing.
I think the top speed stats are just questionable. I don't think there's any way he runs as fast as his top speed stat claims.
You don't think so? Isn't that scientific? That police can suck my dick then. They got me on the car telling me how fast I'm going.
One of my that's what I should say next time I get a ticket. One of my friends is a runner.
22.
And he says that top speed, at one point, maybe he reached that top speed, but it's not about that. More so, it's about how he's running consistently. Like, how fast is he consistently running?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't consistently moving 22 miles an hour. I mean, you saw how fast he was. Definitely at least 200. But, I mean.
Hey, dude.
So they can't calculate it.
I had sex on daylight savings time for an hour and 1 minute. So,
woo-hoo! Look at you.
I'm going to take that. All right. Whether daylight savings was included in that or not, I am taking the hour and 1 minute. So 22.8 miles an hour is 22.8 miles an hour.
Hey, there was two of you there. Gage, was it actually an hour and 1 minute?
The cleanup was just 30 seconds.
Yeah. All right, good.
Well, at least you need.
All right, Sam, we will be
Gotta keep it
checking in with
classy.
you. We have you on the docket to check in at a number of picks because when we asked you for what picks you want to come on, you gave me a list and I ran with it. So
1 through 30.
Absolutely.
we'll be having you. We'll be having you on and checking back with you regularly throughout the night. So stay put, and we'll definitely be hearing back from you. Thank you for joining.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Can't wait to talk about what's going on as we go live.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Good. Thanks,
See you
Sam.
soon, Sam.
Do we want to run the intro video again as the draft kicks off here?
Yeah.
It's
7
finished.
o'clock on the nuts, boys. Oh, we're late. We're
7
late.
o'clock. Let's run it quick,
The
and then
pick
we'll
is
get
probably
started.
already in.
They know who it is already.
Welcome back in, everybody. The pre-show is over. The NFL draft is officially here, and the BudHole is very excited to be bringing you this draft coverage powered by the Blue Collar Media Group. We will be live with you all night, covering every single pick in the first round and giving away some awesome prizes. So everybody buckle up, strap in, grab your coolers like Star Lamar has done, set them right by you, and get ready for an awesome night of NFL draft coverage by the BudHole.
We got Bovada up here. There is some prop bets on tonight's coverage.
Yep.
Over or under 3 technical difficulties
5.
on the butthole
Yep.
is on there.
I'm going over.
9.5 is Gage saying stupid shit.
My computer is
Smash
over,
the
under.
over.
as balls.
Smash
So,
it.
I mean, you can bet on this broadcast right here.
We have 2 awesome comments to kick off this thing. The first one, Steel Curtain PEH asks, how long does Jacksonville milk the clock before turning this in?
The entire
You
way.
get all 10 minutes.
It happens every single time because they have production and commercials and everything that goes on. The first 10 picks is going to take the entire time.
Absolutely.
And then we also have a prediction right here from Alyssa on Facebook. She says, prediction, the Vikings stay put and they draft a Hall of Fame lineman. That's the type of positivity we need here at the BudHole.
Wow.
It
I
sounds
think
like a Gage
educated.
opinion, but
Never mind.
I-
I was about to say she could take my spot. That sounded like an educated pick. And yeah,
Well, her and I text and talk more than people know. Should I shoot her a message and see if she wants to swap out? And you can.
Did they draft someone else's lineman? Because there's no way we drafted that lineman, right? They have to
Maybe we
take someone
traded
else.
for one.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
going to be a reach for us to draft Quinn Miners in the first round, but that'd be the Hall of
We
Fame lineman.
we might do it.
Who knows?
God, I would love that. That would absolutely be perfect for the purple.
So for anybody watching on your computer or on your phone, as long as you're not on your TV, then go ahead, turn on NFL Network, ESPN, whatever. Turn it on silent. You can listen to us. We're going to go through and announce the picks as they go. We're going to give you a little bit of analysis on what we think is going to happen leading up to it. And at the end of pick 1, the giveaway is going to end. So make sure you type BudHole in the comments so we can get you added to our list. We're going to announce it on the end of pick 2 on who won the $25 gift card presented by Blue Collar Media Group.
Unhole's the word.
And I'm frantically updating this list as we go because you guys are insane. It's a good insane, but you are effing insane.
Chris, you are entered into the chat. Chris was actually in our fantasy league last year.
Was he?
Oh, that's
He
the
was.
Chris.
Yep.
If you want to comment in the sections and tell us where Scott hurt you, we'll listen. Okay, Chris?
Is that
It's
the
gonna be
one?
okay.
Yeah,
He
Scott.
made the trade with Scott.
Scott
Fuck you, Chris.
Scott didn't even end up winning it, so it worked out.
It
Yeah, he
did.
fucked us in our bet, though.
This is
That's
NFL
true.
draft coverage. Let's just move on.
It didn't matter a bit. Yeah, and okay, one of my favorite things about the NFL draft is looking at the fantasy aspect and learning where these players are going to go and seeing who the next great running backs are going to be. So, what do you guys think? Are we getting 2 running backs in this first round, or is it just going to be total crapshoot?
Well, what's the Bovada over under? Do they have a line for that?
I'll
Potential
look it up.
breaking news
Uh-oh.
from a person who's watching right now. It says Schlereth says Rodgers to Denver is basically a done deal.
Ooh, get him out of the NFC. I love it.
You heard it second tier on the BudHole.
How crazy would the quarterbacks be in the AFC? You'd have Rodgers, Mahomes, Watson.
Denver
Josh
makes
Allen,
sense on
Lamar Jackson.
Denver makes sense on a lot of levels. One, they have a top 10 pick.
Yep.
2, they're in the AFC. And 3, if Mark Schlereth is running with it, he's as tied into the Denver organization as anybody is into any organization. He knows the Denver organization.
George Patton has seen what Aaron Rodgers can do
That's
over
true.
the last 10 years.
Would it be insane that they just traded a 6th for Bridgewater and then they flip back around and now they trade, assumingly pick number 9 plus more for Aaron Rodgers?
Do you think they trade Bridgewater or Drew Lock in that trade? Because I'm assuming they're
Drew
sending
Lock.
somebody back. Probably Drew Lock.
Or maybe it is Teddy B. They have interest in Teddy B coming back after seeing what he did against them for a couple years in Minnesota.
No.
I don't think so.
If you saw him
Doubt it.
play, you're
I don't
out.
think so.
I mean,
If
this is
they
a long
wanted
ball.
Teddy B, they would have put a 6th out there for him.
Yeah, okay, fair. But if you're getting just a chip back for Aaron Rodgers, not a horrible chip to add in. Would you take Teddy B or Drew Lock?
I personally want Teddy B.
Yeah, me too. I'm in the same boat. So I don't know if I were to jump in as the Denver Broncos GM.
Just hang on. I'll keep rolling.
I guess you
I
keep
can't
Teddy
hear
B
you
as the
because
bracket.
Scott's just having a side
Just pay attention
conversation.
We're
here.
trying to figure
Right
out the
here.
giveaways,
Yeah.
boys.
We're getting shit ready for people.
We got
for
lots
giveaways.
of people in this giveaway already, it looks like. And
We- I'm frantic right now. I mean, we'll get it lined up. Don't worry. Everybody will get entered, but I might
Thanks,
just.
Molly Milgren. Go Vikings.
and this will all be timestamped.
Skull.
Can I do a hot take on the number 1 overall pick? Trevor Lawrence
That's
peaked,
That's as hot as it gets.
peaked his freshman year in college.
Ooh.
Oh, that's the take.
I think he peaked. I think that's the only championship he'll ever get, which isn't saying like he peaked because not a lot of quarterbacks actually win the Super Bowl. But I don't think he gets there with the Jaguars, or at least wins it.
I think how our BudHole Madden League went out with us for all getting into the playoffs and advancing to that second round, that could be the AFC West.
If
It'd be
Rodgers goes there,
If Rodgers is at Denver, it'd be really on the Raiders to make it. And I hope Gruden could put something together. They'd get there. You know?
4 teams from one division.
It's
Obviously,
It'd
the
be
rule
insane.
change would be the first time ever, but
Insane.
it's possible, but AFC is really, really hard to do it in.
you think none of them would have the 1 seed either because they beat up on each other.
They'd have to.
Yeah,
You would
they'd all
have-
have to be around 10-6.
You would have the Bills and the Dolphins. Those two would be fighting it out. I think the Dolphins have a decent chance at going back to 10-6 this year.
Let's
The
do something
Ravens, the Steelers, the
sneaky here.
Browns, the Titans, the Colts, like those guys are all going to be, from last year's standpoint, in
Yeah.
the hunt.
Yep.
So
Without
to
a doubt.
have all 4 of those make it, it would be super tough. But
Yeah,
if
and you'd
Rodgers
have
goes there,
a team like Pittsburgh or the Baltimore Ravens out. Texans would be out. Like you're saying, there and the Dolphins. There's some teams that would have to not make it, but that's the NFL. Every week is a fight. You never know what's going to happen any given Sunday.
absolutely.
So we're as this thing goes and rumors get going and drafts get made, we'll be updating our live coverage. So right now we have per Mark Schlereth, Aaron Rodgers to Denver Broncos is all but a done deal. He believes
Did you
it's a
read
done
it?
deal.
Did you see it, or are you just going off what
I'm
I
going
said?
off what you said.
This
Is
is
that
like
fake?
a Alvin Kamara to the Washington Redskins.
So-
You might be
Sources
getting
say-
catfished right now.
Sources.
So does
Sources
that
say.
pick or does that trade not come official until Denver is at the clock?
No, they could make the trade now.
Okay.
You can trade your picks whenever.
Then we'd have to do a shotgun right away for the first trade in the draft.
We didn't even talk about drinking rules. Did
Do
you
we-
do that before I got here?
It's gonna be tough to pay attention. I thought Scott could be our drink police, but I think we're just gonna
Drink.
drink. Yeah, okay, fair.
All right.
How about 1 shotgun for every first round trade?
I'll commit to that one.
I don't think I want to.
I'm gonna take a few.
Here,
Come on.
chicken over here.
But
You can
what,
even
so
just
if
have
I
a-
beat you in the shotgun, then do I get to sit out the next one?
If you beat Gage,
Winner sits out the next one.
ooh, I kind of like that.
I'd be down for
If
that.
you beat
sir.
Gage has to take yours next round.
There's no
Oh, he
complaints
has to
that
go
mine
two
is
then.
a hard lemonade and yours is a beer.
The trajectory of the can is totally different. Who
There's
really
still
knows what's going to
5%.
happen?
Yeah, take.
I love how
take them off the ice. We don't want them ice cold for shotguns. Oh yeah, he's got lemonades in there too.
I love how during the draft coverage, when we pull guests on, Gage just kind of slinks back into his chair like me during a movie review. And then the second is just the buds, Gage breaks out of his shell.
Honestly, it's so hard to pay attention to someone who's not in the room with me.
That's fair.
I can't do it.
You have a hard enough time focusing on
Apologize,
what's
Sam.
in the room.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm still
Okay,
just
I
kinda
heard
mad
the
that-
fire truck come going. I had to take my earbuds off. Oh yeah, it's
Oh,
it's going that way. The fire truck's going that way.
I'm
you
caught
sounded
up.
so Minnesotan right there.
I'm
Oh,
caught
where
up
do you
on
think the fire
giveaways.
We're
truck's
definitely
going?
not in Minnesota.
I'm caught up on giveaways. So if you're watching the stream and you haven't already, comment BudHole on whatever platform you're watching. Get entered into the giveaways. And Brandon, why do people have to sit and watch us all night?
Because at the end of the draft, we're going to be giving away 2 game tickets to a regular season game of your choice. So in order to be entered into that, you have to give all 3 code words correct, which the code words will start after the first $25 giveaway. So we'll give a code word for, we'll start after pick 2 is
All
when
right.
the code word will start. You have to enter it by pick 10. We'll do between pick 9 and pick 10. And then you're going to have to remember the one between pick 10 and pick 20, and then pick 20 and pick 30, and answer all 3 correctly to be entered to win 2 game tickets to a game of your choice.
That's pretty fucking epic.
It is epic. You could go to Las Vegas and watch the Raiders and Chiefs.
They're not paying for you to Las Vegas, though.
No.
What?
Just saying.
Just the tickets.
Just the tickets in Vegas.
This is the
Okay.
BCMG stimulus package, but they're not paying for
You have
you
to
to
get your
travel.
way out there. So if
I'll
you're going
be
to
in
your
Vegas
home,
in October.
so yeah, enter.
Can I enter?
No.
I can't.
cheater.
Shit. But if you're watching, you can enter and you can win and you can go to any game, any regular season game.
So I have a question for you guys. It's popped up on a banner here. Which teams have never had the number 1 overall pick?
It's not a lot.
So how many teams do you think have never had the number 1 overall pick?
Hmm.
7.
If I had to guess,
6
I would
after
say
tonight.
I would hit the under on that. And I'm going to go with 3.
He said 4 in the last podcast, but I'm thinking had a wrong stat.
I don't
Nope.
think you had a wrong stat. I'm going 3.
Okay, so the stat was correct. There have been 4 teams that have never had the number 1 overall pick. The Jaguars were included in that, so now they do have that. There are 3 teams that have never had the number 1 overall pick. Do you guys want to take a stab at which teams?
Oh,
No, but
Google
I'll
it.
take a guess. How about the Houston Texans? They're a pretty new
Their
franchise.
first
Jadeveon
pick
Clowney.
was their first overall pick. Derek
My
Carr.
bad. Okay, get after me.
David Carr. Pardon me.
AFC or NFC? Which both?
Both. 2 in the AFC, 1 in the NFC.
Maybe the Detroit Lions. Always bad, but never bad enough.
Matthew Stafford was number 1 overall pick.
Okay, I get the encyclopedia over here. It's going to be tough for me.
I'm just Googling it because I thought the
Cheater.
Vikings have never had it.
The Vikings have actually
Probably
had
way
2.
early. Damn.
Who'd they take?
It's 1961 and 68, so the year we came into the draft.
All right.
All right, we're closing out on your question here. My question, but your possibility at answering.
Patriots. How about them? They're really good.
The Patriots have had the number 1
Son
overall
of
pick.
a-
Pittsburgh Steelers.
We have the Giants. No, so it was
the New York Giants.
the Denver Broncos,
Denver Broncos. I got there at the same time, if not a little bit before you.
the Baltimore Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, you got that one. And the
Seattle Seahawks.
There you go.
Who
So those-
suck at drafting, by the way. I thought it was weird that they gave up 2 firsts for Adams, but it's not weird because they don't know who to take in the first round.
Absolutely smash it with
So
Adams
yeah,
instead.
they said let's just give them up and get an actually good player. Makes sense now.
Somehow I feel like that's what the Vikings should do. They always seem to be just off with these first round picks, but then 3rd, 4th, 5th round guys.
I mean, if you give us multiple first round picks, we'll hit on one.
Yeah, 1 out of 4.
I'm just saying, like, if we have 2 picks in the first round, Justin Jefferson, hit. Jeff Gladney hits his wife. Like, you're not going to hit on all of them. Harrison Smith, hit. Khalil, not a hit. Cordero Patterson, not a hit. Xavier Rhodes, hit. Sharif Floyd, not a hit. So we went 1 for 3 in that one.
Yeah.
So you give us multiple ones, we're going to hit on one of them probably. We should just always trade back into it.
in reality, the more you have, the more likely you're going to hit, and the more likely you're not going to.
Oh, here's Brandon with stats.
Yeah, stats suck.
Stats suck. There have actually been 8 teams. I don't know why I said that because my question was how many teams have made the playoffs after having the
I
number one
bet you
overall
it's
pick.
8.
You would be correct. It is 8 teams that
Boom,
made 101.
Dang.
That would have been the Vikings were actually one of them.
Nice.
68. We ended up losing the Super Bowl that year. The 78 Oilers, the 82 Patriots, who lost the Super Bowl that year as well. 91 Cowboys, who lost that Super Bowl too. So 3 teams actually made the Super Bowl the year after. Do you think that's possible with the Jaguars?
In their division, yes, I do.
Let's just go making the playoffs.
If they'd played in a different division, I'd say no. But with the Deshaun Watson shit going on, the Tennessee Titans are good, but I think they're beatable. The Colts look like the team to beat in that, depending on what Carson Wentz can do. I think that division is pretty wide open. So I'd say they have a chance, yes.
All right. And did we, did the Vikings trade that 91 pick to the Cowboys?
Yeah, I think that was part
That
of
was
the
our pick?
Herschel Walker trade, I think. Not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure it was.
What a brutal break.
All right, let's see. I have another question for you. Scott's not here, so he's out of the running.
And we do have actually Jacksonville's coming up to the mic with Roger Goodell. I'm sure there's lots of booze.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
CC won't give us the booze. We don't want to get you guys some haptic feedback, so we're just
over under on the booze.
Oh,
I don't think this is
20
the
and a half
pick.
picks.
It's already in the fucking comments. Goodell was getting booed bad.
Oh, I bet.
I think this is still like the opening monologue.
Okay.
They haven't put him on the clock yet. There's no clock.
So let's go back to a few more trivia questions here. All I have are about the number 1 overall pick. So
okay,
we're gonna rip through them while we're waiting on the clock here because Trevor Lawrence is the pick, right?
Why do they say 7 o'clock draft if it doesn't start at 7?
You know, you got your intros.
And
why did we start at 6?
So we could be 4 deep by the time they
some of us started at 6. Some of us started at like 6:10.
I had stuff to do.
All right. So which college has the most players drafted number 1 overall?
Alabama.
There's 3 teams.
They're tied.
They're tied for 5.
University of Southern California.
That'd be 1.
Boom.
You are.
He's an encyclopedia of knowledge, man.
This game ain't fair, man.
There's 2 more schools.
LSU?
No.
Texas.
Nope.
Florida.
No. Let's think.
Ohio State.
Let's think like heartland of America. The central.
Ohio.
Michigan.
That's not the heartland of Ohio. What are you guys talking about?
The heartland of Ohio?
The heartland of America.
I said Ohio State, but you didn't respond.
I said
Close
Ohio
to Texas.
Oklahoma.
There you go.
Boom.
And
Boom.
now
You didn't give me any help. I got it all on my own.
Now, I believe this school is upper northeast. Kind of a gritty old powerhouse team.
Penn State.
Nope. Been around for a long time.
Notre Dame.
There you go. Notre Dame.
It's in Indianapolis.
Suck on that,
Is it
Star.
Indiana. Yeah.
I said northeast. It's
Suck
close
on
enough.
it. Yeah, I
Good
just got
job.
one of those against the encyclopedia.
That's not bad.
I need Scott to come back. so I
Can you see
break
the
seal.
draft? Well, for legal reasons, we can't pull the draft up on our live stream. We'd get shut down by the NFL. We didn't get
NFL's pretty
approval
strict.
by Goodell, but one thing you can do is turn it on TV, mute it, keep us up. We'll still give you the updates as it's going. We're still waiting for the Jaguars to even come on the clock.
They just got put on the clock.
They just got put on the clock, so we're not waiting for that anymore.
Well, Broncos man will tell you exactly what's happening if you don't have a TV. Jaguars are on the clock. They were 1-15 last year. They're trying to move Gardner Minshew this draft. Let's see
And
what
that
happens.
Jaguars draft room does not look active at all. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, they're just excited they signed Tim Tebow today.
Wait, was that contract pen to paper or?
And then not pen to paper yet. Look
Okay.
at Trevor Lawrence's brother with the hair down to his belly button. It's got to be a brother, yeah?
I didn't see.
That flow was pretty long, though.
And he looked like Weird Al Yankovic.
Mm.
Do you know how many number 1 overall picks made the Hall of Fame?
Well, okay, there's 55 seasons, so about 55 first-round picks.
First overall picks.
I'm talking like all time. So since 1936, that's when the NFL draft kicked off. How many have made the Hall of Fame?
18.
Pat, let's be real. Like geography at the BudHole, it's not our strong suit.
Yeah, geometry either. Well,
How many did you say?
18, yeah. I'm
Star?
18.
I'm going to say 15.
Scott, how many first round picks since 1936 have made the Hall of Fame? Any guesses in the comments? Let us know.
Since 1936.
Yep.
I'm going to say 8.
Star was the closest. It's 14. 14 have made the Hall of Fame. 20 have won the Super Bowl. And 8 have won MVP.
Ooh.
Do we have any listeners nail that?
We had one guy.
He picked my pick.
He had 18. Alex had 13. So Alex was pretty close too. So we had a couple guys that were fairly close.
And actually, Price is Right rules, Scott wins, but Star was way closer with 15. Just so you know.
It's not Price is Right rules. This is, I made my own rules.
Wait,
This
were
is
you
from
referring
Windsor.
to this Broncos man 78's message when you said we can't pull the draft up?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. We never promised to have the draft on. We just said we'd cover it live, which we're doing. So we wish we could, but the NFL doesn't let us do that.
Their licensing is pretty tough to get by.
So I'm sorry, Broncos man. We will, however, have the draft network pulled up, and we will be updating the picks as they come in. So that's a thing we will be doing as the draft goes. So you'll be able to see who's been picked. We'll update trades as they get done, and we'll be breaking down every single pick from this moment forward. So we will have our own form of draft coverage. You will be able to see everything that you could see with NFL Network or with ESPN. It will just be legal as far as the BudHole is concerned, which we do like to bend the rules.
Oh, what a sweetie pie. Alex says we're a lot better than Roger Goodell. I would agree with that one.
I can say, and
Alex, after our hearts.
I'm not a
What a-
homosexual,
What a
but
cute giggle.
There's, yeah, okay.
I need
fair
to
enough.
finish what I started because I said I'm not a homosexual. But we all are definitely more cute than Roger Goodell. And I'll speak for myself on that. Actually, Gage, I'll let you speak for me. Am I hotter than Goodell?
10 out of 10, I'd pick you over Goodell.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So that's enough bromancing. If you guys have favorite teams that you want to throw out, who you think they might pick, you can start doing that in the comments section, and we'll give you another entry into the giveaways if you pick the correct player that your team picks, minus the Jaguars, because Trevor Lawrence is a lock, as well as Wilson. None of that. But starting from 3 on forward, if you get the correct player that your team picks, we'll throw you in some more entries here. We're trying to build this entry giveaway way up there so that everybody's got a fair chance. Because right now I got 18 entries and there's only another 18 total. I'm just kidding.
I got trivia questions too, Brandon.
Oh, let's hear it, Star.
What was the French Emperor Napoleon's last name?
Dynamite. Ah, I said it first.
All right, drink.
Is that a joke?
He was his last name was the third, right? Napoleon the Third.
I'm pretty sure it was Dynamite.
Here we go. We're getting some guesses in here. We have Vikings with Vera Tucker.
What am I doing? You control that.
We have Patriots with Fields. You can help out here. I mean, we don't
I
need to
hope
step on
so.
each other's touchdown calls.
Be
we
nice to
are-
root for him for a change.
I thought you were a big Patriots apologist.
Kind of.
Yeah.
But it's hard to apologize from when they win so much.
Oh, you can apologize for the cheating they do.
They win so much.
The cheating just comes at a.
Where's Lady Gaga from?
Star Lamar has his favorite team, Green Bay, selecting Hugh Jocks.
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
Oh, drum roll. God, I've never felt so.
We are going to
Yeah.
pull up momentarily here the draft network, and we'll be updating our draft board. Brandon, you got that lined up? Of course you do. Why would you not? And the much awaited Jacksonville Jaguars pick, which has been a lock since they were given the first pick in the draft, is going to be none other than. Should we just break the news to
Like
the whole world?
Bortles. What if it's not, though?
That'd be a shocker.
I think that would shock the world.
What if Gardner Minshew just
Imagine-
walked in with his like shirt half buttoned up and looked at Urban, and Urban's like, "God damn it, you got me."
Like
And
a
we're
Zeke
gonna
suit,
take Penny Sewell.
abs showing. Cut right off at the abs.
I know you only won one game last year, but you're an American treasure.
ESPN is comparing Lawrence to Peyton Manning. I just
More
maybe
athletic. Peyton Manning.
interceptions in the first season. Break that record for good old Peyton. All right.
I will say
Damn it, just
That's
announce
a
it.
rough comparison.
It's pretty damn awesome that we're live with fans once again this draft. Last year, the virtual worked for a year, but it's so much better with the live crowd, the live boos, especially with Goodell, the live everything, reaction to the trades, all of it. Star Lamar is our official soundboard this evening. So
we have the sound off too, and it really hurts my soul because I love that draft pick is in sound. Just gets me going.
Oh, so the fan goes and gets to sit in the chair the whole time?
That's actually very true. If you look close enough, you can see the draft on Scott's shiny head.
That's with some creative differences, though.
that's the type of coverage you get at the BudHole where you don't get anywhere else.
It's just reversed.
All right, let's
Yes.
hear it. Let's get the
With the first pick in the
Trevor
2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence. No shocker at pick 1. That's for damn sure.
He went and hugged his wife first, if you bet on that.
That was a prop.
I believe that was.
Not a lot of mask wearing going on there. You think he gets roasted for that? I would say probably.
Family. Chill, dude.
The mob does not bow down to anybody. Gage's rage.
Where does Trevor Lawrence reside? Where was he at just there? Was it in Florida? I mean, you
He
could
probably already moved to Jacksonville.
North Dakota. I mean, you can live in a state where they don't have mask mandates and
Do you
hug your
think-
family.
Do you think Trevor Lawrence is intimidated by the fact that he's going to have to compete for a job with Tim Tebow?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%.
They're both running out wide, offensive weapons on the wide.
tight ends,
Yeah. 3 tight end set.
some sort of fullback.
Trips tight ends. Wildcat.
Wow.
Who
never
is
seen
their
that
tight
before.
end?
Wildcat.
Tyler Eifert isn't there anymore, is he? Or did they pick him up again?
I'm not 100% sure on who their tight end is, but I mean, this pick isn't surprising. We've known it for months. I think the odds to get him today was like minus 100,000.
Yeah, and we haven't really properly broken down Trevor Lawrence because it's been a no-brainer that he's going to Jacksonville. But this dude is probably the best prospect since Andrew Luck. He's as good a chance at changing Jacksonville's fortunes as they could ever dream of.
New head coach. This guy's been the number 1 quarterback since he's been 14 years old. He's got the arm, he's got the strength, he's got the speed, the accuracy. I mean, he's got everything you want. So we all knew the draft didn't start at 1. This was a no-brainer. But
What's wrong with him? There's got to be something wrong with him.
I would say what's wrong with him is what he is right now is a very, very good quarterback, but he's not one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league as a prospect right now. So if he has hit his maturation ceiling, which there's a chance, I would say not a great chance, but there is a chance that he has, he's going to be just kind of a guy in the NFL. That was injuries too, but I hate saying injuries because anybody could have injury history or anybody could have an injury. But what you're getting right now in Trevor Lawrence, in my estimation, is a top 15-ish quarterback in the league.
starting out.
What's that do for fantasy value for a DJ Shark or a Laviska Shenault?
A lot of times what the fantasy guys say is anytime you get a top quarterback into a new offense, everybody's stock value is lifted. So
Like
James
Dogecoin.
Robinson lifted, just like Dogecoin, to the moon.
So pick number 1 is in. We said that by the end of pick 2, we're going to give the giveaway.
Let's do this.
Scott, why don't you share your screen so everybody can see you're doing this legit?
Well, why don't
I'll
we
add
have
you
you
to the
watch? Because there is potential safety concerns here if you're sharing every single person's.
He's got many
name.
tabs of cartoon
Okay,
porn.
okay.
Open.
So
Give me 1 second here. I'll enter the stream and we'll do it with my phone.
what are we doing?
Just bear with me. Don't click it quite yet. We got a few minutes. Who do you think the
Does
Jets
this
are gonna
count
take?
as technical difficulties?
No.
No,
That's not one for the over or
nothing
under?
has wrecked the stream. We're still rolling. We still have lots of live watchers. I think the comments are still coming through. Sounds like there's a lot of mouth breathers in Cleveland.
I mean, that's fair.
Is this everyone said this is Zach Wilson?
Mm.
Have they came out and said it's Zach Wilson?
No, there's a chance they could shock the world here. There is a chance.
And I'm absolutely horrible at geography. Where's Clemson star in relation to the United States?
South Carolina.
Okay.
I believe. It's one of the Carolinas. I think it's South Carolina.
So it's no brainer. The Jets are taking a QB here, right? It's just which one?
This is perfect right here. Paul loved it. There's a lot of mouth breathers in Cleveland.
Pretty sure we said that already, Scott.
No, I know we said it, but him posting in the ha 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 at the end when you geek. So what are we waiting on here for this giveaway?
For the Jets to take another bust at
I'm
quarterback.
not sure you're gonna be able to get in. There's already 10 people in. That's the max you can have, dude. That's called a technical difficulty.
Brandon's already in though.
Uh-oh. What row?
I'll exit. You know,
I'll exit and I'll enter.
fuck it. Here we go. Let's pull up my camera.
Dang, 3 minutes left. What if the Jets fumbled the bag
I
on
guess the
this one
question
because
is,
they
what's
couldn't
the
pick
point?
the right
What
guy?
are we doing?
They won't. If they have their guy, they're fielding calls. They're calling the Packers right now. I really want to know if this Rodgers to Denver
That would just
is
be
really
amazing. Just trade comes in.
Zach on his technical difficulties.
Already. You just do it. We'll trust you.
Well, Jesus criminy. All right, here we go. We're spinning the wheel.
And
The wheel of names is being spun. And the winner of the first giveaway
Smart man to have
is
this.
at Alex223588 on Twitter. Reach out to the BudHole, claim your prize. We'll reach out to you. Don't worry, Alex. At Alex223588. I hope it's not a bot.
Congratulations, Alex. 22385.
Alex, you're the real man.
Pick
And he's watching on Periscope. I think he knows he just won.
number 2 is in.
Oh.
They made the selection. There's no trade for Rodgers.
Does that banner still? Do they say the pick is traded right away if it's
Yeah, as soon as it's traded.
Okay,
It
okay.
doesn't wait until the end of the
And what
clock
is
or
the
anything
first
like
prize
that.
that Alex wins, Brandon?
Alex wins a $25 gift card.
$25 gift card for Alex223588, and he is active. We have his comment right here. Let's go, pulled up on the screen. Congratulations, Alex. We will get in contact with you regarding this prize.
good stuff?
Did anybody in the mock draft get Trevor Lawrence wrong at number 1? I wonder.
Yeah, we only have 92% of mock drafts remaining after that Trevor Lawrence pick.
Really?
Woo!
Yes. 8% dropped off. I'm assuming they probably thought our mock draft will be made or break right here.
Or they're idiots.
Or they might be idiots, yes.
Yeah, well,
So are we all in unison here? This is Zach Wilson.
I think
Yeah.
they're going to pick Zach Wilson. I don't think they should pick Zach Wilson, but it's a very Jets thing to do.
That's true.
Is to pick a quarterback that's going to bust. Geno Smith might have been better.
I think it's just quarterback. I think
We're
we
going to
have
pull
four.
in
You
just
think all
Luke
5?
here. Just Luke. Here we come. We're pulling you into the stream. Break this thing down with us. You did mention.
Am I in?
Fine.
I am in.
We're in.
Look at that.
We did jot you down for pick 102. So welcome to the stream once again.
Yeah, good to be back. The Jets are going to jet, fellas, and this is going to be a quarterback that they have no business on drafting right now. So yeah,
Zach
why
Wilson.
not? Yeah, Zach Wilson.
If
They are just a dumpster fire. I mean, I don't know
And
what
it
else.
Zach Wilson officially announced.
Zach Wilson is the pick at pick number 2 to the Jets. I think this is
Poor
such
guy.
a close pick.
Poor
I
guy.
don't know how delayed this is, but
There's a
So-
level of delay.
There is.
Really quick, though, we want you to rate. Josh Elliott 9 asks, can I get a Trevor Lawrence flow rate 1 to 10? How nice is Lawrence's flow?
12.
When I think of flow, I think hockey flow. So I mean, it's got to be slick back. He ain't got no slick to it. I mean, I still give him like a 7, maybe an 8, but I don't know. I really wasn't paying close attention to Trevor. I was looking more of Mrs. Lawrence, but it's all right.
I wonder how much money he spends on shampoo and conditioner because it is nice hair. It might not be the style you like, but it's nice. You know,
Well,
it's
him-
sitting pretty.
Well, now him and Gardner Minshew, I mean, they're both feathered and lethal down there. So I mean, I don't know what
Yeah,
else.
that could be
I
a
mean,
duo.
Do you think that Lawrence can grow the mustache that Minshew has?
I can't see it. I don't see the Paul Senior mustache. I don't see it.
And we'll ask our official, unofficial flow rater, Gage's Rage. What is Trevor Lawrence's flow like to you? Because you used to rock a pretty sick mullet.
Yeah. And I was going to comment on Star's comment about shampoo. It's really not the shampoo; it's the conditioner that matters.
That's what matters.
Yep. So it's product choice first off. But that's a 10. That's a 10 all day in my world.
Is it? I think you're sucking up.
I
So-
personally have the curls, so I get the variance, but straight hair, you can't go wrong.
So what, Luke, what are you, when there's references to Zach Wilson, a lot of critics say, oh, he reminds me a lot of Baker Mayfield, Johnny Manziel. Where are you at on the spectrum of Zach Wilson? Are you that far? Baker Mayfield and Johnny Manziel need to be split. So is he
First-
closer to one than the other?
First of all, they're not even the same conversation.
Okay.
I would take Baker Mayfield 9 out of 10 times over Johnny Manziel. I mean, there's not a world where I would pick Johnny Manziel over Baker Mayfield.
What if somebody said his ceiling's Mayfield, his floor is Manziel? Would you agree with that?
The ceiling on Baker Mayfield is way better. That team is stacked to win the next 3 years. So I would take Baker. But Zach has a lot of work to do. He has no help. Robbie Anderson isn't there anymore, right? He's with Carolina.
Correct.
I think, right?
They got Corey
Yeah.
Davis and
Well, they have Mims, who they drafted last
Mims,
year.
and
They
then
have Chris Herndon
Crowder.
at tight end. They have Jamison Crowder.
yeah,
They still have Lev Bell. You got to assume they're going to try to. No, they don't have Lev Bell. Sorry. They have, who did they draft last year? Perrine?
Samaje
P. Ryan.
Yes.
Not
See
Samaj.
Ryan.
Michael.
Michael.
P. Ryan.
So they need to get some help to him on that offense. And you would think that this draft, they're going to do that.
Well, they have pick 23.
And
Yeah.
speaking of girlfriends, Zach Wilson's got a nice one.
Yeah, smoke show.
Yeah.
But I've been of the camp for if you're one of these teams that are just going to blow it up, they need 5 years. You know, they need 4 draft classes and a year to deal with it. But the NFL does not allow them the time to do that. That's the problem. Most of the time, you get 3 years, and after that, it's kind of you might have a job, you might not have a job. That's why I said the New York Giants are really on the clock this year because it's been 3 years for the Daniel Jones project. So, this year 3, year 4 jump is critical for most teams.
Put yourself into the Jets' shoes here at pick 2. And obviously, Zach Wilson has been the pick for the Jets. Who would you have drafted at pick number 2 if you were the general manager of the New York Football Jets?
Well, fuck. I mean, you don't have a quarterback. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't trade for Teddy Ballgame. I mean, why not? They gave up a 6th round pick. I mean, pretty much nothing. I mean, I'm surprised they just didn't swap Sam Darnold and Teddy Bridgewater and figured it out. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So a quarterback was absolutely necessary, but I would rather, me being the Ohio State fan, I would rather have seen Justin Fields go at number 2. He's a well-rounded, pro-ready quarterback. I mean, either way, you're going into a dumpster fire, so you just got to hope, just stay healthy for the first year. I mean, that is your main concern, is staying healthy for the first year in that Jets program. If you can get out of the first year relatively unscathed, I mean, I would rather have seen Justin Fields go there.
I agree
It's
completely.
a good thing he has a girlfriend, so he doesn't have to get mono like Sam Darnold did. So
He gets
He sees ghosts. He sees ghosts on the offensive line.
that's true.
So the San Francisco pick here is the first real mystery of the draft. Where you think they end up going?
I mean, they're definitely going to draft here. I don't think they're trading it, but I don't know what fits Kyle Shanahan's offense better. I think Justin Fields fits it way better than Mac Jones does. Justin Fields is his accuracy down the field is better than Mac Jones. His mobility is better than Mac Jones, especially in that zone stretch kind of scheme that they want to run with Mostert and those guys out there, and having Brandon Ayuk, who came on the scene last year. So, why not? Why not try to shoot for Justin Fields? This is going to be probably one of the most scrutinized picks within the next probably 3 or 4 years for the San Francisco 49ers and Kyle Shanahan and Drew Lynch.
There's a lot of pressure on Shanahan with this pick. You got to make it right. You don't trade the house and get it wrong. If you do, that's how you lose your job.
Yes, absolutely. There's so much more riding on this pick than the average person cares to really realize. But they're getting so much back. They traded DeForest Buckner last year, but they get Nick Bosa back from a knee injury. They were a Super Bowl team 2 years ago or 3 years ago. So, I mean, they're really not that far off. And if Justin Fields gives them that opportunity to stretch it down the field more, you might as well just give it a shot. He's on a rookie deal for the next 5 years, so you ain't got to pay him. So
It's definitely what have you seen or done for me lately. And they're only 2 years removed from the Super Bowl. It was a bad year last year.
The
People are
49ers
assuming
pick is in.
pick is in.
Sorry, keep going though, Star.
I was saying that they were just there 2 years ago, but you look at the Atlanta Falcons who lost the Super Bowl and have not been a shell of themselves since then. So you never know that you're going to come right back to that.
So we have a question here. Why is everyone saying super? Super is the first code word. You can kind of see at the bottom here, scrolling across. It should say $50 gift card. We are using a $50 gift card, which you have to type in super, and we are going to announce it, pick 10. So we're getting people entered now. So use code word super. We have another one here, Sports Gene. Let's go.
And we'll move back here to the 49ers banner because, as we mentioned, the 49ers pick is in. And this has been really where everybody says this is where the draft starts. Right here, pick 3. There's been a lot of smoke screen that the Niners are going to take Mac Jones. I think he's the odds-on favorite. It's been going back and forth between him and Trey Lance.
Yep, and the code word.
As was being said earlier during the broadcast, the 49ers are very good at keeping their mouths shut regarding what they're planning to do.
What is so funny?
I just wanted to say the code word is super, not supper. If you wrote supper, that does not count.
Who's writing supper out there?
Maybe we got some hungry listeners.
Their last names is
Joe King, who also says that I have accelerated group.
Trey Lance. Oh my God.
You know,
they drafted Trey Lance.
All in on Trey Lance.
What?
Trade that much for pick 3. Shoot for the fucking stars. Trey Lance.
That's
boy.
exciting stuff.
Wow.
The pistol is coming back to San Fran.
I knew we should have bet Trey Lance.
Wow.
I mentioned it in the chat.
Odds of Trey Lance today was minus 170.
Minus 170.
I don't think that's surprising at all.
Stars bummed.
If they hold on to Jimmy G,
Justin Fields is going to be better than him.
he
But
can sit behind him, learn the system a little bit. Otherwise, if he's ready to start day one, that's a huge pick. Smoke and mirrors, Justin Fields and Mac Jones up until Trey Lance pick.
I love it.
Mac Jones was total bull.
It was total bullshit.
now he
Luke,
can slide because it seemed like the San Francisco 49ers were the only team that was in love with Mac Jones. Mac Jones could see an Aaron Rodgers type slide right
Fields
now.
at 4 could really hit, though. I really think Atlanta's looking at a prospect, especially after the trade talks for Julio came out. This could be huge for.
Could it be the trade,
Atlanta.
or you think Atlanta's going to take it?
I think Atlanta might take it.
all right, Luke, why don't you give us your breakdown
Pitts
of this
is sitting
pick
right
really
there,
quick before we
That's
pull in
crazy. It sucks because I don't see Trey Lance. I don't. He's not on national. I mean, he is, but it's like ESPN2. Weird times. I never got to really see him. Usually, there's one time a year that you put him on College Game Day, and I'm like, hey, I can watch North Dakota State play. Well, he has. All I really know is from all the mock drafts I've seen and all the talk, he is very raw. He has 17 games under him, so I have really no idea how his game's going to transition to the NFL. But I'm telling you right now, with Kyle Shanahan at the helm, this offense can be very deadly.
Yes, it
Very
can.
deadly.
Luke,
If all those running backs can stay healthy, it'll be pretty good for San Francisco.
They lost
Awesome.
half their.
Thank you so much, Luke. And we'll be pulling you back up as this draft continues to unfold.
Sounds good, boys.
Trey Lance.
We are pulling now Sam back in from earlier during the show. We're pulling Sam in for pick 4. Sam, what is going on?
Can you hear me? All right. Yeah, sorry, I was having some tech issues there. I was wrong, obviously. We're going to move that one out of the way.
Are you going freezing cold takes?
Yeah, send me right over there. I said I could go there if that happens. I was willing to take the risk. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I just think it's good that they didn't take Mac Jones. I know that kind of sounds rude, but at the end of the day, I think Mac Jones is not necessarily top 10, top 15 talent. And if you're going to make that move up from 12 to 3, I don't know why it would be up there, would be there for Mac. It makes more sense to do it for Trey because, you know, you scout every team, you scout a player and you expect every team to look at him the same way you do. That's kind of the way you go into it. And that's how you make sure you get the guy you want. So moving up like that, I guess makes sense, but it makes more sense for Lance than it does for Jones. But I'm still a little surprised, I got to say.
And he was a late riser. up into the top 3 picks, but so was a guy like Patrick Mahomes, who people thought the Chiefs were being dumb to trade up and trade future picks to go grab him, and that ended up making every other team look stupid after they did that. Could he have a similar type of career arc to that, you think? You think that's what they're shooting for, or do you think that they're swinging at?
Yeah. I think Patrick Mahomes was more of like it wasn't so much of he's raw. Are we going to be able to make him into an NFL quarterback? It was just like he's not necessarily as looked at upon favorably. The way I guess I see it is they saw Mahomes in a light that they didn't see anyone else in. And I guess the 49ers, you could say the 49ers see Lance in the same way. I would say it's slightly different in the fact that Mahomes did go to Texas Tech and he did have a game against Baker Mayfield where one threw 7 touchdowns and the other threw 6. You know, he had been in that national spotlight before. So I think it's a little different in that sense, but I'm still I don't know. I think it's definitely something where the 49ers had him as the top guy on their board. I saw something from Schefter saying that they had him as the smartest QB on their board. I don't know necessarily what the validity of that is, but
he was from Minnesota, so it kind of goes hand in hand. But
yeah, but what I will say is that if that's their guy and that's who they wanted to move up for, and they thought that everyone else would have him ranked as highly as they did, then that's their guy, and we'll see how it turns out. We could look back at this in 3 years and say it was a horrible move or that it was value. You know, you look at that Chiefs pick. And before people knew what Mahomes was, they were like, why did they trade 2 first-round picks to get back up to 11? Didn't really make sense to them, but they wanted to go get their guy, and they found an opportunity to do it. So, I mean, props to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch for, you know, sacking up and making this deal to go get their guy that may have fallen a little further if they hadn't. But I mean, I think it's just good that it's not Mac Jones, because I think that would have been something that would have been a lot harder to explain.
And let's remember, too, this 49ers roster is in a very similar spot to where that Chiefs roster was when they got Mahomes. It's a loaded roster, and it's ready for a quarterback that can take them to that next level. Alex Smith was a nice player. Patrick Mahomes is next level.
Speaking of loaded, Papa Murphy's stuffed pizza is loaded with meat.
Shut up, dude. We don't have a sponsorship with them. This is definitely not Papa Murphy's. It's anything but yeah, it's pretty good.
Schefter just tweeted that no one on the 49ers knew what the pick was except for Lynch and Shanahan.
Yeah, and I believe that wholeheartedly. I think I wouldn't even be surprised if they were smoke screening their own organization because they're sneaky.
They don't want it to leak out. They don't want anybody else to know.
Yeah. As I was saying earlier, Shanahan and Lynch are very smart when it comes to this. This is not their first rodeo.
No. We do have breaking news here. Atlanta's pick is in. And
we're in.
Play a Trey Lance highlight video here, but we
might
won't.
as well pull up Justin Fields.
Yeah.
And the listeners watching on TV may be about 4 to 5 seconds ahead of us.
We are watching on YouTube TV.
So
break it in the comments if you can, man.
So while we wait for this,
I am a little bit ahead of you guys. Do you want me to spoil it for you, or
yeah, just do it?
The 4th pick in the 2021 NFL draft, the Falcons have selected Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts.
That was the consensus.
Yeah, 3 is.
Yeah, and I really think you can't go wrong with him.
4, it's coming back. So I have a different opinion than most people, just for the fact that he's a tight end. I think that's way too high for a tight end to go, especially with how many first-round busts at the position there's been in the last 10 to 15 years. But he is an anomaly and a unique player, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I just feel like 4 for a tight end seems way too high.
Well, I think you have to really think about depth of impact when you're talking about picking in the top 5. You want to pick a guy that's going to make a gigantic impact on one side of the ball, whatever side it may be. Kyle Pitts is not just a tight end. And I know we've talked about him a lot during the pre-draft show, but he is someone, as we mentioned, who is an amazing blocker, but he's also someone you can extend out to the outside. You could have him posted out wide with Julio and move Ridley into the slot. You can do a lot of different things. You could have him out in 3 wide receiver sets or in bunch tight end sets. I mean, the possibilities are endless, and Arthur Smith does use his tight ends phenomenally. We saw how he used Jonnu Smith last year. So, I mean, I don't know. I think that is a pick that you really can't go wrong with. I know that they could have gone Fields. I saw some people in the chat Fields is definitely someone who I could have seen going here. But the fact of the matter is that they still have Ryan on contract, and they want to give him as many weapons as possible while he's there. And Kyle Pitts is a generational talent. And if you don't want to pass that up, you're not going to get this chance again. So I really do respect the pick.
Yeah. Do you think he'll be used more effective as a move type player from 20 to 20 or as a red zone target in his rookie year?
I think in his rookie year, they're going to try to explore exactly how explosive he is, because if you watched him at Florida, I had a roommate who was a Florida fan, so I had to watch every game. And Kyle Pitts, not only did he take up 2 to 3 guys every single time he was on the field, but he got away from those guys. And what he does best is break through the middle for these long seam routes that can be from 20 to 20, but also can be explosive big plays. So something I guess I'd say he's a red zone threat, because I think if he's going to a team like Atlanta, which he is, you have a lot of guys who are already 20 threats with Julio and Calvin Ridley. So he might not get that work initially as they work him into the offense. But I think over the season, you're going to see him get a lot more involved in the play-by-play game. And you'll see him, as we see in these highlights, his burst through the middle can change everything. You have him in the middle with Ridley and Julio on either side. I don't know how you stop that with a secondary unless you have an absolutely elite secondary. So I really do like what they're going for on offense here. Obviously, their defense could use a little work, but I think it's also worth noting that that last season their defense got a lot better when they fired Dan Quinn and promoted their defensive coordinator. And I know that they got a whole new setup now because their defensive coordinator went somewhere else. But what I will say is that I think that they have a lot to improve on that end, but Kyle Pitts is not someone you can just pass up, especially if it's a position where you think you might need it.
The question now becomes with Julio Jones. What do you think they do with Julio Jones and his contract now?
I think that they keep Julio Jones. I just think at this point, I see a lot of the offers, the mock offers for him, and wide receivers just are not necessarily garnering as much value in the market as you're really looking for, especially if you're trading a star player like Julio Jones. You're trading a star. You want to get the return like you got for Jamal Adams with 2 first-round picks and a 3rd-round pick or something. If you trade Julio Jones, the mock trades I've seen have had him be like a 1 and a 4, like a 2 and a 3, or 2 2s and a 3. And for the impact that he has, I just don't necessarily think that's worth it, especially if you have an offense with as much firepower here as you do, and a defense that's kind of lacking a little bit. You're going to need that offense to put up as many points as possible. You need this offense to put up 25 to 30 points a game. And that's not necessarily a long shot when you have Julio, Ridley, and Pitts. I mean, saying that scares me. It genuinely. It should scare NFC South fans of other teams and their secondaries, honestly.
Pitts as a complementary person to Julio is better than Pitts as a replacement for Julio as far as production for him? Or
I think absolutely. I think absolutely. I think they'd work a lot better together than they would if they moved off from Julio and made Kyle Pitts the centerpiece. It's not like Kyle Pitts can't handle being the number 1 guy on the team. He showed that he can this year. It's more so that they cannot dedicate an entire section of the defense to one part of the field. And it's more of a spacing thing. Is at least when you have Julio on the field and Calvin Ridley on one other side, you run a cover 2 with safety help over on both sides. You can double cover both of those guys in a man zone hybrid system. But now if you put Kyle Pitts in the middle of that, suddenly you're asking those linebackers to cover this freak of an athlete who, if he gets past them, the safeties are preoccupied on the sides. So you have this triple threat, whereas if Julio wasn't there, they wouldn't necessarily have to stack that second safety over to one of the other sides, and they could use that to help over the top on Kyle Pitts and kind of they'll leave one side open, but they'll cover the main parts. And that's kind of what happens with Julio Jones as the game goes further, and one of the reasons why Calvin Ridley got so much production this season. I think with Kyle Pitts in the picture, it improves everybody's production because nobody can get doubled. And if they can, someone's open.
I know you're saying that Pitts would be an awesome weapon over the middle, but could you imagine Julio on one side and Pitts on the other?
If you can move Ridley into the slot, that would be explosive. That would be phenomenal. The thing that's beautiful here is that Kyle Pitts is so versatile that if Ridley's able to make that transition, because we don't know if Ridley can make that transition, but if Ridley is able to make that transition, Pitts can play outside. If Ridley can't make that transition, he can still play in the slot or in the tight end position, easy peasy. So I think it's a really good fit, especially in this offense. And Andrew does say in the chat, you still got to protect Matt Ryan. I do agree, but I think this offensive line class is a little better than people give them credit for. So look for Atlanta to take some of these offensive linemen deeper into the draft, but they do have a little bit of a problem up there, and they are going to have to fix that up if they want this offense to be able to score as much.
Yeah, and they do have pick 36, so they could definitely snag a solid offensive lineman there at the beginning of the second round.
Exactly.
And let's not forget that you can't trade Julio
until after the draft.
Until June 1st.
Totally later.
So not that they can't, but it just does not make sense.
Mm-hmm.
We do have Alex commenting here. Falcons taking Trask in a later round to get the duo back together. I mean, I wouldn't rule out the possibility.
I like it. I kind of like it, honestly. And listen, I think Kyle Trask's kind of a low-risk guy if you're taking him in the middle rounds because, from what we've seen at Florida, he is very coachable. Everything Dan Mullen said about him and everything I've seen is that he's a decent leader and that he's very willing to take instructions from coaches. I've seen him make adjustments in game that I thought were very impressive after making mistakes. He doesn't usually make the same mistake twice, which I think is a very undervalued part of a quarterback's game. Obviously, his movement is not stellar, but neither is Matt Ryan's. And if the Falcons choose to stay with this pocket passer style of quarterback, I could definitely see them taking a flyer on him in the third round, fourth round. I think that last game that he played really kind of dropped the stock a little bit, and I don't necessarily think he should have played in it. But I think that if the Falcons were to take Kyle Trask there, it would be encouraging for Falcons fans because that's a guy that you could actually see developing under a veteran like Matt Ryan. And Matt Ryan, as long as he's willing, I feel like can be a very, very strong mentor.
I 100% agree, and I don't think Kyle Trask is the most immobile quarterback out there. He may not have the mobility of Zach Wilson or Trevor Lawrence, but he can move around a little bit as well.
He knows where he is. His footwork is solid. He knows where he is on the field.
And he kind of has, I don't know, I bring it back to Ryan Tannehill because Arthur Smith was the OC, but I wouldn't compare him to Ryan Tannehill, but I think Arthur Smith can get the most out of Kyle Trask.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think Arthur Smith is a very good match for him as well, especially with the kind of quarterbacks that Arthur Smith has worked with in the past. You kind of look at Tannehill in Tennessee as the most recent, and I wouldn't necessarily compare Kyle Trask to Ryan Tannehill because I think Ryan Tannehill, I don't think they play the same style at all. But I will say that Arthur Smith is very good with quarterbacks, and I can't really see a better place for him to go in this scenario than Arthur Smith.
All right, the Bengals pick is in.
It is.
We have a prediction of Sewell or Chase here.
I mocked Chase in my mock draft, and everyone got mad at me.
They did it.
Oh, man, that's a tough one. You got to protect your freaking quarterback.
I knew it. You keep the wife happy. You keep the QB happy. It's the same concept. You get his best friend. I understand that you got to protect him, but you keep the wife and QB happy at all times. Get him his best friend and his best receiver from college.
Yeah, wife will be really happy when he's spending half of his season at home with her instead of playing football games. I don't see how they don't take an offensive lineman there. Sewell would be a great fit there.
Hey, I'll let the offensive line drop all day. I want one on the Vikings, but I made a comparison earlier in the offseason to Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson to DeAndre Hopkins and Sammy Watkins. Do you think there's any relevance to that at all? Because DeAndre Hopkins got drafted lower, was looked at as the second option on that Clemson team. Sammy Watkins was the star, went high the next year. And obviously DeAndre Hopkins has had the better career from then. And I kind of saw the same thing going with these two between Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Or do you think Jamar Chase is going to be a stud?
I see a lot of it, honestly. And I think when you look at production, you also have to look at who's getting covered heavily.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase is the reason that Justin Jefferson scored 4 touchdowns in that game.
Playoff game last year.
Yeah. I mean, Jamar Chase is the reason that Justin Jefferson had a lot of his production. By the way, Justin Jefferson's phenomenal. I'm not taking anything away from him. But what I'm saying is that Jamar Chase's being on the field just makes it's that Julio Calvin Ridley issue again, where it's just incredibly difficult for a defense to have any safety help for either one because there are too many weapons on the field, especially hello. Well, I guess I'm running things now. So what do we got going on here? Looking on at the draft right now, I think the Dolphins pick is in. I'm just gonna go ahead and keep running as if everything's going straight. Hello to everybody in the chat. Didn't expect to be doing this, but we're gonna be coming with the picks as they go. Taking it on the fly. Why not? Oh, here we go. Are they back? We are back. We are
I was
back.
talking to you the whole time. I was really confused on why you couldn't hear me. You were switching a battery out. I thought I'd still be able to voice chat with you.
Yeah, that's my fault on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I still had you guys there.
Well, thanks for taking over for us. We appreciate it.
No problem. Just trying to, take it on the fly as we go. Technical
Viewership
difficulties
is
can't stop me.
Maybe we should just let you take it over.
Maybe someday. Who knows? Hopefully we get there. Thank you, El Nap. I appreciate that. I tried my best.
But yeah,
Just
you
unplug
don't
it,
see the
plug it
same
back
thing.
in.
So, but going back to DeAndre Hopkins and Sammy Watkins,
Yeah.
obviously Sammy Watkins was the better prospect coming out. What do you think led to him not being successful in the NFL?
Well, I think part of it was injuries. First of all, we have to look at the fact that Sammy Watkins was slowed down by injuries, but a lot of it, I think, also comes down to some. I'm not going to say work ethic necessarily because I'm not going to question the work ethic of somebody without seriously looking into it and looking into their. I feel like that's an insult that kind of goes around sports media a little too much. But what I will say is that I think Sammy Watkins kind of didn't develop at the speed that he needed to develop at, and he didn't really. I think that when he got drafted, he kind of got rushed into this number one wide receiver role that he was ready for in college, but he wasn't necessarily ready for in the NFL. Whereas DeAndre Hopkins was ready to step into that role and didn't get the chance to in college, and that kind of drove him to want to be that number one guy in the pros and get that much better.
I see where you're coming from. Makes sense. Are they
Whoa.
Oh, is it in?
Dolphins
It's-
have the pick.
Break it.
Jalen Waddle to hook up with his boy Tua. We got back-to-back teammate connection.
That's awesome. I love that pick.
Wow.
Quarterback, wide receivers, teaming back up 5 and 6.
Brandon, do you got the
Let's
draft
go.
board updated? If you do, we'll pull that up quick and put that on screen.
And we did read that they saw Jalen Waddle as a better prospect than Jamar Chase. So maybe they're excited that Jamar Chase went 5. Sewell's dropping.
I think the Lions are kind of swimming in confusion right now.
I think they take Sewell.
I think they take Sewell, but they're also in desperate need of a receiver. And I think one of the guys that they were looking at just went, unless they're going to go 3 straight receivers here, which I would not be surprised to see.
You're wrong, mate. There are wrong in this, so.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Smith go here. Dre in the chat asked who the Dolphins picked. They picked Jalen Waddle. We got it a little bit ahead of time.
Yeah.
Jeez. This is cool. This is the best case scenario for the Vikings, as long as people keep passing. Carolina Panthers are a team that we have to really watch out for coming up here. But if there's a run on wide receivers here, and Detroit takes Devonta, that's easily best case scenario for the Vikings in one of Slater or Sewell dropping to them. Or maybe there's something wrong with them. Who knows?
Yeah, right now I have Vera Tucker mocked to you guys, which I know some people like and some people don't like. Darashaw is also a possibility there if both of them are off the board. But I really think the Panthers are your biggest roadblock because I think, and this is just me speaking as if I was a Vikings fan, I would want Rashawn Slater the most to drop down because, I just don't think Sewell makes it down to 14, but the farther Sewell drops, that means the farther Slater drops too. So that kind of just...
Sorry for interrupting. I was going to say having the Chargers, the pick ahead of us is also alarming because most people that are avid NFL fans can't name their left tackle, their current left tackle, because it's like a 4th round pick from 2 years ago that no one really knows. So,
yeah, I my only thing with the Chargers, I think that their biggest concern in the first round is going to be defense. especially because they had those injuries to Melvin Ingram and Joey Bosa last year. I think they go for an edge. And I feel like they're kind of in the right spot for an edge because I don't think either of the top two edge guys, meaning Quick Pay and Jalen Phillips. I actually have Phillips ranked higher than Quickie, but I think that they go with Jalen Phillips there, honestly. I could definitely see them going with a guard, but I just think that after Herbert had such a stellar season and the offense performed so well, but the defense also had situations where they gave up 45, 50 points in games, I think they're going to have to look at getting some pressure on the QB.
I mean, as a Vikings fan, I'm very hopeful for that. Going back to this Dolphins selection now with Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
How much do you think Tua played a role in picking between Jalen and Devonta? Obviously, he has known both of them. Do you think he said Jalen's going to be the better receiver?
This is an interesting question because it kind of just brings in an aspect that we don't really take into account, which is the experience of the former teammates with these receivers. Yeah. We talk about the differences in skill and route running, but we don't talk about who does Tua like to play with the most. I guess I would have to say that Tua probably felt more comfortable with Jalen Waddle because his season with his time with Jalen Waddle was a little less interrupted with injury, and he was able to get more continuity. I don't know. I just think I think that it kind of comes down to a situation where he was probably like, I'm going to let the scouting department make the decision between those two guys, but I want one of those two guys. And then if it came really down to it, and they probably sat him down and said, listen, you have to tell us who you want more. I think he probably does have the slight edge to Jalen Waddle in that scenario. So I could see that definitely being a slight push.
And here we have the Lions pick coming in hot.
I just wonder the fact that Tua picked Waddle over Devonta could create a Devonta slide because they said his own quarterback didn't want him. He's the Heisman Trophy winner. Borderline first-round pick last year had he came out. And I don't think he'll slide, but I just think that could go into the back of the minds of GMs around the league.
Absolutely. And I don't want to play too much spoiler here because it's very ahead of the broadcast. But I've got the 7th overall pick right in front of me. The Lions have selected Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
Sewell.
Wow.
As soon as he dropped,
the least sexy pick of all time, but probably the necessary pick.
And
absolutely.
You got a brand new quarterback who's making a lot of money. You got to protect him.
And the depth for wide receiver in this draft, there's quite a bit of it. I don't think it's as good as it was last year, but you can find some good guys that they're going to be able to get in round 2, possibly round 3 even. I mean, there's some guys that they could find even later in the draft that are going to be solid. So Rashad Bateman could be available at the top of the 2nd round for them to take, which would be a great pick for them as well.
Oh, I mean, they'd be high-fiving in that draft room.
Absolutely. So I think Sewell's it's a solid pick here. I thought Slater was going to go just because I thought Sewell would have went 5, but either one of those would be solid. I just didn't see Sewell falling as far as he did.
Are they kicking themselves if the Baltimore Ravens and the Green Bay Packers at the end of this first round snag a wide receiver and wide receivers kind of go hot?
I don't think so. I think there's enough guys that they can find somebody at the top of the 2nd round if they really wanted a wide receiver then.
You know who's
I don't necessarily know. I mean, unless there are a lot. I just feel like a lot of these wide receivers, the more wide receivers get picked, the more wide receivers are going to climb up the board. We're going to see guys. I feel like we might see guys like Elijah Moore, Kadarius Toney, or Terrence Marshall kind of enter this late first round area, and that fringe 2nd round area starts looking a lot more valuable.
Yeah. People that are really happy about this are DeAndre Swift and Kerryon Johnson in fantasy.
Amen. Now, I think for you guys, the big issue here is I think that now the Panthers are locked in on either Parsons or Slater would be my guess.
Yeah.
Depending on which way they want to go.
We have somebody from YouTube asking, are you guys ahead or are you just breaking it early? Well, what we actually have on our TV is we're streaming this on YouTube TV, which generally lags behind. So if you're streaming the draft, you will be lagging behind. I'm assuming, Sam, you're watching this on DirecTV or cable or something. Or are you just
I'm streaming it directly through my my Xfinity account. Yeah.
Okay. So currently the guy that we have on with us right now from the Source Podcast, Sam, he's ahead of the BudHole. So we're going with him first because we want to be getting you guys the information as soon as possible.
And luckily, my podcast co-host is on Twitter scouring, making sure, and he also has a couple sources hitting us up. So luckily, we're in good hands while I'm up on here. I got my co-host searching through the interwebs, making sure we got everything right.
Perfect.
Do they know anything about the Rodgers to Broncos? Have they heard any of those rumors?
Only thing I've heard about those rumors is that Schlereth came up with them. I haven't heard any other source bring it up, which to me either is saying that this guy's got one hell of a story, or he talked to the wrong guy over a set of beers. Yeah. I'm not really sure. Schlereth is, an intelligent guy and he breaks news. He's done it before, but I have not heard anything else about this, and I haven't heard anything about their draft capital being a part of it either.
It's
as we approach their pick.
One of those stories that you want to be the first person to break it.
Oh man!
Anything with Aaron Rodgers. We just saw up on our video the Detroit Lions going absolutely wild.
They are so ecstatic.
They're so happy. There's a lineman.
I totally think that's Sewell. I mean,
what are we?
It was already broken.
I
think it's already happened.
Who did not think Sewell would be gone before 7?
Because in previous years in the draft, and I know a lot of TV coverage has gone away with it, they would show people getting phone calls prior to the pick being announced.
They don't do that anymore.
And they don't do it anymore because
Weird.
they thought it was playing spoiler and all that stuff. But I'm sure the information is still out there.
Absolutely.
Someone gets Penei Sewell got the call. His sister
his
tweeted.
Brother.
Someone tells someone who tells someone who tells someone who thankfully tells someone that we find out to know.
Yeah. 10 minutes before the actual pick, 5 minutes before the actual pick. But here they're showing up.
Officially,
this is it.
He's got the Pizza Hut. Pizza fuels the draft.
So now the Vikings need another edge rusher.
Nobody out-pizzas the Hut, and Penei Sewell knows that.
Let's see if the next guest is ready to roll. It looks like
I guarantee
Andrew from Boomtown Pod is in the waiting room ready to rock and roll. So Sam, we will catch up with you here in a few picks as you're slated to come back around pick number 11. So not too long from now, we'll be catching back up with you. Enjoy the draft, and we'll catch up here shortly.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you. I'll be here, man. See you guys soon.
Crazy.
Andrew from the Boomtown Pod. What's up, brother?
What's up, fellas? Let's go. Man, it's been a long time coming. I miss you guys. How you guys doing?
Good. Great.
We're doing good.
Pretty good.
This is my Christmas, so I'm just having a good time.
This is like the pre-cum phase of the NFL season. So this is exciting.
I'm the opposite of that. I feel like this is the actual end of the NFL season. The Super Bowl happens. This is the Super Bowl happens, and then everyone goes right into draft talk. Draft's over. That's explosion. And then you got the 4 months until actual NFL talk starts up again.
The cigarette after sex thing would be a pretty good way of putting this, I guess. Yeah, I'll go all right with that. What do you guys think so far? Any surprises?
Sewell going to 7. I did not see that.
I didn't see him falling that far.
Miami and Cincinnati are perfect candidates to steal him up.
Having two quarterbacks on the board with Carolina and Denver coming up.
Talk about a typical team that makes so many fuck ups every single year. The Cincinnati Bengals just can't draft right. I mean, obviously Jamar Chase is a great wide receiver option, but you got T. Higgins, you got Boyd, who established last year. I'm a little confused at the pick, and don't you need somebody who can help your quarterback?
I'm sure the quarterback had a ploy in getting Jamar Chase.
I'm sure he didn't. Those are 3 legitimate wideouts on that team now, though.
Shit.
Yeah,
but you still got to protect the quarterback.
They did.
Like Sam mentioned, though, you got to keep your wife happy. If your wife,
I get it.
Get a wide receiver, you get her a wide receiver.
You go out and get her a pretty dress.
And your wife wants to leave you.
Yeah, she's already packed the bag. She's out the door.
It is interesting, though, right now that the Panthers pick has been taking so long to get in here.
I bet you they have a lot of thought in whether or not they want to take Justin Fields.
Could they be fielding trades?
Do we take Fields? Do we add one more weapon in a guy named there's a couple of them out there. Like, I mean, there's one wide receiver last name Smith who's just sitting there.
Yeah.
I think they take Slater here.
Yeah.
They need some help on the offensive line. I mean, they got okay weapons. Again, I do think the depth in this class is decent enough to get some guys later on. And if Smith is starting to fall, I mean, he'll probably fall to 11. Would be my guess. I don't think the Broncos take him. I don't think the Cowboys take him. And he probably goes to the Giants.
Yeah. It's kind of wild to think that, like, that man like Devontae Smith, like how bad is that hand injury? Because there must be something there that we don't know. Like obviously that hand folded like an accordion at the end of the season, which was a blow. But I mean, how much did it affect him getting picked? Because I had him on my charts. I thought he was way higher than Jalen Waddle. I mean,
I think there's 166 reasons, and
That's
it's
his weight.
Yeah,
I think people are concerned that he's not even 170 pounds. He's light. Who knows how he can handle in the NFL? So I think that's playing a really big role. People are getting nervous.
But damn it, that production.
yeah, I know. And then you look at CeeDee Lamb's pick last year that kind of surprised a lot of people. He's not that big of a dude either. So I don't know. I think that narrative of small wide receivers is, I don't know if it's out the window, but he'd be a great slot guy on that team for sure.
Absolutely.
On Carolina
pick is in. So momentarily here, Andrew, we pull you up during pick 8, but the real reason you're here is for pick 10. How are you feeling right now about where this draft board lays for the Dallas Cowboys?
Everything's according to plan, boys. It looks like Patrick Surtain's going to be there at number 10, the perfect complementary piece and a Dan Quinn defense now. I'm looking forward to this defense as compared to last year. I mean, that was a fucking disaster, what you witnessed last year. I mean, they couldn't stop a bloody nose, man. It was hard to watch. I mean, inside linebackers had no help. I thought last year when they had the chance to potentially take Xavier McKinney, I thought they would take McKinney. I was completely wrong with that. Obviously, the best player in the draft fell to them at 17 was CD. That's what they thought anyways. They took CD. So God knows I could be super wrong about this too.
McKinney fell to the second, didn't he?
Really quick here, Dre, we're going to pull Dre in. Dre's throwing some shade your way. So we're going to pull Dre in really quick.
Dre always throws shade my way.
Are you
Des
drinking
caught it.
because you're sad that your
Des
quarterback
caught
is
it.
leaving?
Des caught it, baby.
We can't hear you.
Got to unmute yourself,
Dre, you
bud.
there?
Oh yeah, I forgot to take the mute button off. Hey fellas.
Oh, I think you got some loud shit going on in the background there, bud.
Oh yeah, sorry. Hold on.
This is every Packers fan right now. This is every Packers
He's
fan.
got a beer in hand and Cardi B in the background to drown his sorrows.
Dre,
All
what's
right,
going on, brother?
There we go.
You dropped into the chat, and we haven't pulled you into the stream yet. So how's it going, man?
It's fine, man. I it's already hard to wake up at 8 a.m. on a Saturday, and then you wake up to all this rumors that your quarterback's gonna get traded. So I don't know. I've got a lot of mixed feelings today.
Yeah, just keep drinking. No, you'll find the truth at the bottom of the bottle, brother. We'll
Good mention.
be drinking.
The pick is in for the Panthers, boys.
Here we go. If anybody gets the pick first, let us know because we don't have it.
J.C. Horn is going to the Carolina Panthers.
No way.
Let's
The
go.
first quarterback off the 4?
Wow.
Horn?
Wow.
He's staying in his area, man. South
That's
Carolina.
you wanted
Staying home in South Carolina.
That's solid. I think he was my third ranked cornerback. So.
Fact. Whatever. I'm cool.
Always gotta be happy.
Continue to roll this way, baby.
Yeah,
Let's
Surtain
go.
right to you at 10.
Man, like I
Wow.
was talking about this. I was talking about this in our group chat earlier today, and I said everybody said, "Well, J.C. Horn might be the better pick." But I think with a Dan Quinn defense, I think he wants somebody who's a little bit bigger, a little bit more aggressive, and a little bit edgier. And I think that's Patrick Surtain. I think he's a little bit more aggressive off the ball. And plus, you've got Trayvon Diggs on the other side, who had a pretty decent rookie season, all things considered, how bad that defense was. So now you got Diggs and a chance of having Surtain on the other side. Cowboys got a decent cornerback situation after an dismal season last year. Boy, oh boy.
J.C. Horn going there, though. I
That's
really
a surprise pick to me. Wow.
They lost.
All right,
I don't
boys.
remember who their top corner was, but they lost their top corner.
2 years
They were-
ago, Byron Jones.
Well, they released
Byron
the guy.
Jones.
Not the
you're
Cowboys.
talking
I'm talking
Bradbury.
the Panthers.
James Bradbury.
Yeah, and then they
James
released
Bradbury.
this offseason. Maybe it was a safety. It could have been. So they need secondary help very bad. And Horn is a baller, man. That dude can lock up. He just has some issues downfield being a little grabby, but I think they can figure that out.
Hear
I'm
me
really
out.
not surprised he was the first cornerback taken, to be
So
honest.
last
Total
year,
surprise.
the Carolina Panthers went defense with every single pick, and people thought there was going to be a reversal this year. But first round, they're going defense again.
Well, they got their quarterback, right? They traded for Darnold. They'll be okay there. I mean, I think he fits that offense pretty decently when they made that trade. I thought it was a great pickup for them. I think Sam Darnold is not a bad quarterback, so Carolina should have some options there, especially like DJ Moore, who had a breakout season too, and Christian McCaffrey will be at 100% next year. So that team offensively looks okay, but yeah, defensively, maybe that was the right pick for them. I mean, they did get roasted a lot last year, so
Oh yeah.
they got shredded a ton.
One thing that's a little bit funny with Carolina trading for Darnold and then drafting a cornerback is Darnold continues to have absolutely no protection.
Zero.
He's used to it though.
Yeah. Poor
The
Sam
modern
Darnold.
day David Carr.
Yeah.
But we have the Broncos on the clock. So
This was supposed to be.
This is the Aaron
They-
Rodgers thing, right?
The
Yeah.
trade is in, right?
But
Yeah,
it's not be. We're taking Schlereth for what he knows.
Dre's stressing.
Dre doesn't have enough beer.
Dre needs my after sex cigarette.
The trade is in right here. Rodgers to Denver.
If they go Justin Fields here, it might still be part of the trade.
Oh yeah.
Who knows?
You can see a trade. You can see a trade and swap here too, right? Like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that.
Trey's sitting here like, fuck me.
Yeah, I'm gonna get another beer, man.
Where are you right now, Dre? It looks nice.
I got a rooftop in my apartment, so I'm just hanging out here.
That's a nice view. I like it, man.
This is the best feed Dre's ever had.
Oh,
You're in Bali, right?
Yeah.
You paid for that. You paid for that good internet.
That's the best. That's the best we could get over here. So
Pretty
yeah.
good, man.
Solid.
All right.
Dre, we'll be pulling you back in momentarily, brother. But for now, hang out in the lobby.
And so pick 9 is up. We're gonna close the giveaway at the end of pick 9. Remember, use code word. Should we give it away?
No. If you didn't pay
There we
attention,
go.
Use the code word.
it's in the chat. You can dig for it if you want.
Yeah, you can dig for it or not.
You got to work for it. And don't forget that code word because you're going to need to group all 3 together to be entered for the NFL tickets at the end of the draft.
Make sure you wrate them down. Write this one down. If you don't enter in this one, you can still enter in the later ones. Just make sure you have it written down.
I want to make a really quick point here. Jill, RK87. The Saints would have had to trade for that. And there was rumors today that they were trying to trade.
Yeah,
I don't know what they were trying to trade for, but I would assume it was a player like Horn that would be an immediate impact player.
Well, Shefty was saying they were trying to trade for the 3rd, so no idea.
Right.
got a question for you, Andrew.
What's up?
As a fan of a team with a 10th overall pick, and you're excited about it, how does it feel for your team to have like a dominant roster and underperform every year?
Oh, buddy, been dealing with this for fucking 20 plus years now. But I mean, the thing is, I think ultimately this year, I saw a lot of bright lights in a negative season. I saw a lot of players who developed pretty well. I mean, you look at the progression of putting CD in the slot. I think that was massive for their team. I also think that the Dak injury plays a pretty significant role in how the season was going to turn out. Cooper's still a freak. We saw that this year. Zeke, I'm so worried right now. I think his best years are already behind him. I'd be activating
running backs.
He's played. Let's face it. He's played a lot of good football for a lot of damn years. I mean, Ohio State, he was the man. I mean, he was just carried that team on their back, literally and figuratively.
Won the first national championship of the playoff era.
Exactly. And so I think he's played a lot of football. And I think last year when Tony Pollard got implemented into the offense a little bit, I think people really realized that, okay, maybe they have a little bit of a stud on Tony Pollard's hands, a couple 100-yard games when he got touches. I mean, it's not a bad problem to have. I just think Zeke's contract and what they're paying him is a little bit of a worrisome. But offensively, I think the Cowboys this year are fine. I will say this is typical Jerry Jones, and hear me out. This could happen, hypothetically speaking. Patrick Surtain is probably the lock pick here, and they have to with Dan Quinn being assigned as the new defensive coordinator. They need help there, but fucking hear me out. They probably won't restructure Michael Gallup, and all of a sudden they take Devontae Smith. Tell me I'm wrong, because stupider shit in Dallas Cowboys history happens.
I could see that.
I'm going to tell you you're wrong.
Thank you.
I don't.
I'm hoping you're telling me I'm wrong, because I would like to be wrong.
I mean, between Dez Bryant and CD was a damn decade, damn near.
Fact.
They're not doing back-to-back first-round wide receivers. They don't seem to do it. Vikings seem like they miss
Coming
on
right
one
up,
every
Josh.
couple years. So it wouldn't surprise me. A cornerback, too, for the Vikings. But I can't see Dallas going wide receiver back-to-back, especially with the success that CD showed and how good he looks. Because I think he's going to be your number one within the next year or two, even over.
Well, yeah, Coops is such a great route runner, right? Like that's the reason why. And everybody forgets that Cooper's only 26 years old. I mean, he's not old. He's been to 3 Pro Bowls and he's 26, right? Like, I mean, ultimately, I've seen stupider shit happen. Last year, like I said, I thought McKinney was for sure going to be taken off the board at safety spot because the Cowboys had 0 and still have 0 safety skills. Donovan Wilson is not the answer. I don't care what anybody says. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm hoping they take Surtain. That's a smart pick here. Again, it's Jerry Jones. I think he's on his early forms of dementia already. So I don't know, man. Stephen Jones just needs to take over this team probably immediately. Tell me I'm wrong.
So the Broncos pick is in. They took the entire time to make this.
Literally the entire time because they were trying to make a trade for sure.
A ton of thought here too. So they wanted Rodgers. It didn't go through. You have one more? Sorry. Star is complaining about his beer count.
It's off.
He says he's drank more than we're giving him credit for. I think they're going Justin Fields.
I think Fields gets taken here. They're not announcing. Patrick Surtain gets taken. Fuck.
Surtain. Oh, man. What does that mean for you?
Caleb Farley,
Rashawn
the best
Slater?
cornerback in the draft.
Rashawn Slater or oh man, I don't know. That O-line needs help too. So we'll see. I mean, God damn it, this was the pick. This was the pick.
Here was a very good pick. They got Kyle Fuller, they got Ronald Darby, they got Patrick Surtain, Justin Simmons. They need to get some linebacker help, but their defensive line has got some depth as well. This defense is building around, defense wins championships. They're getting back to when they won with Peyton Manning. They just need Drew Lock to be a good quarterback.
Is this part of the Micah Parsons drop?
I think
that's also funny because the Cowboys.
Sorry, not to cut you off, Andrew.
No, that's not.
Go ahead. This puts the Cowboys in a tough spot.
I think, honestly, you look at the linebacker position, Alden Smith going to Seattle, that frees it up. But I think you want to have Randy Gregory there because when he is inserted in the lineup, he's an absolute fucking monster. So, honestly, but now the weed's legal. They don't care.
Like they tell you when they're going to test you.
Do you think Micah Parsons here with the Cowboys?
I like Micah Parsons. I think he's.
I don't hate Parsons at all. I just had him not on our radar at all because I thought we needed more help yesterday.
I think Rashawn Slater.
Hey?
Yep. Build up that line again, get a little bit more depth on there. They've been good for a long time, but injuries have been plaguing Tyron Smith. So
he's on his way out too. I think Tyron Smith is pretty beat up. Travis Frederick retired at a pretty unfortunate time. I mean, his health is obviously number one, but I mean that O-line is a former shell of what it used to be. That's also why I think Zeke has struggled because you look at what he got. Basically a big fucking Christmas gift when he got drafted to the Cowboys with that O-line at the time. And they're like, hey, this kid can Swiss up the defenses for sure with what we got up front. And now you look at it and you're like, we got Terrence Steele and fucking this nobody that you've ever heard of playing at the O-line position, like Blottis and stuff like that. And you're just like, what is happening here?
This is a fellow Cowboys fan. Fuck, man.
Disappointed. Is Minnesota looking to trade up to 10 right now? Get Slater?
I see us trading back versus trading up.
You're getting into the range though, where if they wanted to, they could.
Absolutely.
Well, now that Surtain's off the board, the Cowboys might be open to something being like, hey, like
you want Fields? Patriots up to 10?
Do you want Fields? Like, who knows Dak's health? Like, I don't know.
Like that's another reason why I think Slater makes sense here is although it wasn't the line's fault, he was outside the pocket making a play and it was a freak injury. You still need to protect the man.
Well, I mean, and everybody that's saying Dak is not a good quarterback, stop. Like he is. He just
not as good as Carson Wentz, but we get it.
One got traded out of the division, one stayed. So,
Super Bowl.
Yeah, stop it.
Nick Foles.
Nick Foles has a Super Bowl.
They both wear a ring.
Whoa, you guys, when you address him by his correct name. That's Big Dick Nick to you.
Brandon Shanahan is not excited about that pick either.
No, he's sad.
Hey, Brandon, I feel you, buddy. I mean, I'm hurt as well, but I think all of Dallas Cowboys Nation just said the exact same thing when that got off the board.
I think Andrew's kind of in on the trade back, aren't you? You're in on the idea of it.
Already hot off the press. Surtain won. Man, that looks pretty.
Yeah, I mean, good for Denver. I mean, Denver's secondary absolutely sucked last year too. So I mean, this was a great pickup for them.
It's solid. Do you have the giveaway ready?
Yeah, let's do this. Brandon, you can watch to make sure that I'm not fucking anybody over here.
Pull me to the stream. We'll make sure.
And there's some Twitter rumors saying that Dallas is likely to trade out of the 10 via Schefter. So let's see.
Hopefully with the Vikings, so we can get Slater.
Nick M from Facebook is the winner. He wins
$50 Visa gift card.
There it is, boys. We got a trade alert
card. What do we got
Cowboys
here?
are trading the pick. Cowboys trade the pick to the Eagles.
What? Interdivision deal?
What? Is that
What
Devonta?
That doesn't sound. That can't.
Or is that
happen.
Slater? That could be either of them.
What the fuck is happening?
Hey, I bet you 4 drinks. It's either Slater or Devonta.
It's got to be Devonta because then you're gonna have Rieger, Devonta, and Jalen Hurts next year, which is pretty disgusting.
Are you talking 4 sips here?
This is absolutely absurd right now.
This is madness. Interdivision trade? What the fuck? I told you, Jerry's losing it. Jerry's
Dude,
losing it.
we literally just had a conversation in our latest mock draft 4.0 before the draft. We said no way there's an interdivision trade made at this point.
And here we are.
We're gonna do it outside.
We're not on camera outside. We have to shotgun in your
Shotgun right now, boys. Suck it up.
Yeah, do it in the Great Brandino's living room, Andrew.
Yeah.
Not.
Wash the carpets or get them steam cleaned the next day.
My wife will not forgive me.
I'll hold down the draft while you guys do that.
Well,
that's what I'm here for.
We're gonna go live on the stream.
This is absolutely incredible. I am heartbroken, to be honest.
I don't blame you, dude. That's okay. Remember,
but you only traded back what, 1 pick?
We have a top 10 pick, and you said we're going to trade out of it, eh? Jerry Jones. What the fuck?
That
to 12.
What did they have to give up to get it?
I'm sure that you got a nice middle round pick for it.
I'm sure we'll probably get a 3rd round out of this for a top 10 pick has to be at least a 3rd round.
A third round to go back 2 spots when you probably have 5 people on your board. No, this is not unheard of.
This is very unheard of. Interdivision trades? The interdivision trades, I agree, very unheard of. Like, let's make our competitors better, said fucking no one in that division ever.
Absolutely crazy. I'm excited to see what the details
That's when
are.
it has to be worth it.
Nick is also adding it's just a 3rd, maybe.
okay, well, we need somebody to update us here because we're trying to sit and manage a live coverage.
A live shotgun trade.
Yes.
So
wow, that's all it was. Pick 84 and pick 12 goes to Dallas. Pick 10 goes to Philadelphia.
That's
So a 3rd round pick.
If they have the 4 guys on their boards that they like,
that is
and
true.
they don't, these guys aren't going to take them. You just picked up a 3rd. There's going to be lots of meat left in the 3rd.
This
I'm
is
telling you right now.
The only argument is it is Philadelphia, New York, and then Dallas. So 3 people in your division.
My heart is sunk right now. Like, I have no idea what we're gonna do.
Let's
If you got
quickly
12,
go to this Facebook post here from Melissa. She says, "Remember the last time you tried to shotgun in your house, Brandon? LOL."
yeah, it's spread over everyone. It was
hey,
great.
so tip for you boys. Like, I know you guys are some heavy drinkers. I used to be, but here's a tip: you flip the can, right? You just give it a nice little angle. You get that air bubble up top. You poke it in. No
This ain't
spill.
a new tip.
No spill.
No spill. No spill.
You want to know the ultimate shotgun tip? You drink out of the nozzle. You don't drink out of the hole you create.
You
That's
cannot
called
give
a chug.
ultimate shotgun tips.
That's a chug.
You haven't drank a beer in
Oh, I fucking
4
love
years.
this.
I'm telling you right now,
You can't give
poke the
shotgun
hole-
tips.
You poke the hole up.
fucking
When I
truly
fucking smoke
drinker,
your ass, oh
mother.
my god!
Here's what we'll do. Scott, add us to the stream.
You got one
Add my
beer?
phone to the stream here. You're gonna come record us live. We're gonna
No,
go do
you
this.
record it. It's just us. Or you.
I gotta
shot-
do. It's everybody
Yeah.
shotgunning for
Yeah, all
the trade. Let's
right.
go. Come on.
Just to fuck you. I'm drinking the.
All right, fuck it. Just add us in
Okay.
here. You stay and lock it down. We're gonna go do this.
All right, I got you guys covered.
You have to actually join the stream, Brandino. There we go. Here, I'll add you when you get out there. Andrew and I will hold the bitch down.
We got this. We got this.
We'll hold her down.
All right, so the pick is in for the Eagles. So let's see who they end up taking, because I'm just all sorts of curious on what the hell just happened. So
yeah, so it's kind of like we said though. If Dallas moves down 2 spots and they have 4 people on their board that they would like any of the 4, it's a good move for them. They pick up
and you get a 3rd. You probably beef up an O line with a 3rd line, or 3rd rounds usually mean like you're getting a late O liner, right? Like
exactly.
Typically how that works.
The only issue that I have with Dallas trading back is hypothetically if Philly was to draft a quarterback, which I don't think they are, it's a bad look for Dallas that you traded that pick to Philadelphia that they drafted a potential franchise quarterback with. But that doesn't come to fruition for 3 years.
Yeah, and I get that fully. I mean, like I said, the Cowboys have done some pretty crazy, notorious, dumb things. And I think maybe they're sitting there licking their lips going, well, Justin, we can piss off a lot of people by taking Fields. I mean, but that wouldn't make sense because you just signed Dak to a ridiculous contract. So I don't know what's going to happen here, man. The boys are just
they're yelling at me.
Here we go. Cheers, boys. That's what I'm talking about. Look at them units. Let's go.
I have to.
So he holds back and waits just for the solo one.
What a selfish dink.
God, just a total whore for the spotlight.
Take us out.
I think Brandon would beat us both.
He would have, but he's
You can remove me.
All right, that is something else right there.
Yeah, there you go. The pick is in.
Philadelphia selects with pick number 10, traded from Dallas. Andrew, are you looking here for Dallas at 12 now? Would you rather them Slater or Parsons?
Devontae Smith goes to the Eagles.
Wow, Devontae Smith goes to Philly. All right, Andrew, we're gonna pull up a question here. Would you rather see Micah Parsons or Rashawn Slater or Dallas
Micah Parsons? That's. I think Micah Parsons was rated. I think I had him in my top 5, to be honest. And I think he's the fact that he's slipping to the Cowboys right now. Again, like I said, with them losing Aldon Smith and him going to the Seahawks, I think Aldon Smith had a tremendous bounce back season, and I'm happy to see what he's going to do with Pete Carroll in Seattle. But I think that frees up an opportunity now for Micah Parsons to come basically right in and be the guy they want. I mean, they'll have Randy Gregory, Tyrone Crawford just retired this year as well. So I mean, Micah Parsons to me kind of makes sense here.
I would agree with you.
Do you think Devonta Smith was a panic pick because of the potential that Jalen Reagor might not have been the best pick last year?
The which one, sorry?
The Devonta Smith pick for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Do you think it was a panic pick because they took a wide receiver in the first round last year in Jalen Reagor?
And he got hurt. And basically they're like, oh,
no one really knows with Jalen Reagor. He might end up being super solid. Do you think that they panicked and like, we need more help? Let's go.
I think they looked at their situation last year and said Travis Fulgham was our second best wide receiver, and the guy was
the best wide receiver.
Hands down.
Got roster cutted by everybody. So I mean,
little legs. Oh,
Slim Reaper, he's solid, dude.
We're finally getting some real in-depth analysis from Gage. Look at those little legs.
He's got like
the Kevin Durant legs.
He's got the KD legs.
He's so good. He's gonna be solid.
Devontae Smith,
bigger than that man's waist.
Smith is going to be an absolute stud. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think his speed is so elusive, man. You saw that in bowl games. You saw it all year in college. I mean, Devontae Smith with Jalen Hurts, folks, is like a dream scenario for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and he played with him.
He did.
Exactly. So this roster in the Eagles, like again, being in the NFC East, man, the Eagles got a little bit better right now offensively, but I mean, I still think the Cowboys are a little bit toe for toe, a little bit better, just a slight edge better. But I think that's just because the running game is a little better than Bart Scott. They have back there.
Miles Sanders.
We're going to go momentarily here and pull Sam in as well because at pick 11 here, Sam wanted in on this pick. So, Sam, welcome to the cast again.
You guys are both.
Hello.
You've got to be very disappointed. I could see it.
Oh my God! Hold the phone. Did we just get colluded on by 2 teams in our own division?
Giants
Giants happened.
Giants trade the pick to the Bears.
What the hell is going on?
Not only did the Eagles steal the player you're going to draft, they fucked
the
you out of
Cowboys
the
let
playoffs
him.
last year.
The Cowboys handed it to him on a silver platter and said, "Here, screw the Giants for us, will you?
You want the division? You want the division?
And now we traded the pick to the Bears. The Bears are going to get Justin Fields.
The Bears are going to get Justin Fields.
The
Bears just
another one.
Traded down
right here
because our guy just got snatched from us.
Can we? I know that Justin Fields is obviously the pick to make here, but can we just admit that ESPN, and no offense to ESPN, They did Mitch Trubisky so dirty today, and their opening draft monologue
ruining a franchise. Wow.
We didn't hear anything they were saying.
It's funny though that they did
Okay,
that.
so there was a video posted, an intro video that was posted on ESPN, and they said sometimes you can do a make or break it, and they're like sometimes you get a pick that makes your franchise, and they like zoom into Patrick Mahomes, or they're like one that can absolutely break it, and then they went into Mitch Trubisky. I'm like,
it was like or one that can destroy a franchise for years.
Destroy a franchise, yeah.
Just
God.
zooming in on his face.
Yeah,
I hope Mac Jones here. As a Vikings fan, I hope this
they
is
take
Mac Jones.
Like,
Because I love Justin
they're not
Fields.
going to. You don't
I
trade
just
up.
want to know what we got in the trade. I mean, I think it's going to be Fields. We got
What are you
what
down
we
to?
get?
20?
The
19,
Cowboys
20?
literally just fucked the entire.
Yeah, they
draft.
were 20.
20?
Okay. The Giants got the 20th pick this year, a first rounder next year, and a fifth this year. Not bad.
They're back.
That's a good haul.
They're taking a quarterback, but I just hope it's Mac Jones because I don't want to play Justin Fields
It
two
won't-
times a year.
It won't be Mac Jones.
Who did they say they traded for? A first next year as well?
A first next
Yeah.
year.
Next year and a fifth.
What I have from Schefter is
11.
this year's 20th, next year's 1, and this year's 5th.
Wow, what an exciting first round.
You know,
You got to be happy with that one, right?
on further review,
Yeah,
He
I'm
wanted
fucking thrilled.
There is a
listen,
and
listen.
wow.
I'm still pissed about colluding about two teams in our division quite literally teaming up to
Teaming
fuck us.
up.
Excuse me.
Fuck the Giants.
Yeah, dude, they teamed up. What else would you call that?
Let's
You
go.
got
I'm
12 and
without lube.
84.
So what's better, Devonta Smith or pick 20 and a first next year and a third and a fifth?
I don't know until those picks pan
Bears,
out. And I
Bears
know
pick is in.
who
Bears
they are.
pick is in.
Yeah, we should
Nobody
see
in the
what
world
pick is.
knows how to trade
But I
their
mean-
future away like Chicago.
I mean, yeah. How did they? Well, I'm actually I'm happy with the deal. I'm still pissed about Devonta
good.
Smith being leapfrogged by the Eagles on the hands of the Cowboys, who gave him a boost.
Didn't it happen also with Dallas Goddard?
We gotta do it.
It was like the same thing.
I mean, yeah, but that's to a different degree. This is a first round pick we're talking about. The guy who's trying to change the future.
Shotgun, you fucking shotgun.
And yeah, that was the interdivision.
The boys are getting ready.
Yeah,
Get
that's
their
the thing.
shotguns ready.
The Bears just leapfrogged the Patriots for a quarterback, but that's not interdivision. Like they didn't get that, you know.
Mac Jones is going to be a Patriot.
Yeah.
Mac Jones is a Patriot is what he was born to do, I feel.
In fact, he is supposed to be a Patriot.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to be good this year because they re-signed Cam. So, I mean, Cam will start the year. So, Mac Jones can just come into the situation and just be him.
Yeah. I got to go shotgun.
If you
This
get it is
sucks.
Justin Fields. That's official now. Do we have that?
Andy Dalton's probably sitting there like, I just signed a $12 million contract to be QB1.
I mean,
Well,
listen, is backup quarterback
is
not one of the safest jobs in sports sometimes? I mean, Chase Daniels made how much money sitting on benches?
Yeah, it's true. And if this pick is truly Justin Fields, Andy Dalton's the backup.
And someone in the chat says Fields took a call and is hugging everyone all around.
Oh, hey. Hey,
Here
guys.
we go.
You guys ready to watch the shotgun?
Hang on here a second, boys.
We got the Bears.
I'll film you two racing your Trulies.
A Truly we'll race our Trulies. Truly race. The knife is staying out here now. Don't spray me with it. Just poke it like normal, you dick.
Just
There's
say
half
it, Roger.
here.
It's on me.
The Bears are just taking their sweet time with this pick.
Someone yelled Kellen Mond in the background.
It's almost like the Bears traded up for this pick and didn't know what the F they were going to do.
That was a nice
Hey,
form.
there's zero form out of
Nice.
there.
That was some good. I respect the form.
Decent form.
Until the next trade.
That was some solid form. Good speed. Oh God, make the pick already.
They're really taking their time on this.
They are just soaking this all in.
The Bears are like, hey, we got Fields. We just had to get him a jersey shipped right quick. Let's make the pick.
Yeah.
Oh, there's been some special announcement announced this pick, I guess.
Oh, some kind of
Oh, am I an asshole now for doing this? Is this
Justin
guy?
Fields, Ohio State.
There we go.
As we all predicted, that would probably happen if the Bears moved up into that top 15.
Justin
And they-
Fields is a pick. Son of a bitch. That makes me pissed. As a Buckeyes fan and a Vikings fan, I'm so I don't know what to do.
He's conflicted.
By the way, fun fact: this is the first time in 9 drafts that Dave Gettleman has traded back in his
And
career.
It's really worked out for the Giants lately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with it, but it's his first time in 9 years because he quote unquote says he refuses to get fleeced.
So getting
was going off the rails.
So he's completely okay with getting jumped, I guess.
I don't, again, that concludes this live edition of the Butthole. I'm just kidding. But Fields in Chicago sucks.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not ideal
for you guys, it must really suck. Yeah.
Fields in Chicago will suck. It's okay. They got Matt Nagy.
You got to pick your enemy now.
They got Matt
I
Nagy,
have to
a
hate
quarterback
Devonta
career
Smith.
ruiner.
I have to hate Devonta Smith.
Yeah, that sucks.
That sucks.
And by the way, you guys did that to me with my favorite prospect last year, CeeDee Lamb.
You're welcome.
I can't like
Also-
any wide receivers.
Didn't you guys take Jalen Reagor before CeeDee Lamb?
Not us.
Eagles took Jalen Reagor.
That would be the Birds.
Oh, Eagles. Sorry, you're a Giants fan. Sorry.
Yeah. I got the banner up there.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's going to be interesting to see what the Cowboys do here now. Like, do they trade out again? Fuck me, man. They just.
I mean, you can still get Parsons here, so
I know it's crazy to think that Micah Parsons, who I literally had in the top 5 of this draft, slowly just come down to 12.
Yeah. But it depends how the runs go, man. It's just you get a couple quarterbacks, you get a couple wide receivers, you get a big player that falls. I mean, it's not surprising. Parsons, I think, could fall to 18. I think he could go to Miami.
The crazy thing is, I think what really changed this draft was the fact that Chase and Waddle went back to back. I think it had a couple of people going, oh, okay, so teams are getting offensive stacked heavy right off the get go. So we gotta compete with that. And I mean, the Bengals right now, they have T. Higgins, they're gonna have Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd. Like that's a scary unit right there. They just need a running back.
Well, Joe
TJ
Mixon,
Uzamoa.
if he can stay healthy.
Joe Mixon's done.
Drew Sample.
Joe Mixon's done. Come on,
Dude, he's injured every year.
Well, only if you count the last 5.
Only if you count the last 5.
Besides that, he's been phenomenal.
Giovanni Bernard is holding his helmet on the sidelines. He's like, I know I'm playing this game. So
dude, he was a knockout college player. Don't get me wrong.
No, he was.
Gotta respect him.
So if let me put on the perspective, I want to put up the perspective on you guys. So you have the 12th round pick right now. Who do you take?
At 12, you guys are taking
12th overall, sorry.
I'm taking messing around.
Later, you're taking Parsons.
I think you're taking Parsons too.
Yeah, I think Parsons is the pick, especially because you got pick 84. You drop 2 spots. I think Parsons, if you get him, you're feeling like you're still getting your guy.
Let's be real. Jerry Jones is.
I feel like we should keep an eye out for Farley. Honestly, I know that he's got some health issues, but I mean, you did well getting Trayvon Diggs last year. Still need a little bit of help secondary wise, I feel like. So, I mean, I know that he's got some injuries that he has to work out, but I don't know. I feel like he's got the talent that getting him at 12 is a steal.
This is a terrible POV video.
Nick, sorry, it's not the POV you were used to. I apologize. We'll try and do better next time.
This shit ain't 4K.
No, we won't. We won't do better than that next
Well, this
time.
camera is courtesy of the Blue Collar Media Group.
How old is
We need 4K.
Pick us in. Oh, all right. I got it for real this time.
Next shot fired.
Is in?
Just so everybody
pick us
knows,
in.
it's Rashawn.
I don't want to ruin it for Andrew if he wants to see it live.
Yeah, I got to watch it on my
group
TV.
will
right
have
now.
us back next year.
I
We're
always
doing
want to
it
watch my
again.
team live, get the pick and get the reaction.
Yeah.
So I respect it.
We
That's
got
what
it
I did.
going on in Saskatchewan. We're waiting for the pick here. So
Oh yeah, I'll save it.
pick is in though. Fuck.
Mhm.
Worst case, Ontario.
Yeah. Worst case, Ontario. Get 2 birds stoned at once, boys.
And we do have a listener that tells us the world record was set in
I'm sorry.
2004
Pull that back up, Gage.
of a shotgun, and it looks like it was 0.79 seconds. So just
That's not right, man.
of a second. What do you think? It's quicker or what?
Yeah, how is that possible?
I mean,
I think breath.
It's a big fucking hole.
Yeah, you have to slice a pretty big hole in there.
That guy power dragged cigarettes for years to get there.
That's the kind of guy that takes down a cig in one puff.
For sure.
I mean,
He's
so
the
his
bar is
name
like a
was
pole.
Tim Spanky.
Why would you say that in front of
comments
Star?
are broken.
Tim Spanky definitely has the world record for the fastest shotgun
Oh
in the
man,
world.
pick is in.
I had a
Andrew,
buddy-
Andrew, you announce it.
Yeah, well, I'm just waiting for it to roll across my TV here. I'll know what's going on. The graphic is a little delayed. You guys know you can say it. It's fine.
I don't know. We're watching.
Okay,
We're delayed. We're the most delayed, I feel like, out of anyone that's been commenting.
Thanks, TV.
I could take a pick off a play and spoiler.
Sam,
No, let's not
break
do that
it.
there. Holy, hurry up, analyst. I just want to see that pick.
Break it, Sam.
All right, I'll guarantee
Oh
that.
no, Goodell's coming to the stage.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. I'll let Andrew take this one for his boys.
Watch them do something mind-blowing.
And they pick Mac Jones.
Farley. It's got to be Farley.
If they took Mac Jones, I wouldn't even be surprised.
Later. It's got to be Rashawn.
Oh, it's Missy Elliott.
It's Missy Elliott. Put that thing back in and reverse it. Let's go. All right. Pick is
Oh,
finally
the
in.
noise.
Literally, is that
I heard the
you
noise
heard
off
it?
of their thing.
He
and
just
it
got up.
got me half-staffed.
Those were Star's vinegar strokes right there.
The draft sounder.
I'm just waiting. It just came across my thing here.
I agree. It's only possible if you're a Spanky.
Let Andrew announce it.
Oh my god. I'm like, boys, I'm nervous.
The Dallas Cowboys missed their pick.
Yeah, no doubt. Again,
Ooh,
Mika
Chet-
Parsons. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. Mika
There
Parsons.
you go.
That's a good pick.
That's
So
a
the
good
guy
pick.
that I had rated in the top 5. I think would we say that besides Patrick Surtain, Mika Parsons was the best defensive player in this draft?
I'd say he's number 2. Yeah.
I had him as number 1 personally.
So the Cowboys in back-to-back years have fallen to 17th, got CeeDee Lamb, who might be one of the best offensive gifts we've been given. And then this year we get Mika Parsons that fell to us. I don't know. That seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, I don't know what Jerry's praying to or what he's doing, but Jerry's doing something right.
JJF.
2 plus 2 equals 4.
All right.
1 plus 3 equals 4. And
How old-
Cowboys plus Drac equals 8 and 8. So
Drac.
Drac.
Two shotguns
are hitting you.
All right, fellas. Sam,
So
we
in
will
summary,
take you here and you summarize it before.
in summary, the Eagles got their guy, the Cowboys got their guy, the Giants got screwed and have to move back. But at least we got some picks along with it. And Justin Fields got snaked by the Bears, so I guess we might see Mac Jones in the Patriots uniform, but we'll see.
And we'll
Yeah,
be pulling you back in when the Giants pick, Sam.
All right, whenever that may be, let's see how much farther back they go.
All righty, brother.
Depends if the Cowboys leapfrog us at 20.
Cowboys.
Yes.
They got to steal. Similar
I mean-
to Jalen.
Some analysis from what I think. I mean, the Cowboys last year, the last couple of years have really struggled to get off the line. Like they are probably dead last every single past 4 years in getting to the quarterback. This team desperately needs a Mika Parsons. And I mean, with Randy Gregory probably playing a full year this year, DeMarcus Lawrence really has to give everything he's got because of that contract. I mean, I don't mind it.
I think Paul is absolutely onto something, saying Slayer will be drafted right ahead of the Vikings. That would be just our luck. I hope it doesn't go that way, but let's see it in the comments. If you want to see Brandon shotgun a beer on the next one, tell him he's a biatch for shotgun and Trulies.
I think
You
Scott.
shotgun.
I had a Bud Light too.
Trulies are good, boys. What are we doing here? The disrespect.
I'm drinking them, so there's that.
The disrespect. Shotgunning him is equally as good.
Gage's rage is a dick.
Damn.
All right, Andrew. We got 2 picks away from the
You're-
purple here,
Gage,
so
you're
we're
not
going to
a
drop
big
you
dick.
out, and we'll pick you back up after the Patriots pick at pick 15.
We'll see you boys in a bit.
Yep. See you,
See you
brother.
soon, bud.
See you, dude.
Gage, you're not a big dick. You're a little dick.
Here we go, brothers.
But you're a dick.
Let's go
Grower,
time for the
not a
purple.
show.
You guys
Sure.
told me to write a rap, and I wrote a rap, and I didn't even get to say
Star,
it.
rap it right now.
No,
right now.
Let's
I'm
hit it.
saving it for the
Wait,
beat.
there's no
You
pick.
must not know about me. Is that the whole rap?
You must not know about me. I can have a nap for you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute, baby.
One more verse. Come on, you got
Oh, I
it. You
love
got
it.
it.
God, I love it.
Could
To
use
the
a beat.
left, to the left. No, we're not doing this on live.
Gage,
I'm
said
going
you could
outside
live.
now. No,
Oh,
I'm
what
going
a
outside. I
bitch.
said I want to do it to the beat.
Star Skirt. I was gonna pull up a beat for you.
Yeah, but we had a big release on this song because it's dope, and I wanted it to be dope, and we're gonna release the song. We're not gonna
Doing it live would be
no.
so much more dope. Star.
We'll
Nah,
release it
dog.
tomorrow.
It would pump out. They would
So-
hear it. We would hear it. It'd all work out.
I'll be back in 7 minutes.
Skirt. He's got to take a shit. It's okay.
All right. So
Cigarette.
Micah Parsons goes to the Dallas Cowboys. We have the Chargers up. Gage, obviously, Chargers needs line fairly similar to what the Vikings have. So
Yes.
there's a good
exactly.
possibility they end up taking somebody that we want.
Now, maybe Farley is the pick here. That would be pretty impressive for the Vikings. I wish Slater would fall to us, but Elijah Vera, this name is going to be, the names are only going to get harder from here.
You had it right. Elijah Vera Tucker.
Vera Tucker is going to be a solid lineman. It'll make the Vikings a better team. I'm really just hoping that the LA Chargers do not jump ship and really fuck our shit up.
Well, so Slater and Darrisaw are
Yeah?
two of the better tackles in this draft. Now,
Darrisaw, what's the deal with Darrisaw?
dare I say it?
Say it.
He's pretty good.
He's good?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
pretty good overall.
So if we get Slater or Darrisaw,
I would be happy with either one. So we're having two
So-
of these guys. A lot of people, not a lot, some people had Darrisaw up there in
Okay.
the same tier as Slater. And
that
Sewell.
was like the
Tier one.
Gronkowski tier, like just above everyone else.
However you want to say it.
The
Yeah.
God tier. What?
The-
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
First
say
tier. There
sure,
we go.
tier
Sorry.
one.
Tier one. All right.
Tier one.
So first tier it was Slater. Or sorry,
Sewell,
Slater.
Slater, and Darrisaw. They were all up there. Some had Sewell higher than Slater. It kind of varied there.
but what?
Now,
Darrisaw is a really big masher, so he's kind of slow. Or
I know Scott put him in his top 100, and he had his drive for
Mhm.
football was a little bit lower. So I think that
Oh.
was kind of the thing, which I don't want to get into another.
I don't want payday guys. Just
I-
trying to get paychecks. You know?
I agree.
I want a
But
guy that's
think
passionate about football.
I think he's not going to be a Khalil. I think he's going to be way better than a Khalil. If Darrisaw fell to us, which is a good possibility, I think Slater goes here. You got to protect Herbert. So if Slater falls to us, I'd be pretty happy with
What
it.
if they just shocked the world and took a running back for whatever flipping reason? Like, I know
Yeah, that's
Austin
not gonna
Eckler
happen.
is there, but they need Najee Harris would be so good in Chargers.
Yeah, so would Trey Sermon in the third. So would Kenneth Gainwell. Travis Etienne won't fall that far, but there's
They're
plenty
definitely
of running
it's
backs.
O
that
lineman. This is
they-
O line. What if they take Elijah Vera Tucker
They could take an edge rusher. They do need an
Oh.
edge rusher as well. So you could
on the
see-
other side of Bosa?
Yeah, you could see Kwity Paye go there, maybe Jalen Phillips. I don't think Rizzo has kind of fallen down draft boards lately, so I don't see Rizzo going there. But you could see somebody along those lines.
Because they're just done
Bond.
with Ingram or what?
Gage, is it the socks off time of the night?
My socks have been knocked officially by picking 10. So
Gage is already calling running back to Chargers. So
Oh,
you-
geez,
you-
foot porn.
You know the socks are off.
we didn't
Careful.
even charge you for that one, boys.
That's a free
Give it
little
a little
foot.
bit, and you'll get a free show.
Drop in the comments. Should Gage open up an OnlyFans for just feet?
The Chargers pick is in. I'm excited to see what it is. Scott, we were kind of talking about it. Would you be happy with either Slater or Sewell? Or not Sewell, Darrisaw falling to us?
I want Elijah Vera Tucker. That's who I
him
want.
over either of those guys.
He's my number 2 rated offensive lineman in this draft behind only Sewell.
Would you play him at tackle or guard?
I would play him at guard, and I would let him be like Quentin Nelson.
Man, he'd be a mauler.
But hey,
Guard.
really quick here. If the Chargers make
Pull
the right
comments up,
Dude,
Gage.
Joe
Don't just
King.
giggle at
Oh
him.
my gosh. Joe King in the comments has got me giggling. He's saying that I've very seldom shotgun and now I have 2 in me. So pretty soon I'll lose every control of every orifice in my body. Big words. Gage, you
Brandon
don't
didn't
understand.
want beer on his carpet. He's gonna end up with poop on his walls.
I called it by pick 32. You'll get a live stream of Gage's Rage ralphing off the top of that balcony.
I think I'm. That's true.
If I said it at like pick 26, would you smash the over or the under?
I would go over. I think you'll hang in there. You
I'll
might
hang in
fall
there?
asleep on the couch for a little
Yeah!
while.
Okay, wait. The water is officially 15 feet from me. Star
15
Lamar might
feet
hit
from me.
All right, never mind. Everyone wants Gage's Rage to puke.
Star just completely ignores
All
him.
right. The
It's not like you can hear
Chargers.
shit.
The Chargers pick Pick is hit.
Does someone know what the pick is?
Gage.
I got to
Check the
text.
chat.
God dang it, Gage. Mind your butthole, Gage.
Come on. All right. This is tight butthole over here.
I did get an anonymous text saying, "Is Gage feeling the booze?"
Who's that?
Can't say.
Frig out of here.
Sources say, my wife.
Oh, sorry.
she can hear you.
Okay, so
Apologize,
predictions. The Chargers select with pick number 13.
It's
Christian
gotta be.
Darrisaw.
I'm saying Slater.
I think I'm in with Brandon. I think Darrisaw seems like a nice
over
fit.
Slater?
They're going to shock the world.
Wow.
We're going to take Slater at 14.
There's one big critique of Slater, and it's he does have short arms for a tackle.
Fuck short arms, man.
Darrisaw doesn't have that. Darrisaw has the size. Darrisaw has the what you'd call pop off the ball. Darrisaw has everything. The only thing he does lack is people do claim that his drive isn't quite as good as they would hope it to be. Meaning, kind of like McKinney. At times he gets a bit lethargic and he watches the play. He doesn't participate in the play.
McKinney was the last great offensive lineman we drafted, so that wouldn't be the end of the world. But
He was not the last great offensive lineman we drafted.
yeah,
First of all, he wasn't great.
Elfline. I mean, Elfline.
Elfline wasn't good. Just shut the fuck up. That was one of Gage's dumb takes.
You just said McKinnon wasn't great.
McKinnon.
McKinney wasn't great.
Nathan McKinnon's a pretty good hockey player, I might add.
You left the water.
Jet McKinnon?
Dude, I need that fucking water star. I saw you chug it off stream. I'm gonna chug mine on stream.
All right, the pick is in.
Should we start keeping a ticker for water count? How many waters you guys are in?
All right, fuck that. I'm at 0 waters then. I'm not drinking that.
Dude, I will win.
He's at 1.
I will
He's
win
at 1.
beers and waters. I don't give a fuck.
Well, you're drinking Bud Light. It's the same thing.
All right, let's see. Maybe we can find it on Twitter.
My beer count's got to go up.
Yeah, same. Mine too.
Rashawn Slater goes 13.
Fuck.
To the Chargers.
We're good. We're good.
This is AVT or it's a trade.
No,
Slater's
it's
suit is
Rashawn
awful.
Slater.
Rashawn Slater
The pick
is
is in.
pick 13 for the Los Angeles Football Chargers.
Slater's official?
Yes. It's
Yeah.
Rashawn Slater.
Gage,
Do we
What
reach
about a
on
running back?
Darrisaw?
No, you draft
I don't have a
Elijah
great
Vera
spot to
Tucker.
see it.
You draft Elijah Vera Tucker. You don't
Maybe-
trade back.
Or you move
Trade
back
back.
5 or
Try to
6
get a
Your
spots.
second.
shotgun's
You
ready,
try to get a
boys.
second.
A trade is coming at 14. We're getting a second. We're moving back. The Patriots are going to move up 1, give up their 15 and a second to get
Damn.
Matt Jones.
Woo!
Because
No,
if
they're
they-
not, because no one else is going to
If they
jump
don't
ahead
do
of
it,
them.
Washington football team's coming up. I'm calling it right
Oh!
now. The third shotgun of the night is going to be here in a matter of minutes.
No,
I'd argue that Fitzpatrick
What's gonna
is a
happen-
better quarterback than Mac Jones.
What's going to happen is Washington right here is going to call the Vikings about a move up. And the Vikings will have the decision if they want to do it or not.
That's
Because
back to 20, right?
Oh, man.
19.
19.
Because the Patriots are so damn stubborn that they won't do it. They won't pick up the phone.
that suit
Scott's
is awful.
stuttering his words and he hasn't
Sorry,
even had a
He hasn't
beer.
even had a beer.
He's trying to be
We're
so sharp.
10
He wants to
deep.
be sharp.
Almost a 12-pack deep. And Scott,
He's saying shit.
I
Just
had a
as stupid
pizza
as
burp
Gage.
coming on.
oh, pizza burp.
Yeah.
Did you put brownie on your pizza like I did?
No,
I'm
he's not hammered.
I didn't have a fucking idea.
Well, no, we
he
want the
just-
Domino's lava cakes. Frozen. Not warm. Frozen.
You can't joke about it, fucker.
Fucking warm
You
up.
Are
fucker.
you got a thing in your hand
Shotgun
ready to
I'm
shotgun?
ready to.
All right, do it right now.
Don't-
Gage, do it right now.
Not in my
No.
living room.
We gotta go outside. We gotta get the shotgun
Do you
can.
really,
I
though?
actually
That's the
hate
shotgun
this
can.
bet right now.
Official
Outside?
shotgun can.
I hate
You
this
carry
bet.
it.
I don't think we should have done it.
It wasn't a bet. It's just an honor system.
No, but whatever the fuck it was, I don't like it anymore.
You guys are pussies.
It's just
All
an
right,
honor
just
system.
take your
He's the
shotgun.
pussy. I'm ready to shotgun the next one.
He's had like 6 more beers than you.
All right, really quick for the viewers
count is
here.
off.
Really quick here for the viewers.
Count is off.
After the Vikings pick at pick 14, we're going to break that down quickly. Not quickly, but we're going to break that down, and then we're going to welcome in the general, Steve, for the Patriots pick at pick 15. And then we will be also welcoming
There's no
in
fucking way he's still awake.
Andrew will be back from the Boomtown pod. Andrew will be back for pick 16.
Steve is sleeping.
And that's the upcoming lineup for the BudHole. So stick with us here, and we'll be doing another giveaway at pick 20, which is going to be here before you know it.
Brandon, I just went outside for like a short walk. That's what I went outside for. and he has some lit ass neighbors drinking next door.
Right next door, they're grilling. They're fucking
Freestyle
chill.
rapping out there. I almost went over there.
Yeah,
Were you
you're
gonna
too
give your
scared to
verse?
rap on fucking line, but you'll rap to the neighbors.
Yeah, because there's not
Yes.
a million people watching, which is what's
Oh,
watching our live
shit.
stream right now.
We got comments coming in saying Trey.
No.
Holy fuck.
No,
Vikings moved down. Third
way
shotgun
down
of the night.
to the Jets.
Hey, everybody, take your level and drop it like
We
2
traded
levels.
to 23.
Just
Sorry.
2. That's
Sorry.
all I'm asking.
We traded to 23.
No, we did not.
That
Did
apparently
he
it's
just
going to
tell
the
us
Jets.
to take our
Jets.
level down?
Jets is what I'm hearing. We gotta
Okay,
get the
Dad.
shotgun cam up.
Dude,
You're so sharp right now, Scott.
that is such a Vikings thing to do. How much you want to bet we go to 23? We get
Yeah.
we get 34.
We could still get dare saw.
34 has got to be in that bet.
What we're doing is we're going to move back up.
Yeah, we're moving back up. Gage's Rage said it.
We're going to take this here right now, and we're going to welcome back in the general. The general's going to join the chat because he has to break down the Jets pick. It's in his division.
They're taking Mac Jones right here.
Yikes.
Double quarterback first round. It's happening.
I mean, the Jets do tend to do Jet things. So
They just wanted to block you from getting a
yeah,
quarterback.
like yeah, maybe that will be their payback for having Mo Lewis knock out Drew Bledsoe and giving us Tom Brady.
Have you seen the details on what the trade is with the Vikings?
I have not. My phone's on the charger in the other room.
The Charger.
Yeah, my phone's charging, kid.
Chargers just drafted. They took our guys. Fuck, man. I bet
I'll
you
get the-
I don't know what the Jets could be doing here. I don't understand.
Let's see.
Rashad.
They must have an O lineman they're targeting, right? They got to be going O line.
I mean, maybe you trade up to get
Jalen
a
Phillips.
linebacker. Maybe you're getting Quiddy Pay to get somebody on that. Yeah, or Jalen Phillips.
Sounds like we picked up 2 more thirds.
True. And you picked they have the Rams defensive coordinator as a head coach, right? So he might want a defensive guy to, kind of start his career off.
Charlie, did you say Morrig?
That's fine.
Huh?
Did you say Trevon Morrig?
Yeah.
No. I said the Jets hired a defensive guy as their coach, right? The Rams coordinator. So they might want a defensive player to.
So I
kind
think
of pick them off.
edge rusher is a big need. Obviously, they have Blake Cashman, the greatest linebacker ever known to star.
Blake Cashman. Money.
Sure.
But I could see. Well, first off, we have to go shotgun or beer. But I could definitely see.
This is stupid.
I don't have a non-alcoholic here. Sorry.
You can shotgun water. Let's see it.
I don't have to leave the room.
Defensive lineman.
Obviously, with them picking a quarterback already, you have to feel nice at New England, knowing Mac Jones will be there if you want him.
I wanted Fields, but yeah, I think it's got to be Mac Jones. I'm not.
It's going to be.
I'm not unhappy with the pick. I'd rather have Justin Fields, and I mean, if a guy like Parsons were to stay and still be there at 15, I think the Patriots might have taken him and waited to take Kyle Trask later on. But
yeah, I agree.
What about?
I think it might be Mac Jones here.
Yeah. What about Cormora?
Okakumura?
Yeah.
Who's he again?
Edge rusher.
Linebacker.
Edge rusher?
Yeah.
No, I don't know if I see Belichick going edge rusher first round.
He's a linebacker.
He's not going to trade up for that. If
Owusu Koromora is more of a pseudo safety, so he plays linebacker.
Yeah, he's like Jonathan's from last year.
Yeah, so he's a multi player.
Maybe, I guess, because it's Belichick, and that's the kind of guy he's just like in love with. But I mean, the roster's set everywhere.
The real question is, who's his dog going to take? Who's his dog going to take?
Yeah. See, it's Nike's making all the decisions. That's really what you got to.
If he accidentally steps on the pad and hits submit, man, like who knows what you can do? Kyle Trask.
Look, well, if Nike's responsible for drafting Kyle Duggar last year, then I was pretty happy with that one.
Did he really name his dog Nike?
Hey,
yes, his dog is named Nike.
That is so cliche.
I'm going to give you guys the terms here of the trade. So the Vikings traded 14 and 143. The Vikings received 23, 66, 86.
So 2 3-rounders plus we gave up a late rounder.
Correct.
66 is 302, right?
So what the fuck? The Jets must really like someone here, right?
Right, but
They
the
have to.
thing
Their
that I
pick
don't
is in too. So
Yeah.
let's see who it is.
It's someone they thought
there's the terms
that
of the
someone
trade.
was going to go for.
Wow, the Vikings now have 5 third-round picks.
They're getting back in the second with those.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
definitely jumping.
Definitely. And if Vera Tucker's there at 23, which depending on how things fall,
Stretch.
it's a stretch, could be possible. Darisaw's still around. Tevin Jenkins is liked by a lot of people. We're ahead of the Steelers, so Najee Harris to the Steelers just makes sense now.
Locked in.
But we're gonna have to see what happens here.
The Jets they are making a lot of moves right now. They
Caleb
traded-
Farley makes sense.
Yeah, they're just gonna crash and burn anyway, though. They're the Jets.
Farley, do you think Morig replaced Jamal Adams, who they traded away last year?
I don't think more. I think that's too high for
That'd be
more.
really early.
How about if they grab Elijah Vera Tucker?
They have
Solidified the
Ashton
left side of the
Davis
line?
and Marcus May. They have 2 safeties.
I bet it's Elijah Vera Tucker. They're going to have Becton and Elijah Vera Tucker to help protect Wilson, and that's a very good start.
Well, we're gonna have to see here
The
in a
chat
second.
is coming up saying USC lineman.
Yeah, Elijah,
Elijah
right here.
Vera
We have
Tucker.
from Robbie J. Hawker. He says USC O lineman Elijah. So if it truly is Elijah Vera Tucker, in my opinion, it's a great move for the Jets. They move up and get I would say he's my number 2 rated offensive lineman in this draft. And it's also a great move for the Purple because they move back. They assuming they still like players, obviously. And they're going to now be able to move up and get back a second rounder that they gave up for Ngakoue.
Maybe they're hoping Farley falls all the way to 23. I mean,
Or they might be hoping Jalen Phillips or Kwity Paye do. Or they might like
edge rusher.
Darisaw.
I'm seeing on Twitter the Patriots pick is already final.
dang.
Albert Breer
Wow.
has already reported it. So, yeah, I mean, we're a little behind here. I didn't think we were that
Oh,
far.
Brett Breer reported it.
Albert Breer.
Albert Breer, yeah, that might not be legit. That's Albert Breer. He makes shit up a lot.
Love the intake star.
Well, we'll see.
Well, I mean, I live in Boston. I have to know who makes shit up and who doesn't, and 99.8% of them make it all up as they go.
Mac Jones is already on the phone.
Mac Jones is already on the phone.
It's a done deal, man. How do you
Wow,
feel?
yeah, how far behind is ESPN then?
They got to be quite a ways. I think that's what we're watching. We're NFL Network, so we're a little bit behind too, apparently.
That is definitely a Boston
Nonetheless.
accent. coming
Yes,
from-
that's a Boston accent. It sounds shitty on your speakers. No, it doesn't sound shitty. This is what glory sounds like.
That's straight sex in your ears.
On our
Joe.
what?
Yeah,
Joe
this is electric sex right here.
I knew what you were texting.
I love having all these people from all over the country on. It makes it feel so inclusive. We got fans of all over the place going on. The Patriots guy, like, fuck this guy. He's got 6 Super Bowls. I don't give a shit about what his team wants, but I still accept him.
So the Vikings trade is official. Is it time to go do our shotgun trade
Well, let's.
or trade shotgun?
I mean, we do have to do it. It's kind of.
We got to do it now. Let's do it. The pick is already.
I remember Charlie.
Everybody
Weiss
knows
talking
what
about
it is. It's Mac
being-
Jones.
Yeah, the pick is in. Apparently, it's Mac Jones. I don't know why ESPN says pick is in already too.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, they went fast.
Any
It has to be Mac Jones.
static to go play for Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots.
Absolutely.
Last year, maybe you'd be a little nervous about it because you're the replacement for Tom Brady. This year, Belichick won 8 games last year with a half-assed roster. He signed all these people. He got people back. He gets a quarterback now. They're 100% back in the competition for being competitive in the AFC now.
Yeah, everyone was all mad last year. They went 7-9 with the most opt-outs in the NFL, the hardest schedule in the NFL. The quarterback getting COVID and forgetting how to throw the ball 3 games into the season. A bunch of rookies. Belichick won 7 games.
Yeah.
And then he completely rebuilt the roster. And I mean, look, Mac Jones, I didn't think he was, stud or anything. I thought that, he's a guy that needs some stuff around him to be at his best in the NFL. what they do with the roster this year, Belichick has made life very easy on whoever the next quarterback is.
Whoever the quarterback is, and you should be very grateful you're getting drafted into this organization right now. And he proves
He's got Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith to throw to right off the bat, 2 tight ends. Like
Nelson Aguilar as well. Like they paid a lot of chunks for him.
Kendrick Bourne, not bad. Gunnar Olszewski, best punt returner in the NFL.
Your first round pick from a few years ago, then. And do you think he remains on the team?
And N'Keal Harry?
Yeah. Or do you think he's
N'Keal Harry? I think he'll play out his contract because I don't see what you can
do with him.
You know what I mean? Like, you might as well just keep him because what are you going to do? Cut him and take the dead money?
Yeah. I thought there was a type of demand for him. I heard some trade rumors and all that stuff.
I was hearing that too, and that sounded fucking weird to me.
Yeah.
I don't hate the guy as much as most Patriots fans do. I thought he improved a lot last year, but he wasn't a first round pick.
Yeah.
So what do we got?
Mac
Jones is the pick.
Yeah, that's it. Mac Jones.
But we want to make sure, courtesy of Steve and the Blue Collar Media Group, we are giving away a jersey of your choice at pick 20, but you do need to use keyword tight.
Toy.
Keyword toy.
Tight.
So write that in the comments. You need to get that down before pick 20. We're going to enter you in. We're going to announce the winner at pick 20. So get all your comments in now. Remember, you need to remember the first keyword,
all 3,
and keyword tight to win the third one. So you're going to need to remember all 3. So keep that in mind. But we have to go shotgun a beer.
True.
Steve.
All right. Well, fellas, I somehow stayed awake this long. So
yes, you're the man,
I
Steve.
honestly didn't think it was going to happen. Your eyes were closed in the pre-draft talk, and I just thought you were done.
Oh, yeah. I have to zone off a little bit there. But that's a wrap for me tonight, folks, I believe.
Goddamn, driving me.
Thank you so much, Steve, for joining us for the Patriots pick and for joining us at the top of the show. I'm sure we'll see you on some tomorrow night as well.
Oh, yeah, I'll probably pop in and out. You know me.
Good, brother. You take
All
care.
right, later, fellas. Give it hell.
We're going to momentarily pull Andrew back in because he wants in on pick 16. So we now welcome back Andrew to the stream so that I have a buddy to talk to while these 3 go butt funnel beers.
Butt chugs.
Bud chugs.
Let's
go.
We
Bud chugs. Go do your bud chug with the boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Butt chugs.
Bud chugs with the boys. That's what life's all about.
Butt chugs.
Where are we at here on the
We're
draft?
on 16. Mac Jones, I want to say before, Steve exited off here in such a quick manner because that's what he does, my co-host of our Sunday show. Man, it's pretty. I mean, I think we all kind of expected a quarterback to go to New England no matter what. I think this is a perfect situation. We kind of alluded to some of the people that the Patriots have brought in. We talked about Jonnu Smith, who had a phenomenal year in Tennessee. They brought in Kendrick Bourne. They brought in Nelson Aguilar. I mean, this offense is meant for him to – I think he's going to learn a lot from Cam. I think bringing back Cam for that 1-year deal looks really, really smart right now because Mac Jones isn't going to start the year as a starting quarterback.
Just Cam Watson.
Am I correct with that?
No. Sorry, say that again. They were yelling in the background.
Oh, no worries. I think Mac Jones is in the perfect situation in New England because with Cam Newton re-signing, I think Cam now gets the chance to play a couple of games, and I think Mac Jones will learn quite well from him. But tell me that Mac Jones doesn't. Does Mac Jones by week 4 become the starting quarterback for the Patriots?
No, I do. I think Mac Jones will be a starter this year, and I think it's a great spot to go to. I think the Patriots are, as an organization, they're excited as hell that they're excited as hell that they got him at pick 15 and didn't have to move up to do it.
That's true. Yes, let's go.
I think it's probably better on a mute, so you can just see the video, so you don't hear them yelling at each other.
You can hear it in the background regardless.
That's what I mean. You can still hear it. So
that was pretty impressive. About 3 seconds.
So Yeah, but I totally agree with you. I love the pick for them. I like where all these quarterbacks went, quite honestly. The one that bums me out the most is Chicago, just because I'm a Vikings fan. I think Fields in Chicago could be very good for them.
I mean, they have a good offense to kind of have him placed in there. I mean, they have a decent setup with whoever they decide to use as a tight end. Who do they have? What's his name?
Cole Kmet, and Jim
Cole
Grant.
Kmet, yeah. He looked all right last year. I mean, you obviously still have Allen Robinson. I would like to see them try to trade for another wide receiver or sign somebody at this point. But I think Justin Fields has a decent little hand to work with. Plus, Justin Fields loves to run out of the pocket, so like that's a perfect situation for him.
Yeah, I totally agree.
We got the pick in for the Cardinals, and they take Zaven Collins.
That's a very good pick for Arizona.
Very good pick for Zona.
That's kind of been the guy that they've had slotted to them as a potential pick. I was on the sleeper of Najee Harris possibly going at 16 to Arizona.
Especially because they let go of Chase Edmonds.
Correct.
And I thought that same thing too. I thought Najee Harris would be a no-brainer of a choice for them, but they also need to protect Kyler Murray too. They need some help there. I mean, this is going to help it out
for sure.
Well, the
Kyler Murray he's an all-star. He's a stud, and I'm looking forward to what he does this year with that offense. But I thought Najee Harris for sure would have been a great pick here.
I did too. This is Zaven Collins, linebacker.
That's a surprising pick.
It is. The Cardinals kind of needed a guy to really center that defense, and this is
They did. They played a lot of this year, especially the Cardinals offense was quick, right? Like that was that's a fast offense. To get out there, it's either like a touchdown or it's 4 and out like within 30 seconds. So the defense is on there for a long time. So to get Collins here is going to help them center that for sure.
And when you look at this Arizona defense now, you look at a defense that has a lot of talent up the middle already. When you're talking about Simmons and you're talking about Budda Baker,
right
now you add Zaven Collins up the middle and you add Watt on the end. This defense is looking to be a force.
Budda Baker secretly might be one of the most underrated weapons in the NFL.
He's very good.
So underrated. I mean,
he's not talked about at all.
No, it's crazy because the Cardinals defense, no one really talks about the Cardinals defense because look at the offense, right? Like, I mean, no one talks about Budda Baker, and he had a Defensive Player of the Year caliber season. And honestly, he kept them in a lot of games.
And I mean, I'm a little surprised they didn't go cornerback here. I think Farley probably would have been a good pick. The injury history recently has been a little bit concerning, but Patrick Peterson left. And who's their number cornerback?
Speaking of Farley, do you think the Raiders take him right here?
I could see that. I could see Jalen Phillips, Quiddy Pay, still hasn't come off the board yet.
That Raiders defense is brutal.
I know last year.
Elijah Vera Tucker is still on the
Elijah Vera Tucker's still out there too.
Still out there.
And they lost 4 of 5 starting offensive linemen in this offseason.
Yeah, Vera Tucker might get picked here.
Where are we at here on the picks? We're
on 17.
Pick 17. We have a little bit of a gap here. We're going to pull in, if he's still here, we're going to pull in Just Luke, as Just Luke wants in on pick 17. So we're going to add him.
My boy.
Luke, what's going on, brother?
It's Just Luke.
Just Luke. And he's muted. Let's go.
Over under on the mutes is hitting, man.
God damn it.
Technical difficulties are what was the over under on there? 9?
Yeah.
No, that was Gage fucking up. I think.
Okay, then we're good.
Right. We hit the over a long time ago.
No, so whoever's running ESPN's ticker needs fired immediately.
They're horrible.
Did everybody else see that?
They're horrible.
See that?
When they showed over that Jets pick?
We don't know.
No, I sent you in the chat. They literally they put up the Jets pick, but they put Mac Jones instead of their actual pick. So whoever runs that immediately fired.
Oh, Vera Tucker went to the Jets.
Yeah. What did I say?
I brought that up as a player who's still available.
Vera Tucker, did he go? No, he did go to the Jets.
No, it was the USC.
Yeah, Elijah Vera Tucker.
Yeah,
he went to the Jets.
Yeah, he went to the Jets.
Oh, okay. I was changing during that pick, so
you can see Christian Darrisaw going here. I think they attack the defense though.
John Gruden needs to get that offensive line in order.
I know Mayock
did disaster.
Single rookie last.
I got a sneaky pick here. They like big offensive tackles. How about Tevin Jenkins?
Okay.
Okay.
Shoot up the rankings a bit.
And another guy that I could see them going for would be Jalen Phillips. He's just ridiculous as far as an athlete and
So,
a Raiders type pick.
If you think you know what the Raiders are going to pick, you don't know what
You don't know what they're. Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Who
Who
they
they
probably
probably
who the fuck they want. This
Who's
is going to
the-
be a third round prospect.
Star. Who's the Ohio State corner that's projected third, fourth round?
Sean
Caleb
Wade.
Farley.
Sean Wade. Yes.
Or
Sean
sorry.
Wade right here. I'm calling it.
They went Garyon Conley.
And the
So bad.
He's the one last year.
The dude last year. What the fuck was his name? He was Ohio State.
They went like back to back Ohio State. Not back to back, but
God, who was the guy last year? It doesn't matter. But
Wasn't it like a completely out of left field pick too?
yeah, it was. It was a guy that was not supposed to be a first rounder, and they took him in
Right.
the first.
he
it was
ended
an
up
A
being
name.
solid though.
Arquette.
Arnett.
Damon
Arnett, yeah.
David Arnett Jr.
Yeah.
The third.
Yes.
The third.
Yeah.
The pick is in
and so
for the
they
Vegas
did,
Raiders.
Cleveland Farrell,
I'm guessing Jason
Yeah.
Owen.
4 overall. Jason Away. He's fast. He fits the mold for the Raiders. 100%.
Crazy
Darius
pick.
Hayward Bay.
A reach.
Henry Ruggs.
Darius Hayward.
Hayward Bay.
The old brick hands.
Yeah, we traded
stone
up to
hands.
get.
That was the number 1 wide receiver off the board that year.
Pull it up.
Was
Yeah.
horrible.
Boy, that was a bad year.
That was a solid wide receiver draft.
And he ended up being the biggest buster of them all.
He made the league longer than
He did. He did. He made it to the Steelers. He couldn't catch a fucking cold.
Yeah.
I know there's
Definitely couldn't catch COVID for fuck's
going
sake.
on here, but I think we do have to talk about what counts as an official shotgun. Now,
Once the drink is finished, the empty ball must be held above height. Spillage is banned.
2.5 milliliters is the only acceptable allowance on an after chug. Which
What is Joe Mickey doing after this? I need life advice with Joe Mickey.
I love the
Dude,
science.
until
It's
you
Joe
no
King.
longer get
It's Joe
drink
King.
anymore, and then
Joe
you
King.
so it all
Joe King.
where you
Pick
poke
is
your
in.
hole. It's all about where you poke
Poke
it.
your hole lower, damn it.
I'd poke my
That's
hole.
what she said.
Poke your hole, Lord. Poke my hole. Kids,
Alex Leatherwood. Damn it.
I think
Leatherwood.
That's the pick.
no way. Is it really Alex
You
Leatherwood?
guys talk
Spielman knows
shit
what's
about
up.
me picking
Who
Leatherwood.
nailed the out of nowhere pick?
Well, Star and I were both on it, but Star probably called it.
I had Leatherwood going to the Steelers at 24.
Fact.
Did you?
I did.
That's a good. I mean, I like it.
Did you have Darrisaw off the board or no?
No.
You
I
had
liked
Over
Leatherwood.
Darrisaw.
Hey, who did
I
yours
just-
take though?
That's a hell of a pick. That's
Collins,
great.
I was right about that they like big offensive tackles. I just
Yeah.
didn't reach
Yeah.
that far back. But I mean, if they like them, go for it.
All right, Christian Darrisaw. What's wrong with him?
Yeah, there's something. We got a Laramie Tunsil situation. What's going on?
Laramie Tunsil situation.
So the Vikings
Could still
like
get
4
him at
years ago
23.
out of Pitt. I'm trying to remember the guy's name right now. There's a dude who dropped real hard as
Eat
a
shit,
first-round
dude.
prospect. Down to the 4th round, we got him in.
Lineman?
Oh yeah, offensive tackle, and he didn't work out for us. So obviously the concern.
Obviously,
warranted.
was correct.
Whoa. Breaking news. Mac Jones' dad is actually Big Tom Callahan from Tommy Boy.
Okay.
What?
Did y'all know that?
We need to statistically look that up.
Is Joe King the guy who's posting
No,
this
no,
one?
no. That was AKA Pinecone. So
The official contest is sponsored by Smirnoff Ice and can only be drank during tournament.
I don't know who
I'm
Joe
not
King
drinking
is, but
Smirnoff Ice.
I do.
I was gonna say, who's getting iced right
Grade
now?
12 called.
Do it.
My grade 12 bank account just called.
Yes.
Gage is getting truly.
They're
fucked up.
delicious.
Hey, when times are tough, Andrew. Times are
Yeah,
tough.
Diabetes,
Okay.
diabetes in a bottle.
If Dre, if you're
That's
hanging out in there
Leatherwood.
listening to us chat, why don't you pull up the camera and we'll bring you into the chat here, brother?
Smirnoff Ice, the official
a four-way.
brand of college.
So they're all nucks and they like Leatherwood. I
But
don't like the pick.
a Super Raiders pick.
Well
Raiders
picked in for the
Raiders
Ravens.
pick,
Here's
a big
Najee
tall
Harris.
tackle.
There's no doubt it's a Raiders pick.
It's a big tall tackle. It's a Raiders genuine pick.
Here comes Najee Harris, the Alabama
They took
trio. To get
if,
to,
he goes to Miami,
to
what the fuck out? Like,
So that's 5 Alabama players going in the first round, not including Harris, who could still go.
Make it
Yeah,
6
they're,
for
they're,
sure.
they're pretty good at football. I don't know.
And
if
that's
you-
why I'm concerned about Mac Jones.
This is like the LSU draft last
around
year.
him?
It's the
He's-
exact same situation. LSU last year, all the picks. Bama this year, all the picks.
Well, I mean, Jamar Chase didn't even play last year, and he still got picked.
Yeah.
About 5. So
You're not nice. It's like eating your favorite sandwich sprinkled with.
That is accurately descriptive.
it's an alcoholic Sprite, is what it is.
Official BudHole's NFL Draft Joe King takeover.
I'm not gonna lie, he called this at about 11 a.m. this morning.
He's gonna take over the draft. I love it.
He's not wrong.
He's been counting Schnurr since fucking 11.
Gage, another trade.
From
Shut
Gabe.
the no.
Yeah.
Stop.
Okay, no trade.
Okay, you liar.
Another trade.
I just found a picture.
I see the
of
fear. I see the fear
He's
in
like-
his eyes.
Yeah,
He
All
was
right, momentarily,
fear behind his eyes.
pulling
Like,
trade.
no.
We're pulling
didn't know
Dre
what was
into the
gonna hit
chat right now. Dre, what's up, brother?
Hey, what up, fellas? I love that Smirnoff Ice insight.
Hey, mute your music.
turn your music
Oh,
down.
wait, hold on.
It's all good, my man.
There it
There you go. So
Just
how's
jamming
the
out
draft
the
going
ball.
so far? You enjoying this?
Jalen Phillips, defensive end, Miami.
Jalen Phillips.
That's who Miami takes. This draft is getting really weird.
Wow.
It's a weird trade, man. Or a
Phillips.
weird draft.
It is I mean, even with no combine, the COVID opt-outs and everything, it's definitely a different year. I think we're going to see a lot of boom and bust players coming out of this draft.
How often does the first pass rusher go at 18?
Not very often.
Not very often.
Bad pass rusher class?
It's just very,
Or is
very
it
good at
deep
everything else.
Pass rusher class.
It's not that deep at pass rusher. It's really not.
And then you got Dre, who's still drinking those beers over there because Aaron Rodgers is still a quarterback for the Green Bay Packers.
In Bali, those are like
In Hollywood, baby.
Exactly, but there's a stupid Packers Twitter rumor that Packers like Surtain, so they're still in conversation with the Broncos. But hopefully, that's all just a smoke screen and nothing is real.
Nah, get rid of him, man. He's old. He's overrated. He's 1-4.
Hey, he's married to Shailene Woodley. He can do whatever
Yeah,
he
he can never do the
wants,
fuck he
right?
wants.
He can do what he wants. He stays winning on and off the field.
On that pedestal?
So what? So what? The ranking in the NFC North is what? First best quarterback is Fields, then Cousins, then
that's
Goff,
enough.
Rodgers.
We'll talk to you later.
All right,
rough.
we're back on at 29.
The
Now we're
disrespect is for real.
Are we
I
doing?
If they keep Rodgers, which I assume they're going to do at this point,
Is that Dre's mic here? Something's got
Yeah.
interference.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's up.
that's some Wally internet.
Yeah.
Yo,
that's that
we're
Wally
gonna
high
be
speed.
out here. Try and get your mic figured out, brother. We'll pick you back up here at some point.
He's like, I'm drinking at 9 o'clock on a Saturday, and you're
Yeah.
going to kick me out of the stream?
For real.
It's not as much of
Friday.
that as it just sounded like
They're
complete
not
hell.
2 days ahead of us.
How many days ahead are you? I thought he said it was Saturday morning earlier.
He
It
said
is
was
Saturday morning over there.
Yeah, see? Get your math right.
Oh, here we go.
Saturday, 10 a.m.
Appreciate this.
24-hour world.
Star, you can appreciate this. Tate Martell
Tate
is going to be
Martell.
still in the draft. Hashtag the U.
Hey, Martell.
Taven, get your ass out of here. I
Taven,
don't want
see
to
you later,
talk
buddy.
about your fucking Miami bullshit. Get
Tate
out of here
Martell,
with it.
Anybody that wants a Johnny Manziel 2.0, Tate Martell is
That dude
available.
is a
never
bust
seen
and a
Martell.
half.
Did nothing in college, so
Nothing.
Johnny Manziel was
Absolutely
Heisman and had a
I mean, I get
Fair.
that, but I'm saying the NFL narrative. If he gets there, it's 100% comparison to make.
He is not going there because he's just garbage.
You know,
He
Tate
could-
Martell's going to get
You
signed.
left Ohio
like-
State because you couldn't start at Ohio State. You went to Miami and got beat by two different people. Derek King
Two different
literally
years.
left Houston and still beat you. You don't deserve to be a starting quarterback. Okay,
Tate Martell.
Like,
My butthole friends will like this one, but Tate Martell will be the starting quarterback of the Calgary Stampeders in a year.
Yeah.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Exactly where he deserves to be.
Plays all of his cards right.
Time in Bali right now is 10:34 a.m. Just so all of our listeners know how math works.
Friday morning.
It is not Saturday morning. There's not a 48-hour period on this earth right now.
Time travel.
All right. Well, the Washington football team is on the clock. A lot of the guys have gone. I think they were looking quarterback. I thought Mac Jones kind of fit for him, but I thought they'd trade up to get him.
They got Taylor Heineke now.
Taylor, yeah.
Yeah.
Taylor goddamn Heineke.
And Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh, that's right. They got Fitzmagic. That's right.
Fitzy will start the year. You know that. They're not taking a quarterback here.
Owusu Koromora going here. I think they need a linebacker. They have 105 picks on the defensive line. They got a decent secondary. They need some linebacker help.
Dude, that defense is scary good.
I guess
Like,
you can't.
The front seven is
scary
very
good.
formidable. It's that corner / MLB kind of area.
I said
that
defense.
they're-
Last year I kept saying on ITL, I said defense is going to win championships, and the Washington football
Your
team
boys.
has
Your
the best
boys.
defense. And I rolled with it, and they got there.
You did.
I rolled with it.
I give you
Could
credit.
also be the start of tier 2 of the wide receivers going.
Rashad
Yeah, that's
Bateman.
true.
Give somebody Terry McLaurin the
Yeah.
mirror. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Terrace.
Terry McLaurin next year is going to have a
Hilarious.
massive year. I'm going out on the record and saying that right now.
Here's another little bit of info for you fellas. I feel it may be actually true that Tim Spanky's parents met only once and $4 and change was made from a $5 bill. Tim Spanky is the esteemed
Shotgun
world champion.
Thanks, Joe.
Who is this guy? What a legend.
He is truly a legend. He can be found at some stand-ups around the Minneapolis area.
Only that $4 and change was made from a $5 bill.
That sounds like Jerry Jones shit.
Yeah, it
That's what
does.
that sounds like.
The
Cowboys
Washington team pick is in. They didn't trade Gage. Don't worry. No more shotguns for now.
I ain't
No
worried.
quarterbacks
You're
left.
worried.
They're not going quarterback.
You're worried.
On
I-
a scale of 1 to feeling pretty fucking lit up, how are we doing over there, boys?
Pretty
It's about
fucking
11
lit
on
up.
this. It's 11 right here.
Now we're feeling
Yeah.
pretty.
Scott's sharp, though.
Hey, also, you guys got that jersey giveaway coming up, eh?
Yes, we
Oh,
do.
Yeah, this pick, right?
Did we do
No,
the second giveaway yet?
The
Or?
jersey giveaway is the second giveaway, Gage, but
We've already given away. We've already given
Night,
away.
Gage. Night.
This is the
Yeah,
third
it's
giveaway.
third giveaway. I suppose.
That's why
So-
he is not. shotgun
Welcome
yet.
to the BudHole.
So that is make sure you enter the code word that we gave out around pick 15 in the comments. That's going to enter
Jamin
you in.
Davis from Kentucky.
Jamin Davis.
Ooh.
Jamin.
Nick
That's-
fucking linebacker.
Yeah, this is a good pick. I think. for
And
them.
it's a reach, but he could be real good.
Treasure Island. in
I
May.
really like this guy's tape.
Treasure Island in
That
May.
UK defense was good this year. They might have won a lot of games, but that defense was really real in an SEC that really didn't have great defenses this year. They were one of the top.
This is going to be fun for them. This is going to be a fun
He's-
little guy to add to that front seven.
What do we
He's-
realistically think?
He's sideline to sideline. He's good.
What do we realistically think the Washington football team ends up with record-wise this year with that extra game?
I'm 8-8 and number 1 in the division.
8-9 or 9-8.
games.
I was about to say 9-8 is probably what they're looking at right now, right?
But number 1 in the division.
Still be better than the Cowboys.
9-8 or 10-7.
Win the division
Yeah.
at 8 and 9.
I would say 10 and 7.
Dre wants to do a live beer chug.
All right.
I mean-
Well, I don't drink anymore, but I got a little bit of Red Bull left at 8:30, so that's probably a horrible idea.
I got a 2-liter of Pepsi. How about that? We
Here we go.
Dre, here we go.
Listen, I quit drinking a year ago, just so everybody knows. So
For a chug off.
Dre,
This
we got
guy,
you in
no.
here. We do have you muted,
Good.
Dre, just so you know. But you're in here for the beer chug. Let's do
Bud
this.
chug.
It's called a Bud Chug.
Ooh, Red Bull hit different. I'm proud of the boys. Let's just give a slow round of applause for how good the BudHole has been doing tonight.
I needed another one.
They're applauding.
Fuck you, Dre.
Dre, good night. Okay,
Thanks for
bye.
night, Dre. Good morning, Dre.
Yeah, good morning, good night.
Typical Packer fan.
Scott,
right
do you
there.
have the giveaway prepared?
Yeah. All right. What we're gonna do here, Andrew and Luke, is we're gonna kick you back into the lobby. Thank you guys for joining here. We'll kick you back there and
Dre's back.
oh, is he? Okay. We're gonna do that and then we'll do our giveaway and then we'll pull Sam in. Thank you guys for your input.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
All right, here we go. We are going to do the
Welcome
giveaway
to the BudHole.
momentarily.
Keeper's criminy. Just do it.
What are you waiting for, Scott? We've been waiting all night for this giveaway.
Jamin Davis to the Washington Redskins. I love that pick,
Football
actually. Washington football team. Sorry.
All right.
I don't like it. I think it's a reach.
It is a reach, but I think he was a steal in the second.
Are the Vikings just masterminds? Elijah Vera Tucker is still on the board, right?
No, he's
No.
not. He went to the Jets.
He went to the
pick
guy we
that
traded.
we traded for. And that was my
Hang
mistake.
on here. I
made
need to
earlier.
make sure
But
that
Farley's
like
still on the
an
board, right?
11
commented
beer.
both things.
Caleb Farley is still on the board, and that's got Zimmer written all over him.
Ooh. All right, we got 3 picks until
So
the
is
Vikings
Christian
are up.
Darrisaw.
I don't want Darrisaw at all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We picked up 2/3. We could trade.
We
back
have
up in a
5/3
second.
now. I really think we could trade.
There's
up into
only
the
one
first.
pass rusher off the board.
We could trade up in the first.
Christian Darrisaw is still there. We'll see what the Giants do here at
Dylan Reduns, who's also a Minnesotan. Did you guys know that?
I did not know that. I
I
knew
know
he
he went to NDSU. Yeah,
Yeah.
but he was born.
He's
in
a
Minnesota?
Minnesotan guy
Jinx,
because they
yo,
said
shout out.
both the NDSU
I
players
can't
coming
do
into
that
this
on
draft.
YouTube.
Shout out to Trey Lance going 3 overall
Verifying.
to
Did
San
we get
Francisco.
a tight?
Pretty
from-
wild.
Well, so Wentz went 2, Lance went 3. I mean, that's 2 NDSU quarterbacks going in the top 5 in the past 5 years. That's kind of, I mean, it's a pretty big deal for a small school.
We'll have
like
to
them.
see what Lance does, but both of them or one of them hasn't panned
Are we-
out yet.
How many years?
Past
Did we get a
5.
tight from?
Is it 5?
I think, was it 2016? Or no,
Jared
20.
Goff, because both the 1 and 2 got traded. This
There it is.
offseason.
There's tight.
Yeah.
The winner is Brandon Shanahan from Facebook.
Brandon Shannon.
We had the
Hand.
comment to match. He wins. What does he win? The great Brandino.
He wins a football jersey of his choice, NFL jersey,
A
current player.
NFL
his choice.
jersey of his choice. Brandon Shanahan from Facebook. You win an NFL jersey of your choice.
I
That's-
suggest
that's sick.
Star Lamar. He's got a pretty sick jersey.
Current NFL player.
Oh fuck! I didn't get drafted yet.
Let's pull in momentarily
Here's
here.
the
We're
New
going to
York
pull Sam
Giants.
in.
Yeah,
Sam, what's up, brother?
Finally got their pick.
All right, it is time.
Dude, I just saw they traded it away.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make you wait too long, but we were doing that giveaway.
It's no, by all means. Also, congrats to Brennan on the jersey win.
Yeah, sick.
I'm
That's-
just concerned
that's
here. I think that
Caleb
we might go for Quiddy Pay. And I'm not checking the I'm not checking the early ones for this one. I want to see it live as it happens.
What would that be?
But-
The 10th lineman on the defensive side of the ball they've drafted.
I mean, how many times does Gettleman have to do this? Seriously.
At least one more.
We switched to a 3-4.
Oh.
I mean, my ideal pick before I watch it live is Owusu Koromoa. I think that could help boost up our linebacking core, help out on the weak side with Blake Martinez. I think it's a good spot to get him in. I think it's good value. And I think he's taught well. He's coached well. I think that would be a good pick for us at this
He's
spot.
versatile too, so you could use him
Exactly.
to cover maybe a slower wide receiver. He's not as quick as, maybe going against like CeeDee Lamb or something, but you could use him to cover somebody who's decent. He's like a pseudo safety.
Yeah. And what I've seen from the Giants defense in the past year with Patrick Graham is that he really likes to move players around and kind of switch up the defense into more of a hybrid. So that would be a good pick for this. Something tells me they're going pay just because it's Gettleman. Not something tells me. Gettleman tells me that they're going pay. But I would really hope for Owusu Koromoa here.
But I mean, how sick would it be on Sundays here? Payday every time he gets a sack.
I didn't think of that actually, and
only Brandon would.
I should have thought that should have been part of my scouting research, but I did not put that Did not put 2 and 2 together on that one. That would be pretty cool on the 2 sacks he gets in a year, maybe 3.
That's fair enough. 2.5.
We'll split the difference.
You re-signed Leonard Williams, or at least you got him on a franchise tag.
We got Leonard Williams back.
Your 2 Super Bowls that you won, both against Patriots, came from a dominant pass rush
with a 4-3.
I see the
4-3. Yeah,
the pick is in. I'm not going to ruin it for you.
All right.
See the excitement for yourself.
Kwity Paye can play either end.
That's true, but I mean, I just feel like we've drafted so many guys in different rounds.
He's sitting here, Brandon Graham. Brandon Graham is who you're.
I want to see your reaction live.
All right, here we go. What do we got?
Ooh.
Whoa!
Kadarius. I actually love that pick for them.
They compare him to Percy, but the most comparable wide receiver to Percy draft is Rondell. So they missed him.
How do you feel about that?
I need a second to digest. I loved watching Kadarius Toney at Florida.
You said your roommate was a Florida fan, right?
Yeah, he was, but I had to watch him every game, and I love. First of all, I love that he's a dual threat. You can put him in the backfield and run him out of the backfield. He ran so many wheel routes for Kyle Trask, where Kyle Trask just put it up for him at the right spot, and he can high point the ball as a 5'9", 5'10", however tall he is, as a short guy. He can get up there, so jumping is not an issue. He can get up for the jump balls. He's fat. He's incredibly twitchy. He can turn any random play into a 70-yard touchdown on a dime. I think it's just very interesting to see it. That's the path we're going in, kind of like. I thought we were going to go for more of another deep threat to pair with Kenny Golladay while we have Shepard run through the middle, but it looks like we're going to look for more of a screen and slant and work through the middle kind of guy, which I like, which also means that hopefully we're phasing Engram out of running so many streaks up the middle, and I'd rather run Kadarius Toney on a lot of these things. I'm pretty shocked. I'm really glad that we didn't go defensive line, which is always a relief. But I mean, I'm just watching some of this tape that they're showing, and man, he just goes. He is someone who's just really exciting. And I think the Giants offense needed someone exciting after we lost Odell Beckham Jr. We haven't really had that flair. I mean, Saquon was there, but Saquon hurt himself trying to do this much for us. Kadarius Toney will take the load off with some jet sweeps and some different, funky plays. Looking at the chat, I understand it's definitely a little bit of a reach, but I also think you guys have to consider. You have to consider that the Giants don't have another pick until. It's not early second, so it's one of those situations where, once again, I feel like if you're in the first round and you have a guy who's the top of your board, you get him, even if it's a reach, because at the end of the day, it could end up not being a reach and you could look like the smartest guy in the room. So I don't necessarily tend to feel that way about first round picks because I like to give them time to, play out. So, teams see something in a guy when they pick him in the first round, and there's a reason he's there. The only concern I have is that I guess we're not addressing either the slot corner position or the weak side linebacker, both of whom could have been really there was a lot of value there with Owusu Karamoa there for the weak side linebacker, and Farley was there for the corner, although I understand the injury concerns. So I am very surprised, but I got to say I'm pretty happy. We got a first round pick out of it for next year, as well as a couple late rounders in the future. And we got, if he was on the top of our board, then after Devonta Smith, assuming, then it makes sense that we move down to the spot to get him, because we probably would have moved down anywhere in the first round to get him, knowing that he would have been available.
Assuming that Devonta would have been there when you guys picked, what would you have had Devonta with your first, or Kadarius Toney with your first and a future first?
I think, right, I'd have to say Devonta Smith without the first, and that's obvious. I feel like if I say anything other than that, it's kind of misleading when it gets to Kadarius Toney is a very good prospect. He could very well turn into something amazing for us and exciting, and I really hope he does. But to compare him with Devonta Smith, I mean, Devonta Smith won the Heisman.
Yeah.
You know, would I rather have Devonta Smith?
There's
Yeah,
a lot of
but
things
am
that
I
go into it.
satisfied? I'm definitely satisfied.
Troy Smith won the Heisman. Like,
Exactly. You know, it's not always a deal breaker.
yeah.
But although that being said, I do think that Devonta Smith is going to be successful, provided that he's put in the right position. Which actually, you know, with the Eagles, you never really know. So,
I would put my money on it.
I mean, Kadarius Toney ended up being the top of the second tier wide receivers,
which surprised me.
Going in there.
Did that surprise anybody else?
I thought Rashad Bateman, but
I like everyone else. I thought Bateman as well.
Yeah. I thought it was because I was a homer.
No, I'm a huge fan of Bateman. He's my wide receiver 4 in this class. I think that he's been slept on every year that he's been in school. He's gotten better every single year. Like,
but this last year,
and not marginally, he's rocketed it up.
He got COVID. He came back, opted out, and this last year was very strange for Rashad Bateman. But if you look at a year ago, that's dude, unreal.
The increase
really good
that he had from his freshman year as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he didn't do anything.
Why the heck is Russell Wilson on the screen right now?
Because he's a Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, I had Bateman, and then I had Elijah Moore
over Kadarius.
And then I had Kadarius. The reason I had Elijah Moore so high is honestly primarily because I mocked him to the Titans, and I just kind of feel like tall, lanky receivers tend to have, I shouldn't say this is not all about build, but his ability to be a deep threat is something that I feel like is a lot more sustainable than Kadarius Toney, just because I feel like Kadarius Toney is very volatile. You have to have Kadarius Toney in the right position. And I feel like Elijah Moore was a lot easier to move around if you're just looking for a guy to put in the X or Z slot.
Kadarius Toney is not going to be a wide receiver that goes out and can run every single route, and he's a gadgety player. But
he has his limits.
Gadgety player.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like we needed a gadgety player.
Jeez, sorry, just getting the giveaway set up here.
Yeah, so we're doing our third giveaway here tonight and our final one of the night, which is 2 game tickets to a game.
I thought that was late.
Yeah, but the keyword starts now.
Oh, keyword. Got it.
So it's going to be 2 game tickets to a regular season game of your choice. The third keyword is BudHole. So remember, you have to use keyword 1, 2, and 3 to be entered in to get the final prize. So it's not just BudHole. There we go. We got some
BudHole
people.
just enters them into this third drawing, though.
Quiddy Pay.
No,
to the Colts, by the way.
To the Colts.
That was the pick.
Quiddy Pay to the Colts.
We got
really
a couple
quick draft
people.
update
Hell
here.
yeah.
We got Quiddy
Quiddy
Pie
Pie.
headed to the Colts at pick 21.
Why are you going to change the name when
And
I've been telling you?
Payday
wrong
is
name.
coming to Indianapolis.
Come on.
And you're
Yes.
still going to say pie.
We need you to enter the whole phrase into the comments to get entered into the final drawing, and plenty of people here are doing that as we speak.
We got quite a few.
That's free money.
All 3 comments.
That's the Blue Collar Media Group stimulus package coming right at you.
It's true. It's true. It's damn true.
BCMG has funded all of this. This would not be possible without you guys. Thank you so much.
Gage would be sitting at home sober on a Thursday night if it wasn't for you guys.
All right, here we go.
What am I
And
doing?
Star would be sitting at
Fuck
home
that
drunk
water.
on Thursday night.
At least Star finally gets somebody to drink with here. Sam, give us your breakdown here on this pick before we gear up and look forward to the Vikings pick at 23.
You know, I really like it for them. And it's not necessarily because I'm in love with Quiddy Pay as a prospect. I'm not. I think I've said that a couple times tonight. But what I will say is that they're not going to need him to do too much on the run stuffing end, which I think is key, because they're going to have DeForest Buckner up there to help support him. They have a very decent defensive line up there besides DeForest Buckner, besides this one edge spot that they kind of needed to fill, which I believe they had Danico Autry in before. But regardless, I think he's going to learn well. My only issue with it is that I feel like the Colts could have used a receiver for Carson Wentz to throw to besides T.Y. Hilton. I know Zach Paschal kind of showed out, but like no one's really stood out as a wide receiver 2 on that team. And I feel like Rashad Bateman would have been a very good fit. I know Michael Pittman is kind of working his way in as well. So if you want to count him as the outside receiver, then I guess you could look more to someone in the slot like Rondale Moore if you're looking down the list. But I mean, I just don't. I like it for the defensive side of the ball, but in terms of helping out Carson Wentz with weapons, I just don't know if that's necessarily what they're going to need to take that next step.
That's completely understandable.
They also have to replace Costanzo, who retired as well. So losing that left tackle, I think that was one of the longest tenured offensive lines in the league, if not the longest, before he retired, having the same core there. So that's definitely going to hurt.
And they have Paris Campbell as well.
Coming back off injury, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got injured early, but he had a promising showing early in his career out of Ohio State.
All right. Sam,
Well,
thank you so much for joining. You got something?
Of course. Oh, no. Yeah, no. I was just, I was looking. Schefter put a cryptic tweet up that I thought was the next pick, but he was actually just saying that they chose Kwity Paye over Darashaw because I was about to say that is way too quick to be the next pick. But yeah, I got an 11:59 deadline for an article, but I'm definitely down to stay and hang with you guys if you guys are around after that. But if not, I've had a great time being here. And thanks for giving me that live reaction on Kadarius Toney. I appreciate you letting me have that one.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, you bet. We'll
like Kadarius
talk
Toney.
to you later, Sam. Thank you.
I'm a
Of course, and thank you guys for having me again. Appreciate it. Have a good one, everyone.
Go Gators.
Go Gators.
So here we are, gearing up here. We're at pick 22. We got the
Rashad
purple
Bateman,
coming up.
They're showing up.
And
on the
if
TV.
you are watching the draft currently, we have sitting in the waiting room from Shock Fantasy, we have Matt Harrison sitting in the waiting room, waiting here to break down this Vikings pick with us, and we'll be bringing him in momentarily.
Is he waiting there?
Oh, he's waiting.
He's waiting for us? Okay.
Yes, he's sitting in he's sitting patiently in the waiting room, waiting on the
Star
butthole.
needs the beer.
Yeah, twiddling his thumbs.
Scott needs a beer.
Scott.
Yeah, I'll drink a beer.
Crack one for the boy. Star Wars is about to put that one upside down.
And we got Matt drinking a beer too.
Drink a bud with the buds.
Or water. We don't really know. We're not really sure yet. It's hard to see. It's fuzzy.
Your boy.
All right, let's
So we have-
let's quit the waiting. Matt Harrison, welcome into the BudHole live stream of the NFL Draft.
Welcome, Matt.
It's my favorite spring and summer drink, Crown Royal Peach with lemonade.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
That does.
What
sound
kind
really
of lemonade do you go there? Do you go
Nature Valley?
Minute Maid or you get
the
the
Simply lemonade route every time.
Simply?
good. Nature Valley.
yeah.
Pre-made?
Nature Valley's granola bars. It's got real chunks of
No, that's Hidden Valley.
granola in the lemon.
Yeah. I'm more of a myself. Gage is dying over
There's
there.
nothing better than granola and lemon in my
Yeah,
pizza.
it's just like s'mores. There's nothing better than granola in your lemonade.
Yes, that's the best.
How have you felt about the draft so far, Matt?
It's quite clear to me who the good front offices are and who the bad front offices are.
Yes.
Doesn't it feel that way about every draft, though? And then it takes a few years to decide whether they were right or wrong.
You know, you look at the Giants and you look at the Raiders and you look at those two teams and they just like they get those guys that are mocked into the second round every time. They get them in the middle of the first round and everybody's like, what are you doing? They just evaluate talent so differently, especially with those two clubs right now, that it's absolutely crazy. And that's one of the things that I thought has really stuck out is the teams that are good seem to be going and doing their thing, and the teams that are bad are making it look bad. And to be honest, I'm wearing my Viking hat right now, but I thought what Rick did trading with the Jets and gaining those picks, I thought that was a good pick. They now have 4 picks in the third round. I think they trade back up into the second. I think it's going to be a good draft by the end of it for the Vikings.
You don't regret them not taking Elijah Vera Tucker right there at 14?
No, because Darisaw is about to fall in our lap right here at pick 23.
Is he the slam dunk pick for the purple at 23? I think he is.
I think it has to be. I think that's a pick that I really thought that the Vikings could take as early as 14. So, yeah, I think they should be pretty pleased gaining those picks and coming up and getting him at 23. I think that's a nice little spot for him. And if you listen to, Johnny Laser joined Meat Sauce on the Fan a couple of weeks ago, he couldn't speak highly enough about Virginia Tech's Darisaw and how he could play both left or right side. I think it gives a little flexibility to our line, and it gives us a guy that could be a good, strong tackle on our line for a decade.
It does add to the Vikings. It seems as though the Vikings like to get offensive linemen that could be multiple. They could play at multiple different positions. They like them to be athletic. The biggest question mark people have with Darisaw is his motor. He does tend to at times get caught watching the end of plays. Does that concern you at all?
Well, he's a fast machine and he keeps his motor clean. So I believe the Titans are about to select right here, and I'm really interested to see if Minnesota's own Rashad Bateman ends up there. Obviously,
tackle
Georgia. The Titans had Corey Davis before, who was another PJ Fleck product.
This is true.
This would be interesting if they wanted to go back to the Fleck well of wide receivers.
Could they go offensive line here with the release of Isaiah Wilson?
It's possible. Let's see what happens.
If you get the pick before we do, Matt, you can break it.
You want me to break it?
Yeah.
Goodell's announcing it right now on my TV. What TV are you watching? Jeez.
He's just chatting with.
We're
He's just
streaming,
hugged that
so
Titans fan.
We're YouTube TV, so we might be a little behind. He was just hugging.
The Titans select cornerback, Virginia Tech, Caleb Farley.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay.
Solid pick for them.
What a
Good for
pick.
the Vikings. Because I thought if Farley was available,
We were taking.
Zim was going to take Farley.
I would have loved to see Farley in purple though.
Yeah, there's some questions about his health that have come up, and my dog Hattie, who's in the room with me, has been raising those questions as we speak. So I hope that's good. But Darisaw fell right to where we need it, and I think that that's kind of a slam dunk. A couple other guys, that Owusu Koromoa guy at linebacker, if they want to shore up a few things at linebacker there. And Christian Barmore from Alabama, I think that any of those guys, JOK probably doesn't fill an immediate need, but Barmore might, just to provide a little depth to our defensive line. And our defensive line was pretty bad last year. But I think Darisaw is really the pick here. It's a pick of need. And if they're not going to give Kirk Cousins the protection that everybody sees that he needs, what's the point of this? Why have Kirk Cousins at all?
100% agree.
I think we're going Darisaw. I think it's a lockdown pick there. He's fallen to us. I saw a lot
they
of
might
people
love Jenkins, or they might love someone. Like, we have no idea who the prospect they fell in love with.
It's got to
was.
be a lineman though, right?
The issue with Jenkins is he's played right tackle a majority of it, and he's even come out and said he's more comfortable at right tackle. So that would mean we'd switch like O'Neal to left tackle. I just think we draft a true left tackle.
This is the bottom line right now, you guys. Darisaw had been talked about as if there was tiers of offensive linemen. He had been mentioned in that top tier. Jenkins has never been mentioned in that top tier. So if you really trust the people that do the draft scouting and the whole breakdown of all of that, you have to think Darisaw makes the most sense as a viewer. Now, obviously, the Purple have their own draft board, but having the pulse on the Vikings draft like we do as Vikings fans, I just don't see any other pick here besides Darisaw. I don't think you reach and take Jenkins. I think you take Darisaw, you take your 4 thirds, and you figure out what you're going to do tomorrow.
Now, it would not surprise me one bit if the Vikings liked multiple linemen as good as Darisaw for his draft slot. If Trader Rick went in and made another trade back right now, would not surprise me one little bit.
I can see it. Or they like Mayfield or any of those guys. They might want to go back, try to pick up more capital.
Well, that's not going to happen because the pick is in.
Let's
go.
They didn't
So
wait.
we got a purple player coming up right here.
Might be a hair ahead of us then. So
Break it. No, as soon as it comes in, break it.
I want Gage's authentic reaction.
And really
guys
quick,
didn't
Matt,
see-
once the pick
who's
comes
that?
in, we'll break it
That's
down,
the
and then we're going to
Vikings.
pull in Paul, and we'll just go on a three-way call here because Paul will be breaking down that Steelers pick at 24.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you guys need.
Well, thank you,
But
Matt.
as far as the Vikings go, as Matt said, the pick is in, so we're waiting to hear from Goodell. And once we get that pick in, we'll break it down and move on to pick 24.
Yeah,
it's been a
boys.
wild draft so far.
I totally knew they were going to make the pick because I put my Vikings hat on now.
It's like
There
8
was-
words that you're
there was
trying
a-
to say.
Hey,
that
there's
you
a few
couldn't
words
say.
that were totally fine in that sentence, okay?
We're at the point where Gage is speaking cursive.
After about 13 beers, it gets you.
Matt was like, after I heard that, I gotta go get more drink.
Yeah, he
I'm
felt.
going to get a drink. Hold on.
Send me a pizza lemonade, please.
He's like, I'm not on Gage's level. I gotta get a little bit drunker.
It's fun.
Yes.
But I told you guys, we can mock draft every day
Don't
for
matter.
40 days. We're never going to get it right.
No.
We have no idea what's going on
What do you,
inside those GM's head. Plus, the Raiders draft. We have no idea what the Raiders are going to do.
okay, honestly, if you had to choose like what the highest score of the best mock draft was out of our
It was our first one.
No, 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 no,
We've
not
hit
ours,
a solid
but
amount.
we had
of
it
our
open.
first-
There was
yeah,
a whole
mock
bunch
draft.
of people that
Yeah,
could
yeah.
submit their own.
Yep.
What do you think the highest points would be for the winner? Like 20 points, maybe?
That's including the tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Probably 20.
I'd bet about 20. I bet you miss,
Yeah.
multiple over half of the draft. You
The top
probably
5
miss.
you can hit.
I do want to make note of right now, too. We've had 22 picks in this draft, and my top 100, I do have all 22 of those top 100 in this. So we're looking pretty good on that.
Yeah, but you're going to
You
hit
better
it in the
have
first round.
100% out of the first
We
round.
never
I
made
know.
our
If your
side bet.
top 100 misses the first round,
No, I know. I'm just playing.
So from a draft standpoint, what has been your favorite pick so far? Or maybe it's a trade up for the pick. What have you guys thought so far through the first 22?
I have mine.
We're fans of trades because every trade we're shotgunning a beer. So
Oh,
in the
nice.
first round, in the
Trades?
first round.
Sure.
I honestly, Matt, in my opinion, it's the Bears moving up for Fields. That's my
Yeah,
favorite.
I think that's a really good choice. That's the one that stuck out to me too.
And I hate that as a Vikings fan.
It's the best move by a team.
Well, Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Bronco by the end of the weekend, so you get Fields for Rodgers. It's okay.
There you go. We'll take that for a year or two, and then we'll see what Fields becomes.
For me, I think it's Trey Lance, number 3 to the Niners. So it wasn't a move up. I like the move a lot. I mean, we've said it multiple times. 3 of us have gone to NDSU. So I'm a big fan of that. And then I just thought the Mac Jones smoke fire was just it. That's all it was. So
God, I love this. Ooh, Crown and Peach Lemonade sounds like it could lead to a sexy time with a well-informed partner that's too ashamed to give any direct eye contact, but's totally okay with burping and breathing it on you if you ask them to.
See you now.
The Minnesota Vikings select Christian Darrisaw.
Let's
go.
all right.
We get our lineman.
That's what we
Ryan
wanted.
McKinney 2.0.
I mean, think about it, Matt. A lot of people would have been okay with the Vikes taking him at 14, and you trade back and get 2/3 out of it, and you still get him.
Rick is playing 3D chess, everyone. Come on.
And everyone else
Just go with it. He's going to trade back into the second, too.
Oh,
so they're not done.
But there's a pass rusher coming at us.
All right.
Absolutely.
We are
Does
going
Jason
to bring
Away
Paul.
go
We're
in the
bringing you
first?
into the stream right now, Paul.
What's happening, boys?
What it do?
Not too much. Just watching linemen go off the board here and wondering what's going to happen.
You sad
Najee
about that?
Harris.
Did you want Darrisaw?
I mean, if he's going to fall that way, you might as well grab him. That's a great pick right there. I mean, like you guys said, you got him at 14, and nobody was said anything. So, I
Yeah.
mean, to trade back and get him is still, money.
Yeah, 2 third-rounders and getting the same player.
Yeah, and then I thought maybe Farley would be there, but the Titans snagged him up. So it'll be interesting to see if this Najee Harris stuff goes through. Landon Dickerson wouldn't surprise me either. You know what I mean? Like,
that you'd feel comfortable with right now, or you think all the tackles are off the board?
Yeah, I think so. Where you could go back into the second round, and you can still get a quality lineman.
No Tevin Jenkins, no Jalen Mayfield, none of those guys.
Tevin Jenkins wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't mind Tevin Jenkins.
Cosme, any of those guys?
Eichenberg?
Nah, Cosme's got to wait.
Yeah.
Paul, have you got Harris over Etienne?
Yeah, I think Harris is the best back. The best pure running back, I would say. I like Etienne and Sermon in the now NFL role. Pass catchers.
Yep, absolutely. Do you think they fit the Pittsburgh system a little better than Najee Harris would?
Just right now with Ben, like I said, I mean, you're looking at a quarterback that has to stay in the gun because he can't move.
Yep.
I mean, so it'll be very interesting here. We got it's already in, so
that pick is in. I mean, I don't know. Najee Harris, it seems
like they knew before the draft.
Yeah, it's like they've been
seems
waiting.
like the worst kept secret in all of football that Najee Harris was going to the Steelers.
Yes.
But the Steelers never pick. They never pick that guy though either. They never.
It's not Najee Harris.
No, I'm not doing it.
Bennett, Scott, come on, man.
No, I'm not doing it.
Bennett a shotgun.
Yeah, it feels like insider info.
No, I'm not doing it. He said.
No, I gotta stay sharp. I gotta stay sharp right now for the podcast.
Drink your LaCroix.
There's not a Najee Harris shotgun bet. Come on.
I was trying, Scott.
Come on,
Scott.
No, I'm not doing it.
Let's go.
You have to
Not
drive
doing it.
one beer and drive home.
Chicken.
I'm not falling into the peer pressure.
I'm not following.
What do you think, Mr.
What are the chances this is not Najee Harris?
Slim to none.
I think is good. I don't think
Yeah.
running back has not been a
I
solid.
picked 50-50.
Shotgun bet. Gage.
That's not Najee Harris.
I got Najee.
That's exactly what we don't need.
Would you guys like me to break it for you?
Absolutely. After
Absolutely.
that shake.
The Steelers select Najee Harris, running back Alabama.
Let's
Matt Harrison, god damn it.
Why didn't you get that, Scott? Come
Why
on.
are they taking a running back first round when running backs aren't going?
I want to hear another word out of your voice.
So they took him before Jacksonville could, right?
That's
Yeah.
right. Now Jacksonville's going to take Etienne.
Very true.
Or they're going to take Trevor.
So, Paul, the first mock draft I ever did, you're like, Najee Harris, 24? That's not going to happen. Don't regard any other pick I made in that except number one.
Yes, let's get
But-
the Steelers fans OG
I
reaction.
said, kill me. I said, quote, kill me. Now, I mean, like I said before today, I mean, I trust Kevin Colbert. I mean, he doesn't miss too much, so we'll see what he's got. I mean, they're going to have to do something with that. I don't like him running out of the gun sideways. I don't like that.
You know, Paul, don't you kind of feel that the Steelers have really been missing something since Le'Veon Bell left the team, and James Conner just wasn't that back? And from my standpoint, it always looked like Tomlin wanted to be kind of a run-first team and a guy who could – a guy like Bell who can, catch the ball out of the backfield and do multiple things. Najee Harris seems to fit that bill really well, and, man, that could really bring the Steelers' offense back to something really special.
That offensive line is just so bad, though, and they lost guys, so that's where I'm at with it. And a quarterback that can't make the stretch handoff. He can't. You've seen in that Browns game. I mean, he couldn't even jump on a fumble. I mean, but Najee Harris is. I mean, he's a stud. I mean, maybe they go back to some sort of pistol. We'll see what Canada brings out of the his little bag of tricks. So. I'm good with it. I mean, like I said, Colbert hasn't got too many black spots on his record, so I'm going to stay with it.
And looking forward, Paul, at the rest of this draft, how many picks are the Steelers rocking? Do they have one in each of the next few rounds, or do they have a few?
I think they got 2 3s.
Okay, so they do have time then to address the O-line, because this is a very deep offensive line draft by most accounts.
Yeah, definitely. They need corner too. I mean, they need to find some corner help too. So, I'll interested to see where it goes, but you add the back to a young skill group, so now we're looking for the trigger man of the future, I guess.
I'm not gonna lie, Etienne was definitely probably a better pass catcher for a running back position, but Najee Harris is not a slouch in that category. He's definitely got some skill catching the passes.
No, he's a down running back.
One thing they really want to do is, take some pressure off Big Ben. He threw 50 some times in that playoff rounds.
Yeah.
You can't have that happen for a 38-year-old quarterback and expect to win games. You just can't. So
you get 20 attempts at running back.
Now, Matt, are you excited to watch the shotgun challenge? The bet pays off. Star Lamar's about the shotgun. We're gonna go do it.
Hold up. I wanted to double or nothing you.
Oh.
Wait, does that mean you have to do 2 beers at the same time?
No,
would you
probably back
risk,
to back.
Would you risk a back-to-back shotgun for me?
Yeah.
I would like to bet you that there's 2 running backs taken in the first round.
Well, that bet's not going to be out for the whole round.
I
don't want to take that.
You don't want that. You're just going to take the one and suck it up?
Tampa Bay could take a running back.
I think the Bills
Buffalo
are the pick.
could take a running
I think
back.
Buffalo is locked in for Etienne.
I think you guys make another bet.
Wait, I have an idea here. Yeah, why doesn't Star pay off the one? And then if there is a running back taken, Gage has to take one. If not, Star takes one at the end of the first.
No, it's opposite. It's opposite. If there's not a running back taken, I would shock if there is one.
I think Matt Harrison.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite.
Matt
Harrison, would you be down for a shotgun?
Peach crown.
Well, do you really want to watch him shotgun 2 beers at the very, very end of the show? I want to watch him just shotgun 1 beer right now.
Oh, right.
Yes, one right now.
Yeah.
Just one right now is fine.
Yeah.
And then one later.
Might as well get it in.
Plus, I'm trying to protect you because there's not going to be another running back taken.
I love it. The all-seeing Matt Harrison. There will not be another. Just take this bet. Take your money and run.
Yeah, true that. Good.
Buffalo will not take another running back. I think they're happy with Singletary and Moss, and they will go offensive line, try to get some run blockers.
Oh, lineman?
Don't mute me. All right, guys.
You're not muted. You're not muted.
You have to
mute me. The graveyard of shotguns.
Shotgunning Trulies. Wow.
Let's Gage right there.
No, that was Brandon. I shotgunned 2 Bud Lights.
Okay. Paying off the bet right here, right now.
You're totally missing the shot, Brandon. There we go.
There it is.
Did he finish it? Is he?
Yeah, okay, cool. You're out.
He's on
He doesn't know. He has no idea what's going on.
Mute. You're all muted. Yeah, honestly, God, I'm excited about that Vikings pick.
That was a solid selection.
The fact that Darisaw slid to 23, you get 2/3. They're going to be able to be real players the rest of this draft.
So how depressed will the Vikings fan base be if Mac Jones turns out to be a perennial Pro Bowler?
Very.
Very?
I think so.
I wouldn't be at all. I don't think he. I mean, I didn't expect anything from him. So
yeah, but so if he is a perennial Pro Bowler and we passed on him, you're going to be pretty bumming.
No,
you won't care.
Really. No.
Mac Jones, if he ends up being a perennial Pro Bowler, how depressed are you going to be, Star Lamar?
I won't be because we have so much capital wrapped up in quarterback that was off the radar completely.
True.
Unless
we were to get out of
Elijah
Kirk.
Vera Tucker ends up being one of the perennial Pro Bowlers and we traded away the pick that they got him in, that's when I'll be upset.
That's fair.
Now, I've been kind of monitoring Vikings Twitter today, and people have been absolutely freaking out that they passed on Mac Jones there, which I never thought that there was a chance that the Vikings were actually looking quarterback in this case. They have too many livelihoods tied up in Kirk Cousins right now.
Right. I mean, we're a team built to win. Obviously, we didn't win last year and we missed playoffs. But Mike Zimmer's career, he's been playoffs, not playoffs, playoffs, not playoffs. This next year should be very telling. If we can't do it then maybe
Zimmer's
it's time
done.
for a rebuild. But
reload. It's commonly coined as a reload, Star Lamar, not a rebuild.
I don't care.
Maybe we need a rebuild.
I don't know.
It's been a long time. I mean, we've tried to
This is the
draft
true
offensive
Vikings
line.
fandom coming out right now. The truth is finally hit. Pick 25.
Well, I mean, you guys are. I mean, you guys are going to be in a position where that division's rebuilding now, right? I mean, if Rodgers leaves,
He's
I mean,
not
if Rodgers leaves, you got basically two rookies going.
Let's speak it
You
into
know?
it. It's when Rodgers leaves.
Rodgers is not leaving. That was a calculated risk. He
Two
wanted-
rookies and Goff.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Oh, Goodell's sitting down in his old lazy boy here
Oh, fuck.
to announce the next pick.
The Bears are going to
What a
dominate the
professional
division.
sitting down in his lazy boy chair. Can't even stand up for the pick.
As we've been sitting the whole draft. We've been sitting for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I stand up and shotgun Bears.
Oh, do you want me to break it?
Yes, break it, Matt.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The Jaguars select Travis Etienne, running back.
Yeah.
I didn't do it. I said no. No, I said no. I don't want the bet. It would have been double or nothing, and I took the one shotgun.
We're going live.
He knows.
for
He knows.
another
That's why he's
shotgun.
laughing. He's laughing because he knows I didn't take
No,
it.
I love the
That's the
vindication
reason
that
why I did it. Why'd they take Travis Etienne? Robinson was
I mean,
a good running back. You could get Chubba Hubbard in the fourth, who could come in and do that same shit. Yeah, maybe this is your change of pace back, but why are you taking him in the first if you're the Jaguars? You have holes everywhere. It doesn't make any sense.
Hey, Gage, Star is shotgunning another beer.
Yeah,
No,
Etienne
I
just
didn't
got
take
picked.
it. He knows.
Oh my god!
I didn't
knew
take
it.
the double
I
or
knew
nothing.
that was gonna happen. You would have been fucked.
Yeah, he knows I didn't take
God damn it!
Oh, I love it. I love it.
but I mean, you guys think that? I mean, this is like the third set of teammates getting drafted together. I mean, these quarterbacks have to be playing a part in this, right?
He's politicking. Trevor Lawrence immediately politicking and said Travis Etienne is amazing and we need him on our team. And they said, all right, we're going to go grab him.
So they'll have him, DJ Chark, Laviska Shenault. I mean, they're going to have some weapons on offense.
Tim Tebow.
James Robinson wasn't a bad
Timmy
player
Tebow.
last year either.
He wasn't at all. I think
James Robinson was great. He was super underrated. And
Which makes me wonder why the Jaguars are doing this, especially when they hold the first pick in the second round. And Etienne, he probably would have fallen there.
yeah, and they're not afraid of the Kadarius Toney pick. They're not afraid of wide receivers going on a run because if they were, they would have took a wide receiver here.
So Cleveland on the clock now, and, you know, it's a rival for Paul. Paul, who do you not want to see Cleveland take right now?
I don't know. They've added so much. I mean, that's a team that built to win now. I mean, I think this has to be a piece that helps them win now because Baker's on that rookie deal, and they got to make the decision whether to pay him or not next year, and they can't really afford to, wait on something to develop with this guy. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. Man, I don't know. I mean, they spent a lot. They spent a lot on that defense.
Jalen Phillips.
I think Rashad Bateman's kind of an interesting guy considering Odell hasn't been able to stay healthy.
And Odell is trade bait at this point, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an Odell fan, so I feel like Baker's a better quarterback without him.
I think with Odell on the field, it forces Baker to try to get him the ball more than he should instead of just go to the open guy. I think Odell kind of forces the ball his way a little bit more. So when he's off the field, you've seen Baker be a little bit more efficient. I think they go defensive side of the ball. I think they need to get somebody on the defensive line. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Christian Barmore go here.
Or the Notre Dame linebacker.
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, that could be it.
I saw Zaven Collins mock to them quite a bit, so a linebacker wouldn't surprise me at all. And the pick's in, so let's see what it is.
Yep.
Whoever gets it first, go ahead and break it. We're a little behind the ball here with our TV.
I'm doing what's watching TV on an antenna.
What?
Yes.
What is
Oh
that?
my!
Yeah, ahead of all of us at that
Yeah,
point.
it's how you get no delay.
Like that. We had one guy who was breaking it like a minute early, and we thought it was his TV, but it was really just internet friends.
Guesses.
It was just internet friends.
If you watch the right side of the butthole video here, you can see Gage's rage try and attempt to eat a brownie that he overcooked. So he's burning his mouth.
It's the pizza that's overcooked.
He's so good. He's so lucky he didn't take that second running back bet.
Me? I know. Yeah, I would have had another one, which I would have been fine. I could still stay up later than Gage's rage, and I would drink them.
Fuck out of here,
dude. Have another White Claw.
All right, here we are.
Truly, baby.
The Cleveland Browns.
There's no clause here.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Do you have it?
Not quite.
Analog.
Not yet.
Goodell's talking about some charity in Cleveland, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
well, we can sign up
It
on
is
that.
in Cleveland.
On our screen, we have Rich Eisen on, and he does the Run Rich Run for St. Jude. How fast would you guys be able to run your 40 time?
Sub 5.
You think
No way.
sub
You
5?
could do sub 5.
There's
Gage.
no fucking way.
You could do sub 5.
5-5.
5.5. That's not sub 5.
Yeah, it is.
Fuck no, it's
No,
not.
sub 5 is
Sub 5 is
499
less than 5. Oh, math. Yeah, fucking shit's hard.
What does sub mean? Under?
Under.
I'm sorry you guys had to realize
Oh man,
that Gage
this is just
dumb.
I think 4 hours is our max. After 4 hours, it just really
Have we
loopy.
been on for 4 hours?
4.5, yeah.
I thought the geography was bad and then math hit.
Our geography is rough.
Well,
Imagine
the northeastern school of Notre Dame.
Notre Dame was
in the
The Cleveland Browns select Greg Newsome, cornerback, Northwestern.
Northwestern.
Wow.
Yeah.
Solid.
Yep.
That is the,
So they
Good
did
pick.
the defense, but
I do like Greg Newsome.
Yep. That's a good pick.
secondary is going to have Grant Delpit. It's going to have, what was it, Josh Jackson they picked up from the
No,
Rams?
Josh Jackson.
No,
Who's the Rams guy they got?
Johnson.
Johnson.
John Johnson.
Yeah.
They're going to have Denzel Ward, Greedy Williams.
And Greed
and Greg
Williams.
Newsome.
Yep. To go with Garrett and Clowney.
we're gonna just carry you, Paul, right through this next pick too with Baltimore because we're just staying
might as well.
rivalries.
Might as well.
So who do you not want them to pick, Paul?
Shit, they need offensive line, right? They need to take one of those.
Well, they're taking your guy, right?
Joe King guy.
Yeah, could be.
It's brownies on pizza.
That sounds like granola and lemonade.
Oh, just son of a bitch.
Oh, man. You think Jalen Phillips goes here, Paul?
Jalen Phillips
wide receiver here.
He's gone, isn't he?
Or he's a Lojolari.
He might be. It's very good.
Yeah.
I was shotgunning in the meantime.
There hasn't been
Yeah.
many outside linebacker pass rushers.
No, there is not. This is
Yeah. What? This is that Notre Dame linebacker?
No, he's a Georgia linebacker,
Georgia.
but he's an outside linebacker pass rusher for Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh, Aziz?
Yeah.
Yeah. Edge rusher. What do you think, Matt?
Oh, okay.
Goes to the Ravens. You think it's Bateman?
Well, they have 2 picks here in the next 5. So if they don't address wide receiver, I think they will soon. So my guess is since there's a handful of wide receivers left on the board, they probably go to the other side of the ball and pick the best defensive player available.
I mean, you got to think, though, that the Saints could be in the realm for grabbing a wide receiver to pair with Thomas. The Packers, with
Definitely are.
news, are probably trying to keep him happy. Might go wide receiver. So
Well,
it's
that was my next question is we got Green
Yeah.
Bay 2 picks away, and it's now time to think what's going on with all that Aaron Rodgers news today? Was it a play on his part to try to get weapons because he's never had a first-round receiver to throw to? Where are we at with that? Because I think that really dictates how the rest of this first round goes.
Yeah, definitely.
I think if you're the Ravens and you have a wide receiver that you want, you take him right now. If there's a guy that you're lukewarm about, okay, maybe you wait to 31. But there's 2 teams ahead of you, and the Bills could surprise you and take another guy to pair with Diggs that could be taking wide receivers, and that could leave you kind of scratching your head.
Hey, let me run a name by you here rather than Rashad Bateman. How about Elijah Moore here?
Well, you think either of the Moores are left, right? The Moore receivers. So
I think Elijah Moore here could be pretty filthy. They like adding
Rondale.
speedy wide receivers. You like Rondale?
I've always liked Rondale.
I just got his injury concern and how small he is scares the hell out of me.
He's an athlete.
Yeah, but you're only an athlete when you're on the field.
He's gonna
this
beat.
is kind of a wide receiver, like a small wide receiver draft though overall. So if you were looking to add a guy who's big, I mean the big guys in this draft were 6'1". It's not a super huge draft. So they're all kind of dime a dozen at that point. So if they have one that's significantly above the other ones on their board, I think they take him. If not, I think they probably leave a wide receiver and they think that, maybe, just maybe in a couple picks, because they got, Baltimore's pick is in. It's the Saints, it's the Packers, it's the Bills, and the Bills aren't going to take a wide receiver. And then it's Baltimore again. So I got to believe that the Packers are probably looking at line. The Saints have a lot of needs to fill. So I think if the Ravens like a couple of wide receivers, they're going to let this pass.
Margin of error, Joe King, plus or minus 1.
Plus or minus 12.
No, not 12.
All right, Gage.
It's an exaggeration.
It's just you have 13, I have 10.5. Brandon has 7.
You and Star do another shot. Wide receiver.
You guys think that New Orleans could trade out after all the rumors of them trading up?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, they couldn't get up,
and I can
so
see
they get out.
But that Koromoa guy, I think he's going to be really good. So I think he'd be a solid fit for the Saints.
Seems like a very Baltimore type of pick, though, too.
Yeah,
you could see that. Who they
went
get
Patrick Queen last year.
Yeah,
so that's kind of in the same mold. Aziz Ojulari is what I could see. A 3-4 pass rush.
There's still a lot of good value in this back of this first round. There's good players to be had here.
And all of these players that we think are going in the first round show up in the second round.
Is our draft network up to date?
The top
Absolutely
safety
not.
is still there.
No, my computer was too slow to keep up with that for some reason.
Trayvon Morig would be a nice
Baltimore
little player.
could take Trayvon.
Yeah, they could. That could be a good one.
Man.
What if the Vikings use some of their draft capital to move up into the back of the first to draft? I don't know, maybe Davis Mills?
We're not going in.
I don't think they have the capital for that.
There could be a shotgun.
We're going to trade you 3/3.
What, they have 4 thirds and 3/4 or 4 fourths?
We have 4 fourths.
So they traded one of their late fourths in the pick down trade.
Yeah, most times, unless you're going to trade a future second here, nobody's going to want to do a deal like that. They don't want to move that far down.
Do you see it yet, Matt?
No, they're getting close though. I'm keeping an eye.
Why do they do that?
It is almost time for a couple of other high second round teams to trade back into the first round just to try to get that guy to get the 5th-year option on him. So Jacksonville and the Jets could definitely be involved in getting their 3rd pick in the first round.
Yep.
Man, that would be crazy.
Oh, picks coming in.
We're hoping for more trades anyway.
Yeah, we need more trades here. We could use in the next 6 picks. We could use 6 trades.
Gage.
Hey, we got a gopher off the board. Rashad Bateman.
Yeah.
Right.
God, I hate that for him.
Wide out.
Hey, Ron Johnson went to the Ravens and it worked out. Oh,
They did.
No, I hate that for him.
They needed them. They really did. They needed a bigger guy,
Definitely.
route runner.
Yeah, but he didn't need them.
Rashad Bateman is easily the best wide receiver that Lamar Jackson has had in Baltimore.
That's a good point.
Sneaky quick, too. He's a great route runner. Good hands.
Hmm.
He's a solid pick there. That's
He was
kind of
underutilized in Minnesota for his route tree. They only ran him on about 6 different routes. The guy has the ability, I think, to run any route in the book from any position on the field. him and Mark Andrews in that offense with the sidekick of Hollywood Brown is pretty nice. And then you obviously have J.K. Dobbins, who's a player.
Gus Edwards, who can run the ball.
Where did
too,
he crack
so.
your top 10 or top 100? Sorry.
Where did Bateman come in on my top 100?
He was
he was
10 or
quite
11?
high on my
9
top
or
100.
10,
I'll pull it up.
You're
He
ready
was
to
my
shotgun
number
another?
2 rated wide receiver.
9 overall, though, right? I like him there over Green Bay.
Yeah, definitely. We can still cheer for him now.
Exactly. And I think if he didn't go here,
The battery.
I don't know if the Saints were going to take him. I could have seen the Packers taking him, and then I would have been really sad.
Rashad Bateman was 9 overall. Really quick here, we're gonna be for all you viewers, we're gonna be swapping our camera battery over as this one died. So we'll be rolling with Matt and Paul. I had Rashad Bateman.
Paul, they're all looking at us. We gotta look good on camera right now. This is the time.
Right there. We go. There, I'll straighten up.
Yep.
I'll straighten
Ship
up.
shape.
And,
Here we go.
Yeah.
Najee Harris.
Ohio, the Sunshine State, is where the
The Saints have already sent the pick in.
Yeah, it's already
they're
in.
making the pick there and not trading down.
No.
Do you guys play fantasy football at all?
Yeah, definitely.
No, what's fantasy football? Never heard of it.
Oh, I'll explain to you probably off.
Thank you.
Off the live stream though.
You don't want
what does Rashad Bateman's fantasy value do being drafted to the Baltimore Ravens as opposed to the Green Bay Packers or the New Orleans Saints or another one of these high passing offenses?
I don't know. I
don't mess with that Ravens offense, the wide receiver, until you actually see it.
He's an untouchable. He's an undraftable player.
No,
I'm not undraftable.
Are we talking dynasty or yearly?
Yeah,
either one.
Dynasty. I think he's a late first round pick in dynasties, especially
with
in a
Lamar
PPR
Jackson
league.
as a quarterback for the rest of his career.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yearly, he's probably, I would say maybe a 6th rounder, 7th rounder.
No, he's like a low end wide receiver 4 in all likelihood.
That's where you'd put him.
Yeah, in fact,
Yeah,
I'm gonna pull up. I just did a cheat sheet for wide receivers and running backs and all that good stuff today. Where do I got Rashad Bateman? Let's find him.
One more beer. One more beer. One more beer. Come on, Star.
Star's one shotgun away from being second cousins with Boomhauer from King of the Hill.
Absolutely.
Oh gosh, wow.
I never realized how much I'm humble until recently. It's just how I talk.
Chinechi Osu. I can't even pretend to know his name. Who's that linebacker? Owusu.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
I have Rashad Bateman at the 48th ranked wide receiver right now. Right around Antonio Brown, Cole Beasley, Marvin Jones, Devontae Parker.
Was that based off of where he was drafted? Or was
that was pre-draft.
Pre-draft.
Obviously, I didn't adjust that in the last 40 seconds. Come on.
Matt,
where does you look like you were doing some calculations? I'm sure I'm boomhowering right now because when I talk fast. Fuck you, Pat. Trick State.
That actually says Matt.
No, Patrick
Matt
states
Harrison.
the comment,
No,
dude.
No.
All right, we're just hitting the wall here. Matt,
Our
We're
camera
just
battery
hitting
was
the
low.
wall
Our
here.
personal batteries are getting lower.
that 48 ranking, does that go up or down being drafted by Baltimore?
It probably stays about the same because I think it's a situation where he is the top wide receiver on that team, and he probably demands the most wide receiver targets there. So I kind of like the landing spot for him. Now, if he would have ended up with a team like let's just say Baltimore did not trade out or trade with Kansas City, and he ended up on a team like Kansas City, that might have bumped him up a little bit, but I don't think that there are many spots where he would have significantly jumped.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you.
Well,
Moving.
but before we move on,
Sorry.
we are coming down to the last few minutes to enter into the final giveaway.
Oh, yeah.
If you use all 3 code words that we gave earlier, you'll be entered to win 2 game tickets to a regular season game of your choice. Not paying airfare, just tickets.
Yeah, that's powered
And
by
let me
media group.
and let me clear this up before we go any further with this. I need your address to send you free stuff. Okay, so like I've had this happen before. Like I'm not going on the internet. I'm not coming to your house. I just need your address to send you free stuff. That's it.
Like my address, I can give that to you.
You need a social too?
You don't know how many people we've had flake out on stuff when I said, "Well, what's your address to send it to you?"
Oh, I believe you. People get weird about that.
Yeah.
It is a weird world we live in, but I mean, for free game tickets, I'll do just about anything twice.
Yeah, I mean,
New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
no way. That's
What?
a little bit of a reach.
That's not a little bit of a reach. That's a big reach.
It's a lot of bit of a reach. Let's
That's
see
a
where I have him
huge
on my
reach.
top 100.
Dang.
Serious. Wow. Okay. I don't like that. I mean, I do because I don't like the Saints.
He ate Rice Krispie treats to gain weight for the combine.
Okay, he kind of sounds like my guy, though.
Okay.
I can endorse him now.
Okay.
Wow. What? Is he a second edge rusher off the board now? Or is there Quiddy Pie?
Jalen Phillips.
Phillips did go.
So
Now him.
Rousseau didn't go. It's just a little surprising.
I had Peyton Turner ranked as my number 89 overall, 12th edge rusher. That's,
I guess the Saints
somebody
know
missed
something we
there.
don't. Now-
Either them or me.
Now, one of our least favorite teams are up on the board.
Yeah.
The Green Bay Packers.
The
Who do
pick
you
is in, too.
The Packers or the Saints?
I hate the Packers more.
Okay, fair.
And hate's a strong word, so I think I super hate them.
It wasn't strong enough yet.
But I mean, I hate the Saints too. I can't watch that 09 championship game without turning the TV off.
Hate's fair for the Saints. Super hate is for Green Bay.
Yeah.
They absolutely ran to the podium.
It only makes sense to trade back while trading away Aaron Rodgers. It just their organization. And now, Matt, I want to get your opinion on this because I kind of threw this out there earlier. Green Bay didn't trade Aaron Rodgers earlier on in this draft because they couldn't get a hold of all the owners in Wisconsin to come to a consensus on whether or not they wanted to do it.
Right.
Yeah, they couldn't get 70,000 people on the phone for a thumbs up or thumbs down for sure.
Right.
It was funny because I was talking to my son today as a teenager and explaining like the whole Packer thing, and I was like, explaining how if you draft a quarterback in the first round, you got a 5-year option, and there's your window to like have less salary cap tied to the quarterback position. And so I don't understand why they drafted Jordan Love, and Aaron Rodgers doesn't understand why they drafted Jordan Love. So,
Jordan Love
time to bring in a Packer guy to explain.
What are you guys talking about?
Very nice to have you back.
Stop bullying my Packers when I'm not on live.
Oh God, one of you.
I don't think we're bullying your Packers with anything more than what you're thinking in your own brain. Like, why did we do this?
You're drinking at 9:00 on a Friday morning in Bali. Like, we know you're worried about the Packers organization.
I mean, I did it last year, so what's wrong with doing it this year too?
Oh, you guys drafted Jordan Love. You're drinking too.
Yeah, that was even worse. I'm still waiting on Paul's Love jersey that he was going to send me, but
this fictional address that's like 18 fucking pages long.
So the Packers, by the way, just to really take it to Rodgers right now, they're about to select Kyle Trask.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah. How great would that be?
Nah, they're gonna take a corner. You will see this. That's
Run
what.
no more.
Who do you really think you're going to take?
Probably Eric Stokes, I guess. We always go defense to stick it to Rodgers, so it'll be a defensive pick for
It
sure.
looks like you traded from beer. And now what are you drinking?
Indonesian vodka with orange juice. I tried to replicate Matt's Royal Crown Peach, whatever lemonade thing, and
That's pretty good.
That's the
This is
closest
all I
thing.
can
Where are you? Are you on like a playground in like Hawaii right now? What's happening?
No, I'm still in the same spot. This is my rooftop. Look.
He lives in Bali.
He lives in Bali.
Are you on a playground? Are you at the top of a monkey bar?
Hey,
It's a parkour
do you want to hear the pick?
playground.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
break it.
The Packers select cornerback Eric Stokes from Georgia.
Oh, there it is.
There you go, bud.
Picking it up to Rodgers.
I bet Rodgers really likes that.
Oh, man, you gotta love him. You gotta love him.
No, you don't.
Yes, high level breakdown. It's no cornerback.
Did you grow up in Wisconsin?
Did I grow up in Wisconsin? No, I grew up in San Diego, but I don't know. I liked Sterling Sharp. He was my hero.
You chose evil by choice, and that's even worse. How do you feel about the pick, Eric Stokes going there? Obviously, Kevin King.
I mean, you could easily see that Packers management and the front office cares about building their own team. So they don't care about Rodgers. They just care about what their vision is. And I mean, in a way, it does make sense because we fucking suck in defense. So we do need a corner, and Stokes makes sense. But I mean, are you?
Hey, bud, you're about to fucking suck at offense too.
Yeah. What can I say?
Wait, you kind of look like you might be related to Aaron Rodgers a little bit. Are you his brother that he hates?
I actually have a
Jordan.
story.
It's Jordan.
I went to that Cowboys Packers playoff game, and about 200 people came up to me and took selfies with me and gave me free beer and shit because they thought I was related to Rodgers. So, some funny ass guy came up to me and he's like, "Oh, can I pretend to be your manager?" And I'm like, "All right, sure." So he was, like, "Hey, it's $1 or a free beer to take a selfie," and we were just getting free beer all the time. So it was a pretty awesome day.
It could be a doppelganger.
And then
Yeah,
people tell me I look like Denzel Washington. Too, so I understand.
Oh, I love this. This is good.
Oh god.
we need a trade. That's what we need.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, your trade is going to be for Patrick Surtain, number 9, for the Denver Broncos, and then Aaron Rodgers is going there too.
Well, just by taking this pick, we know he's not going to go to the Broncos now. So
if the rumors are true, Mr. Rogers here, and the Packers turned down a deal from what Paul Allen suggested today was number 3 from San Francisco, Jimmy Garoppolo, and 4 other draft picks that were day 2 or 3. If the Packers actually turn that down, and Rodgers is serious about this, and he just decides, I'm going to go host Jeopardy now, how do you feel?
I mean, the Packers fan in me should say we trust, the front office, and Jordan loves the future, and we trust the process. But obviously, we all know that's bullshit. And
Trust the process. I like it.
Oh yeah, it's at the top there.
what can you say, man? I mean, I would have loved taking Pitts, but whatever.
I mean, Kyle Pitts and Jordan Love plus Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones.
Right? That's got a nice ring to it, right?
Yeah, it sounds like a NFC Championship game lost to me, actually.
And with all the extra picks, you just focus on defense, and you have to get at least 2 decent picks right? So that's it. I would have done it, but then again,
It's hard to give up Aaron Rodgers. If you have, the top 3 quarterbacks in the league, very hard to give up on them.
Why would you trade that guy?
Yeah.
Get him out of the NFC North. Just do it.
so he ends up playing for the Vikings, right?
Eventually, we'll take him when he's 41. We'll go on an NFC Championship game run, and we'll lose in heartbreak. Actually, we're actually not due for an NFC Championship game or Super Bowl run until 2028. So we got a few more years. Every 10.
All right, we are going to gear up here for the final giveaway of the night, Dre. Nice touching base with you. We'll catch you. Dre, are you in for tomorrow night as well?
Yeah, I'll be on.
Perfect. We'll reach out to you tomorrow.
I like 95% of things
See you, brother.
about you, except for the Packers part, but everything else, you seem pretty cool.
But hey, I'm down to go to a football game with you. If we're going to Green Bay and getting
Well,
free drinks.
if you do win the ticket, count me as your +1.
All right, here we go. See you, Drake. Oh, here we go.
All right, well, the
Good old
Bills.
Dre Rogers.
I wish his mic wasn't. It was a little screechy on the speakers there.
I'm just going to tell you right now that I've been on, I don't know, 50 episodes with Dre, and that's 100% the best his audio has ever sounded. There's usually like
Roger
cars
Goodell
in the
just
background.
pulled a really old Bills cowboy from his easy chair. He was like, "Get out of my chair."
Yeah. And then the guy stared off into space.
God, I love it.
Then he broke a table. Gregory Rousseau is the pick to the Bills.
Wow, that makes a lot of sense.
God, I like that pick.
I like him. I didn't think he was going to go in the first round, but I like the pick.
If Etienne was there, but I thought they were going to take a running back, but since he's gone, this makes a lot of sense.
All right, here we go, gang.
Hey, guys.
We are doing the final giveaway of tonight. Yeah, I got to
Yep.
Final giveaway of the night right here. We're spinning the wheel for the person that's getting 2 tickets to a regular season game brought to you by the Blue Collar Media Group and the BudHole.
We got the live spinner.
Molly Melgren is the winner of
All
2
right.
regular season tickets.
Fuck, you can't see it, but believe us.
That's fine.
Ooh, fireworks.
Flying everywhere. We got it.
I definitely
Molly
read
Melgren, congratulations. And we will reach out to you to claim your 2 free tickets to a regular season game. Like we said, that's brought to you by the Blue Collar Media Group. Paul, do you want to say anything regarding that other than...
No, yeah, just congratulations. You guys put in a ton of hard work for this. So to give out 2 tickets, especially after last year, not being in stadiums or anything like that, it's going to be awesome. So we're definitely looking forward to it. And just congratulations and great work tonight, fellas. Appreciate all your hard work.
Yeah,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you. I know some of us were leaving in and out. Scott was the mainstay.
Yeah.
He does the ladder of champions.
If only they could have had 3 more trades in the first round. That would have been truly epic.
Listen, there's 2 more picks. There's a good
they gotta be.
There's 2 more shotguns.
Let's see one more trade.
Everyone wants to trade up.
Yeah.
Tampa,
There's one more. There's one more.
Bring them on.
There is one more trade here. Over under 1/2. Matt.
Over under 1/2 of a trade.
Yeah.
Is there going to be another trade?
Yeah.
31-32.
You could have just asked, is there going to be a trade in the next 2
No,
picks?
the over-under
That's not gambling lingo, Matt.
Do you ask your wife over under 1/2 of dinner I'm going to eat tonight?
It's more like
over under 6.5 pumps.
Oh Jesus!
over under.
Well, I mean, that's a good question right there.
6.5?
Depends if it's. Oh my God! Jesus
How much
Christ!
whiskey did you have at dinner?
Really depends on if the Vikings got Darisaw or Slater.
Hey.
Good Lord!
I don't think there will be another trade. I think Baltimore is pretty happy, probably picking up, maybe an OT to help pass protect Lamar Jackson, or just best player available.
Yeah, Jenkins.
And also Tampa Bay, I think, is the most likely to trade out because
they could be, but Tampa's in a spot where, I mean, obviously they just won the Super Bowl and they're pretty deep at many positions right now. So maybe just adding to that depth with their favorite player is a good idea. But they could obviously go if they're moving down. Maybe it's just a little bit, like 3 or 4 picks, kind of a thing. That's the only thing I could really see Tampa doing.
And then, so teams like to move up to get the 5th-year option, but as Tampa Bay, you might want to stay put and get that 5th-year option. So
absolutely.
I do want to say, too, thank you to everybody that's been hanging out, still watching the draft into the wee hours of the evening. It's almost 11 o'clock Central Time. So thanks for hanging out and posting new comments.
1 million people watching.
Yeah, you guys are the true MVPs. Checking us out.
As The Rock would say, in front of the millions and millions. As we wrap,
you think quarterback's a possibility for Tampa?
If it is, I think it's the Stanford.
Did they learn nothing from Green Bay? No.
I don't think Tom Brady would take it the same way as Aaron Rodgers.
Tom Brady already had Garoppolo drafted.
I think Aaron Rodgers.
What if Tampa traded up 1 selection here with Baltimore and took a quarterback? Then Brady might have an issue.
Yeah.
Right.
Great.
Yes.
That
Don't
means
do that shit.
that the management in the Buccaneers is definitely watching our live stream because they want us to shotgun. One more trade.
One more.
They
One
would
more.
trade and just trade back.
These shotguns are getting to me.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Baltimore's at 3 minutes. So
That's the understatement of the draft right there.
listening to some trade offers right now.
I bet you they
Someone
are.
knew.
I almost guarantee they're listening to trade offers.
Yeah.
This is because teams want to jump up and get that 5th-year option. And Baltimore already has a first-round player, so they're open to it. Tampa Bay is returning all 22 starters, so they're open to it.
I could
This
see
is
Green
both
Bay trading
trade
up
options.
and taking maybe Kellen Mond.
Who?
Kellen
Mr.
Mond?
Sorensen,
Who's trading
absolutely
him?
are.
Green
I
Bay.
hope you are too.
No.
Oh, the pick is in for the Ravens.
Yeah. It is.
Evan Jenkins to me makes sense here.
Whoop, whoop.
Otherwise, I'd go Azeez Ojulari. I'd go either offense or defensive line. They lost Judon Ngakoue, Orlando Brown. They need to replace one of those guys. So
Yeah,
I think that you guys, each of you guys, probably need to, for the final pick, the Tampa Bay pick, you need to make your individual selection. Whoever's wrong, shotguns one.
We're all wrong.
I take
we
Mooring.
all shotgun one.
Then you all
That would
shotgun.
be good viewership right there.
Yeah,
That would be
it's
good.
safety.
I'm just trying to help you guys out.
That sounds like it.
Tim's
Well,
on
thank you,
Mooring.
Matt.
I got Mooring.
Appreciate it.
What a
I-
great idea by Matt.
I'm down on that.
Harrison.
Let's wait for Baltimore to make their pick.
Nope, I'm taking Trayvon Morgan.
Okay, I really hope he's
For
picked
the
here at
last pick
31.
of the draft?
Yes. Of Tampa Bay takes Trayvon Morgan.
him be picked at 31 right now.
I'm hoping for that actually.
Oh, Paul wants me to shotgun? Come on.
Well,
No,
hey,
Paul wants entertainment.
yeah.
Boomhauer.
Yes, that's what we want. We want that man to take the shotgun. That guy there.
Am I really that understandable?
No.
It's
That
pretty.
understandable.
That never mind.
Ununderstandable.
I sell propane and propane products.
I get
I
called
sell
Boomhauer
propane and
because people
propane
say they can't
accessories.
understand what I'm
That's what it
saying.
was.
But I think I just
Propane
think
products.
too
Get
fast.
out of here.
You're like
My
Daniel
mind
Jones
just runs
trying.
too hard.
You're Daniel Jones trying to run to the end zone. Your mind is thinking faster than your body.
Yeah, I'm the fastest man alive.
Your mind is time traveling right now. Your
Your
body.
mouth is writing checks your brain can't cash.
My brain can cash them. It's just going to take a little minute.
A little minute.
It's gonna take a little minute.
They're processing.
I love it.
All right. Have you seen the pick yet, Matt?
No,
No.
it is supposedly in.
They do the thing where when they have a pick in, but they go to commercial break, they wait until after the commercial break, and then
Sure.
I don't
The
know.
NFL is as greasy as it gets.
They're taking Tevin Jenkins.
We're getting a
right
call
here.
for it, Star, from Chris. He says, "I can hear you loud and clear, Star, but I need one more shotgun out of you."
Yeah.
God
Yeah.
damn it.
Hey,
Fuck
come
off.
on.
One more.
Come on.
Have fun at work tomorrow, boys.
Yeah. Not gonna be us.
No.
I'm going to work.
gonna be us.
Gage, when was the last time you went to work?
Okay. Rub it in my-
2017.
It was actually a great day for this country. Okay, so
It was not a great.
was-
shove it.
It
it
was
was
not a great. day.
1776.
It was 9/11. It was 9/11.
Nobody
You
has to
meant-
be concerned
You
about
meant it was a
explosion.
memorable day.
Memorable day. That
was
is
not
what
a
I
great
meant.
day,
Not a
right.
great day.
The Baltimore Ravens select Jason Owe,
All right.
Nice.
Solid.
linebacker, Penn State.
I'm blown away by that pick.
I'm
All right, so what are your picks for pick 32?
So Gage's
My
rage.
shotgun pick.
Morrig.
Gage's rage has
I'm-
Trayvon Morig.
I'm picking Jalen Mayfield.
Christian Barmore.
God, what am I going to pick here?
You're not
Hang
going to
on, let me go to
shotgun
my-
Oh, I
anyways.
hope
I'm going to go to my top
It's
one.
already in. It's already in.
What? No
He's
more
going back to
trades.
back. They haven't even announced
So
the Baltimore pick yet.
in reality, 3 of us are shotgunning. Well, 2 of us because Scott won't do it.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
didn't say
doing it.
I was going to bet a shotgun on it. Don't.
No, we all
Don't
did.
put
That
words
was
in my
Paul's
mouth.
rules.
Be a man of your word.
It was Paul's rules.
It was
not
Matt.
my rules.
Matt came up
It's
with it.
Star Lamar.
Paul wrote off on it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do a shotgun.
I'm going Christian
Yeah,
Barmore.
well,
I think they need some D-line help. Maybe not
Trayvon
help,
Morig
they
did
need
not
depth.
get drafted, which is kind of surprising, but not because sometimes safeties fall out of the first
If
round.
Morig doesn't go right now, I think he's going to go to the the Jaguars with the first pick in the
He
second round.
will be a top pick. And that's the fact that those star players last into the second round is when everyone tries to trade back up into the top of the second round.
Yeah,
So
Scott.
JOK still available.
Yep.
Christian
Yeah.
Barmore still available. There's
I
some
can see it
interesting
being
guys.
Christian
Elijah
Barmore.
Moore, maybe. Tevin Jenkins.
I don't.
Landon Dickerson.
They just
Maybe
re-signed.
Javonte Williams, the running back.
They got Antonio Brown. Running backs. They have quite a bit of depth there. They got Gio
They
back.
actually do.
Yeah.
They still have Ronald Jones under
Azeez
back.
Old Julari.
I think that
That
should be a
guy,
fit.
I'm surprised did not get drafted in the
That could
first
be a
round.
fit.
But no, because he's a 3-4 outside linebacker. He's not going to Tampa Bay.
They could move him.
No.
I
He'll
think
be a top guy. He'll be
Arians,
top 10 tomorrow.
Arians could draft him and move him to maybe like tight end or wide receiver for Brady to throw to. Either way, Brady's going to make it work.
Jason Owe to the Ravens.
Pick is in.
Solid.
I think all 3 of us are shotgunning. Scott, you should pound the water just to drive.
All
home safe.
right. Rogers at the podium. Here we go.
Come on, Morig.
I don't think it's Morig.
The sweet taste of victory if one of you win and you get to just laugh at the other 2.
It'd be solid.
The pick is Joe Tryon,
Edge rusher,
who?
Washington.
linebacker, Washington.
Well,
Joe's trying.
Son of a.
well, boys, the butthole pays
Yeah.
their bets.
Yeah.
All right, you guys gonna stay with and watch as we go?
Oh, yeah. We could narrate
yeah.
if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm not going
I would
anywhere.
argue that'd be a
We're gonna pull. We're gonna pull you guys in once you join here. We'll get this shotgun in, and we'll hit everybody with the old send off as we get ready for what will
Day
be
two.
day two, of the NFL draft tomorrow.
There should be some interest at the top there. See, there are a lot of good players still on the board.
Take down your Christmas lights. Jeez.
Honestly, like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Here you go.
You guys ready?
Take down your Christmas.
These two.
Jeez.
These two need knives.
Oh, you just spilled over half of it, Star.
That's more than 1.25 milliliters. There was lots of
Look how big the mouth is, though.
Look at that thing.
Solid mouth.
It's a race on the last one.
All right, that's not gonna be a race.
3, 2, 1.
That's a solid mouth.
Less spillage on a Star. Tip it up.
It's over.
Tip it. Tip it.
What do you mean tip it?
Tip
How
it like
much?
that.
All right.
He's scared.
You get me.
He's
now.
scared. He's scared.
Let's see it.
Oh, my eyes. You got me right in the eyes with that one.
We're gonna be in a
Made me
tough
laugh
spot
halfway
tomorrow night.
through.
Two of the butthole
Shot
members
me in
will be
the
blind.
eyeballs with alcohol. Woo! The graveyard.
The wife's gonna love
I'm
that.
back on picking that up tomorrow.
I was going to say, he's worried about the living room. You better clean that up outside.
The wife is going to adore that in the morning. Whatever.
She vowed to love me unconditionally.
That's true. She did
Yeah.
have that.
Yeah.
What do we want to hit here with the send off before we sign off on this draft coverage for night one of the 2021 NFL draft, Brandon?
Well, we appreciate everybody for tuning in, first off. We appreciate the Blue Collar Media Group for all the giveaways they allowed us to do here tonight. And we're going live day 2 tomorrow. We have another 4 we're going to be giving away. And for everybody that tuned in, Blue Collar Media Group, we had Matt Harrison join us here as well for like the last 8 picks. We truly appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun here tonight, and we're going to have even more fun tomorrow.
Thanks, guys, for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely, dude. Thanks for joining.
Yes,
Star,
thank you, Matt.
You want to hit him with the sign off?
Oh, gosh.
Go jerk off.
Bye.
Sup, girl.
See you guys later.